Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Becomes Silent Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The land that had once served as a battlefield against the beast was now a haunting reminder of the destructive power unleashed upon it. Cracks marred the ground, swallowing the bodies of fallen soldiers, while rivers and lakes formed from the bloodshed. Mountains of the dead lay scattered across the landscape. At the center of this devastation stood the beast, Trihexa, on the brink of completing its life's work, emanating a terrifying aura. Surrounding it were the few remaining warriors, their magic circles, senjutsu, weapons, sacred gears, and runes at the ready. Many were bruised and teetering on the edge of death. The beast roared, shaking the ground beneath it and causing some to falter under its overwhelming presence. Trihexa began to prepare the largest magic circle anyone present had ever witnessed. It expanded, gaining layer upon layer, as it readied the spell for which it was feared. The power it was gathering was enough to make even Great Red, with all his power doubled, seem insignificant. This spell, known as Trihexa, had the potential to shatter every plane of existence with a single use. Suddenly, the beast focused its attention on a crater, momentarily slowing the spell's progress. What could possibly draw the attention of such a formidable creature? A crimson light erupted from the crater, striking the beast directly and leaving what appeared to be its first real wound. The pain was significant, a rare occurrence for such a powerful entity. From the crater emerged a figure clad in heavy crimson armor, adorned with two enormous angelic wings that featured cherry pink, glass-like sails. A tail twisted beneath the armor's golden-clawed feet, with spikes matching the color of the wings. Each limb was covered in metallic dragon scales, stained with the blood of both enemies and allies, and golden spikes and claws decorated the exterior. Gems, typically green, sparkled at each joint of the armor, radiating an unprecedented power. The armor was crafted to resemble a dragon, molded from the remains of one and infused with its soul. However, the true aura and power belonged to its current wearer, the Red Dragon Emperor. Beneath the dragon-like helmet, two determined orange eyes glared through small pink slits. These were the eyes of Issei. He soared higher, stopping at eye level with Trihexa. His aura began to radiate, gradually matching that of the beast. Trihexa was furious at this challenge, especially when it noticed Issei's apparent disregard for it. Issei was searching the battlefield, hoping to catch a glimpse of his one true love one last time. Earlier that day, 5 hours before the seal on Trihexa was set to break, Issei had gathered everyone except Rius in the ORC room. Confusion filled the air as his friends wondered why he had only summoned them. As they settled in, Issei addressed them with a heavy heart, expressing his deep love for each of them and his unwillingness to hurt them without a compelling reason. He shared his plan to confront Trihexa, stating that if Sirzex's strategy failed, he would resort to his own. Despite his attempt to smile, his friends could see the fear of death flickering in his eyes. Kiba, representing the group's anxiety, asked what Issei would do if he had to implement his plan. Issei's response was somber. He intended to use the Longinus Smasher and give everything he had to defeat Trihexa, even if it cost him his life. A heavy silence fell over the room until Asia, overwhelmed with emotion, unexpectedly slapped him. Confusion washed over Issei as he saw her tear-streaked face. His friends were similarly affected, with Gasper fainting at the thought of losing him. Irina and Zenovia stood frozen, reflecting the shock of learning about the potential loss of their friend. Akone, despite her tears, remained appealing in Issei's eyes, while Kaniko's breathing quickened in fear of being left alone. Kiba fell to his knees, pleading silently for Issei not to sacrifice himself. Asia eventually fainted, unable to bear the weight of the situation, while Rosweiss maintained a stoic facade, though she was internally distraught. Issei chose to remain silent, knowing that any further words would only complicate his resolve. As the battle resumed, Issei began to overpower Trihexa's aura with his own. Rias felt a surge of pride and love as she witnessed Issei's strength surpassing that of the strongest being in existence. However, she soon noticed the somber expressions of her friends, realizing the gravity of the situation. It dawned on her that Issei's newfound power could only come from a place of desperation, leading her to ponder the true cost of his strength. Rias was filled with desperation as she rushed toward Issei, but her oldest friends, Akone and Kiba, tackled her to hold her back. They were nearly as hurt as she was, and their concern for her safety was evident. They struggled to explain the situation, expressing their sorrow and confusion about Issei's decision. Rias, overwhelmed with emotion, could only ask why. Her hair fell over her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks, and the atmosphere around her began to shift. A powerful crimson aura erupted, creating a massive sphere that isolated her and Issei, reminiscent of the moment he had nearly died in her arms after being bitten by Finri. Issei sensed her power, and a tear escaped from his helmet as the gem on his left arm began to glow. Drake, the dragon within him, spoke with a strong voice, reflecting on their journey together. He expressed pride in Issei and his accomplishments, acknowledging the challenges they had faced. Drake emphasized that everything was ready for Issei to take the final step toward peace. Issei, determined yet aware of the gravity of the moment, prepared to press the big red button. He reflected on their time together and expressed his intention to embrace his destiny. He declared his identity as the Red Dragon Emperor and the pawn of Rius Gremory, vowing to become the strongest pawn ever. With a powerful shout, he unleashed the Dragon of Domination, creating a brilliant crimson explosion that engulfed everything around them. The roar of pain echoed faintly as the crimson energy retracted, revealing a desolate landscape where a giant lay turning to ash. Above, a pink orb shattered into fragments, scattering into the wind. For a moment, silence reigned before the crowd erupted into cheers and celebrations. Joyful dancing and laughter filled the air, but Rias, consumed by her grief, unleashed her power in a fit of rage. Her emotions spiraled out of control, causing destruction around her and injuring those who were too close. She cried out for Issei, her heart breaking as she let her power rampage. Her brother tried to comfort her, holding her tightly and expressing sorrow for Issei's sacrifice. His embrace provided a brief solace, but Rias's anguish overwhelmed her, and she fell unconscious, her last thought lingering on Issei's face as darkness enveloped her. In an unknown time and place, a giant red dragon observed a colorless sphere. Figures in white robes approached him, knowing the ritual that occurred every century when a red dragon emperor passed on. Drake watched as the sphere began to gain color, images swirling within it too quickly to discern, though many featured a red-haired figure, Rias and Issei together. The sphere gradually took the shape of a boy with spiky brown hair and a kind face, dressed in a school uniform. Drake felt relieved that Issei retained his sanity, unlike many before him who had succumbed to the curse of the juggernaut drive. As Issei stood, his eyes closed, a wave of power surged through the space, pushing the hooded figures back. Drake and the other past hosts braced themselves against the force, impressed by Issei's strength. However, Drake sensed something unusual, a presence that shouldn't be there. His instincts told him it was Issei, who was not meant to be in this realm. Drake called out to him, feeling a need to assert control over the space. Issei had died before completing the Longinus Smasher, yet he somehow retained a fragment of that power, making him as formidable as Great Red. As Issei approached, his expression was a mix of sadness and confusion. Drake welcomed him to his new home, but quickly noted that the gear was attempting to expel him. Issei's hope flickered and then dimmed as he feared being cast into a dark void instead of enjoying a peaceful afterlife. Frustrated, he lamented his situation, feeling as if the world continued to conspire against him, even in death. Drake's chuckle turned into laughter, filling the space with warmth. He reassured Issei that no one was taking away his afterlife. Rather, the gear was trying to release him from a comfortable prison, as he possessed elements within him that were not typically part of the gear. Akone and a fragment of the divine dividing resided within him, granting him the power to match Great Red. Drake expressed immense joy, feeling that his best host had been given the opportunity he had always desired for himself. Issei had been granted a chance to start anew, to live a different life, and the most exciting aspect was that he would be a semi-reincarnation of Drake. The proud dragon reveled in the fact that his strongest host, the one he held in the highest regard, was given a new life by the very force that had taken it away. Tears welled in Issei's eyes, and a small smile began to form on his face as he realized the implications of this new beginning. He felt a rush of happiness at the thought of returning to Rius. The joy and hope for their reunion filled him as he envisioned being together again. Drake acknowledged that this moment marked a separation, one that could last forever or merely a few decades. He expressed a longing to meet Issei again through his next host, hinting at the beginning of a new journey. Issei, filled with determination, promised that he would find Drake again, playfully challenging him to show him how to be a true dragon. Drake chuckled in response, their bond evident in the gesture of their fists meeting in a symbolic farewell. As Issei began to fade from view, surrounded by swirling green and pink dust, he sent Drake one last smile before completely vanishing. In that moment, Drake hoped that Issei would demonstrate to the world what it truly meant to be a dragon, just as he had always been. In the familiar forest, a unique realm primarily used by the Devil faction, a new alliance had opened its doors to other members. This shift meant that Zatuji, the familiar emissary, had to train new familiar emissaries to accommodate the influx of visitors without overwhelming himself. So far, the training had been successful, with only one recruit encountering a near-fatal incident involving a Hydra and Tiiamat in the same day. The familiars had shown little change in behavior, becoming somewhat friendly toward the devils, angels, fallen angels, and other species. It seemed they longed to escape their gloomy surroundings, which were fraught with dangers. On this particular day, a weekly event took place where participants could summon a familiar. A whitish light circle, adorned with runes and symbols of the Gremry clan, began to form. From this circle emerged a group of 10 girls, all dressed in long-sleeved black blouses and skin-tight black briefs. Their footwear resembled ordinary shoes, but what distinguished them was the crimson-red rose emblem, signifying their allegiance to the Gremry clan. Among the group, 2 girls stood out with their pearly white hair and distinctive ears. These were 2 yokai who had been transformed into devils through the reincarnation process. The first was Nene Haji, the queen, who had spent most of her life unaware of the supernatural until her late teens when she was approached by her future king. The second was Kaneko Tuju, a more mature version of her queen, who had begun to undergo a supernatural growth spurt, resembling her older sister and former king. Kaneko served as one of the peerage members guarding Rius Gremry, the head of the Gremry clan. Months had passed since Rius lost her beloved, the one she had hoped to mate with. Along with her former peerage, now high-class devils, some members like Kiba, Asia, and Akone chose to remain with their king as her loyal servants. Meanwhile, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Zenovia, and Gasper established their own peerages, swearing an oath to protect the Gremry clan as kings under her leadership. Each of them formed a peerage tailored to their new roles, training them into a formidable fighting force. Kaneko's peerage had been dispatched by the Archduchess to investigate a significant migration occurring in the familiar forest. Many familiars were appearing, while others were vacating specific areas, particularly those near the territory of Tiiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King, and a new dragon. The first 2 had long inhabited the forest, and the familiars had grown accustomed to their presence. However, the new dragon had caused many to flee, having scorched the land surrounding its den. What concerned the familiar emissaries most was that this dragon was unique. It did not communicate. They had attempted to approach it during its patrol, but it either could not speak or chose to ignore them. This dragon had gained notoriety in the forest for devastating an area twice the size of Tokyo, making it the sole inhabitant of that territory. It was classified as a potential threat, especially to those of ultimate class and above, should it perceive them as a danger. Kaneko and her peerage were tasked with attempting to communicate with this dragon to determine if it was truly incapable of speech. If they found it could speak, they might persuade it to relocate to a designated dragon territory or at least cease its destructive behavior. If it turned out that the dragon could not communicate, they would have to find a way to control it, or if it viewed them as prey or a threat, they might have to eliminate it, a prospect that the familiar MSTRS were reluctant to consider. Kaneko addressed her team, outlining their orders from Lady Gremory. They would split into two groups. One would operate on the ground while the other would take to the skies. Each member would wear communication devices to share information about the dragon's location and actions. Kaneko's voice had matured, infused with energy that made her more approachable, and she appreciated this newfound demeanor. As her team nodded in agreement, they recalled the briefing they had received before departing from the Gremory estate. The rookies, knights, and one pawn grouped together and ventured into the woods, heading toward the source of one of the two powerful draconic energies they sensed nearby. As Kaneko, her queen, one bishop, and two remaining pawns spread their wings and began to fly over the trees, they sensed a powerful dragonic energy in the distance. While soaring through the air, Kaneko was suddenly struck by an energy that felt both familiar and unsettling. It was a potent force, evoking a sense of fear, as if she were willingly approaching a predator. Her companions were also affected by this energy, feeling a mix of trepidation and confusion. However, Kaneko was preoccupied with the source of this energy, which seemed both known and alien to her. The energy reminded her of two significant artifacts left behind by Issei, a Sklone, the Dragon Slayer, and the gauntlet version of Divine Dividing, which Issei had taken from Vale during their first battle. This act had cost him decades of his life in exchange for that power. The artifacts had been discovered in the 7th level of heaven while Lord Michael was repairing the damage done to the realm. They had appeared unexpectedly, radiating a strong energy that was dangerous to all beings, supernatural or otherwise. These remnants of Issei's past had transformed into formidable artifacts that could potentially threaten even the strongest beings. Rias had accepted these artifacts as reminders of a loved one, placing them in her office behind magical seals due to their unsettling presence. Unlike Rius, who seemed unfazed, Kaneko felt a connection to the energy emanating from the artifacts, which blended demonic power, dragonic power, and the corruption of Trihexa. This connection left her puzzled. Was it the dragonic nature of the energy, or was it linked to a dragon that had been too close to Trihexa and absorbed some of its energy while still in its egg? Lost in thought, Kaneko failed to notice her queen calling her for several minutes. Nene, growing weary of repeating herself, finally caught Kaneko's attention. She informed her that the group had located the first source of dragonic energy, which was identified as Tiamat's cave. Nene suggested they land, as Hani and Mei had pinpointed the area where the dragon likely resided. Kaneko, contemplating the opportunity to better sense the energy if they landed, agreed with her queen's plan. They descended onto the dark green undergrowth of the forest. Kaneko channeled some of her senjutsu to enhance her perception of the energy, and her companions followed suit, hoping to track whatever had captured Kaneko's attention. As she focused, Kaneko sensed the dragon's presence more clearly, but there was nothing alarming about it. Perhaps she was simply having an off day, she thought, deciding to take a moment to rest. However, as Kaneko continued to sense the energy, she began to feel a deeper connection to it. The strong will, negative emotions, and aura of the dragon resonated within her, raising questions about why she felt such familiarity. Could it be a child of a dragon she had fought alongside during the battle against the beast? This seemed unlikely, as the dragons present during that conflict were mostly evil and had been defeated by the combined forces of Great Red and the two heavenly dragons. The only other dragons she had encountered, such as Tannin, Yulong, Tiiamat, Vitra, and Fafnir, had either perished or succumbed to Dragon's Fall, a sickness that afflicted dragons after losing a mate or being betrayed. As she delved deeper into the dragonic energy, she sensed another type of energy intertwined with it, almost shielding a particular strand. She focused intently, and though only a few minutes had passed, it felt like hours as she navigated through the layers of energy. Finally, she reached the inner core, and what she discovered was unexpected. Two golden slits stared back at her, peering into her very essence. It felt as though she was being watched by a predator, one that she had inadvertently revealed her presence to. Startled, Kaneko opened her eyes, casting a worried glance at her group. She feared that her actions might have put them in danger. Thankfully, the other group had regrouped with them just in time, as the presence of a dragon loomed nearby, potentially drawn to her or ready to confront her for her intrusion. Kaneko urged everyone to prepare, sensing that the dragon had likely detected their presence and was approaching. The group readied themselves for a possible confrontation, with magic circles, senjutsu, and weapons at the ready. Kaneko was the first to feel the dragon's aura drawing closer, followed by Nene and the rest of the team. While most were prepared, two of the younger pawns were visibly frightened, haunted by past trauma inflicted by an evil dragon that had devastated their families. Kaneko had fought and defeated that dragon, which was part of the reason these girls had chosen to join her. As the sound of wing flaps echoed through the air, the group braced themselves for what was to come. A roar resonated, not as deep as some might expect, but still unmistakably a dragon's roar, a primal way of communication that transcended time. A powerful roar echoed through the air, signaling a challenge that could not be ignored. Kaneko and Nene had unknowingly trespassed into the territory of a formidable dragon, and their display of power was perceived as a direct affront to its domain. As a creature of pride, the dragon could not allow such an insult to go unpunished. The dragon appeared before them, a magnificent crimson beast stretching nearly 20 meters in length, with an impressive wingspan of around 60 meters. Its head featured two golden slits that glowed with anger, flanked by sharp golden horns. A flowing green mane cascaded down its neck and body, adding to its majestic yet fearsome appearance. With another roar, the dragon showcased its massive jaws, hovering ominously above the girls. The golden aura radiating from its eyes felt like a piercing light, instilling fear in their hearts. The situation had become dire. Any misstep could lead to their demise. The dragon was a clear threat, its gaze alone capable of inflicting harm. It could easily overpower them if they were separated, and now, standing together, they felt the weight of its power. The dragon's gaze shifted among them until it settled on Yuno, one of Kaneko's peers. The intensity of its stare made Yuno tremble, paralyzing her with fear. The dragon then turned its attention to the two yokai, examining them closely. Kaneko felt a surge of determination as she realized the dragon was trying to discern the source of its disturbance. Gathering her courage, she placed a hand over her heart and spoke, hoping to diffuse the tension. She expressed their peaceful intentions, emphasizing their longing for dialogue. As her voice rang out, the dragon focused entirely on her, landing with a thud that shook the ground and caused three of her peers to stumble. Now only a few meters apart, Kaneko and the dragon engaged in a silent standoff, each refusing to back down. The dragon's eyes widened as it scrutinized Kaneko, while her own narrowed, resembling those of a cat. An instinctual aura began to emanate from both, as if they were silently challenging one another. The dragon moved its head closer, its expression softening slightly, prompting Kaneko to lower her guard just a fraction. She prepared to speak again, sensing that the dragon was waiting for her to initiate the conversation. Taking a deep breath, she introduced herself as Kaneko, a servant of Lady Rias Gremory, the Archduchess of Gremory. She sought to understand why the dragon had been burning down the familiar forest and driving away the familiars that once inhabited the area. She paused, hoping for a response. However, the dragon responded with a sudden display of aggression, rearing its head back and unleashing a small burst of fire from its mouth. A light green glow began to emanate from its neck, signaling an impending attack. In that split second, Kaneko and her peers braced themselves for a confrontation, realizing they were about to engage in their first battle after a long period of peace. Kaneko regretted not having stayed behind to enjoy her sweets, but there was no time for hesitation. She assumed her fighting stance, knowing that mistakes were not an option against such a formidable foe. With a rallying cry, she urged her companions to prepare for the challenge ahead, knowing that the battle would be fierce. Kaneko's peerage had begun activating their defensive magic as the dragon before them prepared for a breath attack. The heat radiating from it was intense, and its neck stretched out, revealing a lighter pink hue at the innermost part, while a dark green color crept toward its mouth. This fire was unlike any they had encountered before. It deviated from the usual red and orange spectrum, hinting at something more dangerous. As the dragon unleashed dark green flames, Kaneko and her peerage dodged in different directions. The queen and bishop pieces soared into the air, wings spread wide, while Kaneko remained grounded, flanked by her 2 knights, swords at the ready. She meticulously noted her opponent's powers and gathered useful information, hoping to devise a strategy to counter the dragon's might or, at the very least, find a way to escape. Kaneko directed her teammates with urgency, instructing Linda and Maya to flank the dragon from its left side while Nene and May provided magical support. The members of her peerage sprang into action, with her knights quickly maneuvering to the dragon's side as Nene and May unleashed a barrage of combined magical and senjutsu attacks. Kaneko glanced at her remaining peerage members, noticing one of her rooks shielding a newer member who had been too frightened to move. The rook bravely absorbed the attack, suffering severe injuries, while the pawn she had saved knelt beside her, chanting a healing spell. Kaneko continued to strategize, ordering Mia, Kate, and Hina to attack from the front and encircle the dragon to minimize potential damage. Her commands were met with nods of determination as they engaged the formidable opponent. Observing the battle, Kaneko noted that her knights had managed to leave small dents in both their swords and the dragon's scales. However, the aerial support from her queen and bishop had struggled to fire more than 2 magic shots before having to evade the dragon's fiery breath or its sweeping tail. The combination of her rook and 2 pawns had made a more significant impact, targeting the dragon's lighter pink scales, which seemed to be its weakest defense. They struck several times in that area, forcing the dragon to focus on its defense rather than offense. However, it soon lowered its wings, creating a powerful gust of wind that propelled Kaneko's peerage backward by at least 15 meters. Kaneko had to dig her feet into the ground to resist the force. The dragon stood there, visibly damaged around its stomach, neck, and front legs. Suddenly, it emitted a green light, and Kaneko watched in disbelief as its scales began to repair themselves. As the light faded, the dragon appeared fully healed, though its aura had diminished, indicating that using this healing light had drained a significant amount of its power. Kaneko noted the similarity to her friend Asia Argento's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, which emitted a green light that healed injuries across all races. She wondered if this dragon was one of Rysavim's experiments, endowed with the ability of Twilight Healing. Just then, Kaneko was jolted back to reality by a powerful punch to her stomach. The dragon had targeted her, recognizing her as the leader of the group. Dragons were beings of power, pride, and wisdom, feared not only for their strength but also for their strategic prowess in combat. They were the apex predators of the world, and Kaneko understood why the strongest beings were often dragons. She was sent hurtling through 100 trees, crashing into a rock formation that left a deep dent. For a moment, she lay there, catching her breath and watching as the dragon flew toward her, her peerage hot on its trail, firing magic and senjutsu attacks that the dragon shrugged off. It had chosen to focus solely on Kaneko. Kaneko speculated on why the dragon was fixated on her, but the reasoning felt trivial for such a powerful creature. Dragons were proud beings, often showcasing their strength, yet this one seemed to emit power without intention. As she tried to analyze its strength, the dragon grew angry, further confusing and frightening her. It was clear that this dragon was not normal and possessed immense power. If she did not act quickly, this could be the end. Her body still ached from the earlier blow, and she felt trapped against the hard rock. Fear began to seep in as the dragon loomed larger with each passing moment, explosions and magic trailing behind it. Here she was, a high-class devil with ultimate-class power, yet unable to lead her peerage to victory against this formidable foe. Despite her well-thought-out commands, one swift action from the dragon had dismantled her entire strategy. She realized how blind she had been to her enemy's resourcefulness and quick thinking. In a moment of desperation, Kaneko pondered what Issei would do. The thought of his name triggered a flood of memories, and she felt as if her life was flashing before her eyes as those memories began to consume her vision. It was a brief memory, but a sweet and kind one, representing one of the few times he had acted like more than just a mischievous boy. They had been discussing trivial matters, insignificant topics that, while not important, held great meaning for her. It was one of the rare occasions when she had been alone with him, and he had not worn that playful grin that often made her uncomfortable. Now, when others looked at her with similar expressions, it made her feel ill, and she regretted calling Issei a pervert when he was merely a boy expressing his feelings honestly. As her thoughts returned to the present, an old line of his echoed in her mind, providing her with strength. He had once declared that he would always protect her, as she was part of his family. With renewed determination, she resolved to live for Issei and to protect herself now that he was no longer by her side. She shouted out her declaration, not for anyone else to hear, but as a reminder to herself. In that moment, her pain and fatigue faded, replaced by a fierce drive to defeat the dragon and return home. With a surge of energy, she broke free from the rubble, landing on the ground in a battle stance, ready for the impending attack. Her power surged as she focused, her fists glowing with blue energy while small blue orbs began to form behind her. The dragon, sensing her readiness, slowed down, its neck glowing with a dark green light as it prepared for a more powerful breath attack than before. It hovered above her, its position too far for her allies to intervene. As it opened its mouth, green flames erupted toward her, but she countered with her energy orbs, which spun in front of her, forming a circle. In the center, a blue beam of energy shot forth, clashing against the dragon's flames. A fierce battle of power ensued, with the two attacks locked in a stalemate, barely moving. Kaneko could sense that if she could power up more, she might overpower the dragon's attack. However, her energy was slowly building, gaining a slight advantage with each passing moment, while the dragon was already at full strength, releasing more power to counter hers. The standoff continued until suddenly, a massive ball of energy fired by Nene struck the dragon, causing it to lose focus. Seizing the opportunity, Kaneko pushed her beam forward with all her might. The dragon, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the head and fell to the ground with a tremendous crash. It lay incapacitated for a few moments, allowing Kaneko to gather her strength. She knew she needed more power to defeat the beast. Her allies arrived on the scene, witnessing their leader powering up while the dragon slowly regained its footing. With a shared glance, they silently agreed on a plan and launched a coordinated attack to keep the dragon down, giving Kaneko the chance she needed. As the dragon was slashed, hit, and bombarded with energy, its stamina and defenses began to wane. The scars on its body started to break and pierce under the relentless assault. It emitted a green aura once more, drawing on its magical reserves to withstand the onslaught. Kaneko, feeling she had gathered enough energy, prepared to unleash a massive attack on her opponent. The dragon, weary from the constant attacks and its attempts to heal, was vulnerable. Summoning an even greater number of energy orbs, she arranged them in front of her and spun them at high speed, forming a much stronger circle than before. She unleashed her energy beam once more, striking the dragon directly. It roared in pain as the beam penetrated its body, inflicting severe injuries. The dragon's roars gradually faded as it succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Kaneko to stop her beam, revealing a significant wound in its side. She had penetrated its body deeply, damaging many of its protective scales, and blood began to pool around the creature. Panicking, Kaneko rushed toward the dragon, calling for her ally with the strongest healing abilities. She regretted not being a bishop herself, wishing she could wield multiple healing spells like Rius. They began to use every healing magic they knew, attempting to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. The task was challenging, as Kaneko had little knowledge of dragon anatomy and was surprised by the complexity of its blood vessels. She mentally chastised herself to focus on saving its life. For the next few minutes, every move was critical, determining the dragon's fate. They had come to either subdue the creature or, if necessary, fight it into SBMson, but not to kill it unless absolutely unavoidable. Kaneko's knights heated the tips of their swords and applied them to the exposed blood vessels, managing to stem the bleeding, albeit with painful grunts from the dragon. However, the massive hole in its stomach remained a significant concern. Kaneko's allies assured her that the dragon was no longer in immediate danger, but they needed to clean its wound to prevent infection or worse. Nene placed a hand on her king's shoulder, trying to calm her down as she considered whether to call Lady Gremory for support. Kaneko felt overwhelmed, unsure of whom to turn to for help. Asia could only heal minor wounds, and the situation was far more serious. She thought about the various individuals with healing abilities, but none seemed suitable for such a grave injury. Although she had Phoenix Tears, they were only effective for small wounds. The demand for healing magic puzzled her. It seemed so limited compared to the severity of the current situation. Determined to find a solution, Kaneko sat down to think. An idea suddenly struck her, though she questioned its wisdom. She suggested forming a familiar contract with the injured creature, believing it would heal alongside her. Nene, however, questioned why Kaneko didn't consider using one of her evil pieces to save its life and gain a powerful servant. Nene, who had not experienced being reincarnated after death, did not grasp the risks associated with such a decision. Kaneko firmly rejected the idea of reincarnating the creature as a devil. She doubted her ability to do so, considering the creature's potential power, which could rival that of a dragon king. It would require a significant sacrifice of her own pieces, and she felt inadequate to control a servant of such strength. Although she wished to include the creature in her peerage, she recognized the implications of forcing it into a new life without its consent. Just as she was about to continue her thoughts, an overwhelming surge of draconic energy erupted behind her. Her entire peerage instinctively fell into a combat stance, preparing to confront the powerful dragon that had appeared. Kaneko sensed the energy and immediately calmed down, recognizing the presence of someone formidable. She turned to see a tall woman with light blue hair adorned with golden strands. The woman was stunning, with an enviable figure and a dress that artfully revealed just enough skin to captivate anyone who looked her way. Her smile was enchanting, but it was her multicolored eyes that truly held a mesmerizing beauty, shifting hues with every moment. When the woman spoke, her voice was so smooth that it nearly caused Kaneko's peerage to falter. She greeted them, commenting on the lovely weather, her tone dripping with charm. Nene, however, remained unfazed by the woman's beauty, as her asexuality rendered such a lure meaningless. She demanded to know who the woman was and instructed her to step away from Kaneko. Kaneko felt a pang of sympathy for Nene, who was unaware of the true identity of the woman she confronted. Kaneko internally smirked, thinking it would be amusing to see how Nene handled the situation. Nene pressed further, inquiring about the woman's presence and the disturbance they were causing in what she assumed was a devil affair. The blue-haired woman giggled softly, raising her arms in a gesture of peace, attempting to calm Nene. She explained that she had come to investigate the noise, as they were in her territory and it was preventing her from sleeping. Moving closer to Kaneko, she gently placed a hand on her head and began to pet her. She introduced herself as Tiiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, the strongest Dragon King, and an old war friend of Kaneko. Nene's expression shifted to one of fear upon hearing Tiamat's name, while the other members of Kaneko's peerage remained entranced by Tiamat's beauty, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Tiiamat noted Nene's fear and found it amusing, then inquired why they were fighting the Red Dragon Emperor, assuming they were friends. Kaneko looked up at Tiiamat, shock evident on her face. She struggled to comprehend the implications of Tiamat's words, her voice faltering as she processed the information. Tiiamat explained that she had been hiding Issei for his own safety, unable to reveal his existence while he was in such a vulnerable state. Kaneko's heart raced as she tried to sense if it truly was him. She recognized the familiar energy, almost identical to the artifacts Rius possessed, but Issei had concealed his true power and would react aggressively to anyone who attempted to uncover it. Kaneko's mind raced with questions. Why would he hide? The realization struck her. He couldn't remember anything. She hoped Tiiamat would refute her assumption, but instead, Tiiamat confirmed it with a nod. Kaneko's heart sank as she faced the dragon before her. The creature she had nearly harmed was the love of her life. The weight of her actions bore down on her, knowing that Issei had struggled with trust and love. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kaneko approached the heavily breathing dragon, placing a hand on its face as tears streamed down her cheeks, a mix of joy and sorrow flooding her heart. An hour after the battle, Kaneko and her peerage stood outside a tall mountain, its entrance resembling a cave waiting for its sole inhabitant. Kaneko stared intently at the cave, each second stretching into what felt like hours, and the past hours seemed infinite. Her cheeks were red and puffy, still wet from the tears that rolled down her face. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her. Some were happy, while others were filled with sadness, despair, self-hate, and the fear of losing him again. This was not the same Issei, but perhaps even a faint memory of her remained. Nene approached Kaneko, noticing her distant gaze. Kaneko's eyes appeared dull, the usual glint and shine replaced by renewed grief. Nene, concerned yet serious, wanted to understand the problem they were facing. She asked how Kaneko knew Issei, the dragon in question. Kaneko's sadness became more apparent as she looked up, her voice weak yet heavy with emotion. She expressed her reluctance to discuss it and turned her attention back to the cave. Nene pressed on, wanting to know more about the person who seemed to cause Kaneko such pain. She wondered why Kaneko would avoid talking about someone who made her sad. Nene tried to bridge the gap, asking if Issei had been involved in the recent battle against a formidable foe. Kaneko remained fixated on the cave, her silence speaking volumes. She finally admitted that Issei had been a part of her past, a member of her old peerage, and the first to rush into danger whenever a friend was in trouble. This bravery had nearly cost him his life on numerous occasions. As Kaneko spoke, tears began to flow again. She felt a need to share her story, to honor the bond they had formed over the years. Nene wrapped her arms around Kaneko, offering comfort and understanding. She expressed her concerns and curiosity about Issei but acknowledged that she had approached the topic insensitively. Kaneko nodded, accepting the embrace, and allowed herself to cry freely. The weight of her emotions poured out as she clung to Nene, seeking solace. In the cave, Tiamat observed the situation from within. She wondered why others could not respect her territory, playfully blaming Issei for the increased attention from other dragons. Standing next to Issei's unconscious form, she noted the severity of his injuries. She had sealed his wounds, leaving behind a scar, and felt relieved that she had placed power seals on him to ensure his survival. As she examined him, she sensed a shift in energy, as if someone were watching her, but it quickly faded. With a smirk, Tiamat began to poke at Issei's wound, teasing him about his inability to remain unnoticed. She encouraged him to wake up, much like a mother would to her son. Slowly, Issei began to stir, his neck moving toward her, and his tail wrapped around her in a protective embrace. As his eyes opened, he met Tiamat's gaze, and she gently caressed his head, eliciting a growl of appreciation from him. Tiamat playfully remarked on his behavior, noting how he acted less like a dragon when she showed him affection. Despite his formidable appearance, there was a softness in his response that made her smile. She looked towards him, and he returned her gaze, both aware that they needed to discuss the next steps. Tiamat acknowledged Issei's longing to be her familiar, understanding that his needs stemmed from having been defeated by her. However, she reminded him that he could not leave this place, a fact he accepted with a nod. Tiamat expressed her concern that no one could know he was alive, as most of the supernatural believed he had simply retired after using his power. She lamented the absence of Draig's guidance in this situation. Gently, she placed her hand on his head, holding it there as she contemplated how to explain his existence to the group of devils waiting outside. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on her, and she felt the stress manifest in her furrowed brow. Issei, sensing his mother's worry, nuzzled her affectionately, which seemed to ease her tension. Tiamat acknowledged that they could not hide him forever, especially if he continued to cause chaos in the familiar forest. This thought prompted Issei to pull away slightly, a hint of fear creeping in as he recalled the consequences of his past misbehavior. Tiamat warned him that he would face punishment later, but for now, they needed to meet the devils. She stepped away from Issei, reminding him to behave, and he quickly moved behind her, whimpering quietly at the thought of her anger. The last time he had crossed her, he had lost one of his horns due to a chaotic outburst after eating her food, a painful lesson learned. Outside, Kaneko felt a renewed sense of strength after receiving a comforting hug from Nene. Although her worries lingered, she was now better equipped to confront the situation for Issei's sake. As she sensed the two dragonic auras emerging from the cave, she recognized Issei's presence, albeit altered in many ways. Yet, she could still detect traces of the familiar energy that belonged to him. Tiamat emerged from the cave with Issei, greeting the gathered devils, who bowed in respect. Dragons were inherently powerful beings, and Tiamat was the strongest among them, which elicited a mixture of reverence and fear from those present. Kaneko, however, remained focused solely on Issei, her heart filled with conflicting emotions of pain and joy. Tiamat noticed this and stepped aside, allowing Kaneko and Issei to see each other clearly. Both of them stood just a meter apart, each feeling a magnetic pull towards the other. Kaneko longed to run to him, to embrace him, to be close to him once more. She was captivated by the appealing waves of golden, green, and red that danced around his aura. Meanwhile, Issei felt a sense of familiarity from her presence, as if he had known her before, despite only having his mother in his memory. He moved closer, taking in her features, including her cat-like ears and tail, and noticed her slight tremors as he approached. A natural instinct urged him to submit and become her familiar, a feeling ingrained in creatures who had spent time in the familiar forest, yet his dragonic nature resisted, deeming it shameful. As they stood there, Tiamat watched with joy, while Kaneko's peerage observed with concern for her safety. Kaneko gazed into Issei's large golden eyes, recognizing them as the same as she remembered. Before Issei could react, Kaneko gently placed her hand on the tip of his snout, feeling his slow, rhythmic breathing. Tiamat was taken aback by his willingness to allow her to touch him so easily, reflecting on the idea that love knows no bounds. Kaneko moved closer, placing her other hand under his lower jaw, carefully maintaining eye contact to gauge his comfort. Issei did not seem to mind, and she managed to embrace him, though it was a challenge due to his size. As if sensing her intentions, he curled his neck and tail around her, prompting concern from her peerage until Nene intervened. Tiamat observed the tender scene as Issei lay down, closing his eyes and tightening his embrace around Kaneko. She felt a blush rise to her cheeks, overwhelmed by emotions she had not experienced in a long time. Sitting near his stomach, Kaneko felt the gentle rise and fall of his breath. She looked from his peaceful face to Tiamat and then back to Issei, whose eyes were now closed. With utmost care, she began to touch his body, her hands moving delicately as he responded with pleasant growls. Tears of happiness welled in her eyes, and she smiled brightly, feeling a sense of joy she had not known in years. In a moment of playful affection, she referred to him as a pervert, her voice filled with warmth. Issei opened his eyes, meeting her gaze with intensity, his golden orbs narrowing as he processed her words. Kaneko, undeterred by his sudden movement, leaned closer, placing both hands on his head and recalling the fond nickname she had once given him. Nene softly recalled a moment from the past, noticing a slight tremor in Issei's eye at her words. Tiamat observed this interaction, feeling her initial worries begin to fade. Nene, determined to remain calm, struggled to suppress her instinct to act, believing that observation was the best course for now. She wished for nothing more than for Issei to be fine, her arm poised to drop at any moment as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. Kaneko, meanwhile, gently positioned her hands to cradle Issei's head, a challenging task given its size. Despite the difficulty, Issei allowed her to hold him, finding solace in her touch. Nene reminded Issei of his name, Issei Haidu, as she affectionately patted his head. He responded to the name, though he could not express it outwardly. Tiamat approached and knelt beside Issei, blocking Kaneko's view of her. She shared that Issei recognized his name, one of the few memories he retained, and described how he would gaze into her eyes when they turned crimson red, a habit from his younger days. Kaneko, puzzled, wondered why Issei could not speak. She understood his memory loss but expected him to at least be able to communicate. Issei seemed to react to her question, looking toward Tiamat for an explanation. Tiamat contemplated how to answer, acknowledging her own concerns about his silence. She explained that, at 10 years old, Issei should have been able to speak by now, as dragons typically begin to talk within a year or two after Biardish. However, he had never uttered a word. Their only means of communication was through their familial bond, and although he was not her biological hatchling, she considered him her own. Kaniko's thoughts raced as she connected the dots. She speculated that Issei's inability to speak might be linked to his reincarnation and the different energies within him. She looked at Issei with compassion, yearning to hear his voice again, but fearing that she might never have that chance. Tiamat proposed an idea, suggesting that Kaniko place her head against Issei's. Although confused, Kaniko complied, resting her head against his side and closing her eyes. Issei instinctively followed suit, responding to her embrace. Tiamat hoped that the bond she shared with Issei would facilitate communication, theorizing that nekeshes, upon finding a mate, formed a bond that allowed them to speak with one another. As Tiamat waited to see if Kaniko and Issei's connection remained intact, Kaniko focused on her longing for Issei to speak. She silently pleaded for him to say something, her emotions overwhelming her as tears began to fall. Moments passed in silence, broken only by Kaniko's quiet sobs, until she suddenly pulled away from Issei, her expression one of shock and uncertainty. She looked to Tiamat, who wore a joyful smile, and asked if she had heard it too. Tiamat encouraged Issei to repeat what he had said, her excitement growing as she realized her theory had worked. Issei's gaze was fixed on Kaniko, who now beamed with joy, tears streaming down her face. She expressed her happiness, having transitioned from sadness to joy, and kissed Issei's forehead, surprising him with the unexpected gesture. Tiamat watched with a bright smile, recognizing the significance of their interaction. She noted that despite Issei's memory loss and reincarnation, the bond between him and Kaniko still existed. Kaniko was elated, her tears forming a small pool beneath them, while Issei appeared more confused than happy. Tiamat signaled to Kaniko's peerage to step back, knowing they needed to do something that might help Issei regain some of his old memories, even if only a few. She glanced back at the two, chuckling at Issei's bewildered expression as Kaniko continued to hug him tightly. Tiamat suggested it was time to help Issei recover his memories, and Kaniko, filled with hope, vowed to do everything in her power to assist him, even if it was just a small memory. Kaniko focused intently on Tiamat's chaotic eyes, her determination evident. They had been preparing for Kaniko to enter Issei's mind, a challenging task that required them to utilize their bond. Although Kaniko was uncertain about how they would achieve this with just their connection, Tiamat reminded her that their bond allowed them to communicate. By concentrating enough senjutsu into their bond, Kaniko believed she could access Issei's mind. They planned to do this while Issei was asleep, which meant they needed to ensure he would be resting. As Kaniko observed Issei's sleeping form, she found him surprisingly endearing. Just half an hour ago, he had seemed like a mindless dragon to her, but now his peaceful demeanor struck her as cute, albeit tinged with sadness, as she realized she might never witness his old self again. Tiamat and Kaniko had relocated themselves and Issei to Tiamat's cave to perform the ritual. Issei lay still, deeply asleep, prompting soft giggles from both Tiamat and Kaniko at how oddly adorable he appeared. Tiamat asked if Kaniko was ready, and she nodded in response. Standing up, she moved closer to Issei's head and settled beside him. Tiamat began to explain the process. Kaniko was instructed to rest her head on Issei's, close her eyes, and seek out their bond, their connection. Following the guidance, Kaniko positioned her head against his, shut her eyes, and began to search for their bond. It felt as though she were swimming, but the water was heavier than usual. Nevertheless, she persevered. As she swam, Kaniko sensed she was approaching the surface. She swam harder, reaching out as she broke through the water's surface. Although she gasped for breath, she quickly realized she did not need to breathe. The realization struck her, she was inside Issei's mind, or at least, she believed she was. In this seemingly infinite space, Kaniko floated, taking in the surroundings. This realm had to be their bond, a metaphysical plane connecting them. She thought it was fascinating and began to swim forward, unsure of what direction to take in this strange place. Ahead, she spotted a small island made of rocks, though visibility was limited in the darkness, with only the multicolored lights resembling stars illuminating the area. The beauty of this space captivated her, but she knew she had to keep moving to find a way into Issei's mind. Upon reaching the island, Kaneko climbed onto it, feeling surprisingly energized despite her earlier exertions. This realm defied her understanding. She felt no fatigue and had no need for air. Determined to make progress, she walked around the island, hoping to discover something that would guide her. Eventually, she stumbled upon a massive magic circle. Curious, she approached the circle, examining it closely. It resembled a Grimoire magic circle, one she had created before, but when she attempted to replicate it, her own circle shattered. Confused, Kaneko accepted this as another rule of this space. Magic seemed to be restricted here, possibly even senjutsu. Fortunately, she preferred hand-to-hand combat, where she excelled, as few beings could withstand a direct hit from her. To her relief, it seemed her strength still functioned in this realm. She silently thanked the mouse as she continued to inspect the circle before her. Upon closer examination, she realized it was a transport circle, and she recognized it as the one Rias had used before Issei joined their peerage. The missing scripts and symbols confirmed its origin. This circle must have been created before Issei, Asia, Zenovia, and Rius had arrived. Kaneko pondered its presence, suddenly recalling that it was a replica of the circle Issei had encountered when he was killed by that crow. With a plan forming in her mind, Kaneko contemplated her next move. She wondered if she should simply jump into the circle. After a moment of thought, she decided to pour some magic into it, hoping it would work. To her surprise, it did, and she felt the energy surge as she prepared to teleport into Issei's mind. It was a risky choice, but it was her best option, as she had no other alternatives. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the circle, and crimson light enveloped her. As the light faded, Kaneko found herself reappearing in a familiar setting, bathed in what felt like sunlight, the same sunlight from the human world. She opened her eyes to find herself in Ku, specifically in the park where Issei had died. Confusion washed over her as she surveyed her surroundings. The park was unmistakable with its trees, bush walls, the quaint cafe, and the fountain. However, her attention was drawn to the fountain, which was now spewing fire. Kaneko watched as a column of flames shot into the sky, transforming before her eyes. The color of raven black began to take shape, expanding and contracting as it formed the silhouette of a woman. As the figure gained more features, including a well-defined chest, slender arms, and a pair of wings, Kaneko's eyes widened in realization. She recognized who this figure was becoming, and a sense of dread filled her. Kaneko felt a surge of anger as she thought about Rainer, the one who had caused Issei so much suffering. Even now, she seemed to be a source of torment. As Kaneko confronted the remnants of the flames, Rainer emerged, her wicked smirk unmistakable. She laughed, reveling in her own survival, taunting Kaneko about her lack of affection for Issei. Rainer claimed that she and the other cursed souls from Issei's past would never allow him to find happiness. With a flick of her hand, Rainer summoned multiple light spears, all aimed at Kaneko. As she unleashed her attack, Kaneko braced herself, knowing she needed to act quickly. Despite her efforts to dodge, several spears struck her, leaving painful bruises. Rainer's laughter echoed as she prepared for another round of attacks, but Kaneko was ready. She began channeling her senjutsu, hoping it would be enough to counter Rainer's relentless assault. As the battle raged on, Kaneko found herself pushed back, eventually landing on a fountain that extinguished the flames around her. Seizing the moment, she launched her own attack, sending multiple senjutsu orbs toward Rainer. The surprise of the incoming assault caught Rainer off guard, preventing her from forming an adequate defense. When the dust settled, Kaneko was shocked to see Rainer wounded, with dark flames emanating from the holes in her body. The flames intensified, transforming Rainer into a larger, more formidable version of herself, her wings casting a shadow over the battlefield. She mocked Kaneko, declaring her immortality and summoning even larger light spears. Kaneko, undeterred, focused her energy, determined to prove that she could achieve the impossible, just as Issei had. As the two prepared for their final confrontation, Kaneko unleashed a massive beam of senjutsu, striking Rainer directly in the heart. Reiner's form began to disintegrate, consumed by flames that instead of empowering her, caused her to shrink away into ash. The landscape around Kaneko transformed into a desolate wasteland, filled with destruction and remnants of a once thriving town. Confused by the shift in scenery, Kaneko pondered the significance of her surroundings. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Fried Salzen, the white-haired fallen angel, appeared, taunting her about their previous encounters. Kaneko's anger flared at the sight of him, and without hesitation she lunged at him, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the ruins behind him. As she surveyed the damage, doubts crept into her mind. Fried had always been a formidable opponent, and Reiner's strength had been overwhelming. Just then she heard clapping from above. Cocabriel, the pale fallen angel, sat on a floating throne, unimpressed by the chaos. Kaneko realized that she was navigating the depths of Issei's mind, encountering memories that haunted him. Frustrated, she questioned why Cocabriel was one of the lingering memories. While Fried and Reiner had caused significant harm, Cocabriel's presence felt out of place. Kaneko reflected on the pain inflicted on Issei's friends, recognizing that she was part of the shadows that haunted him. Exhausted, she let out a small laugh, realizing the weight of her journey and the challenges that lay ahead. Issei had allowed someone to hunt him, someone who had not directly harmed him but had inflicted pain on his friends and family. Kaneko thought about how foolish this was as she began to prepare another senjutsu beam. The enemy attempted to engage her in conversation, but Kaneko swiftly ended the exchange by shooting his head off with a single senjutsu beam. She felt a growing impatience, reminding herself that she was doing this for Issei and needed to finish the battle quickly. Suddenly, the throne of Cocabriel fell from the sky, creating a massive dust cloud that enveloped Kaneko. When the dust settled, she found herself in front of a half-destroyed school building, Ku Academy. As she surveyed her surroundings, she pondered who her next opponent would be. It didn't take long for Fried to emerge from the rubble, wielding the merged Excalibur. He greeted her with a mocking tone, expressing his longing for revenge after witnessing her defeat of his earlier self. Fried charged at her with the sword, and Kaneko was caught off guard, receiving a painful cut on her arm. He taunted her, reminding her that his weapon could kill with a single stab. As he lunged at her again, he unleashed a flurry of downward, sideways, and upward slashes, repeating this pattern relentlessly. Kaneko struggled to defend herself against his increasingly rapid attacks, feeling the pressure mount as she narrowly dodged each strike. Determined to turn the tide, Kaneko recalled her past victories against other swordsmen and resolved to defeat Fried as well. She began to channel her senjutsu energy around her body, enhancing her abilities. With newfound agility, she started to evade his attacks with ease and even managed to land a few hits on him, causing him to lose focus. Fried grew frustrated, demanding that she stand still so he could finish her off. The battle shifted from being one-sided to a more balanced confrontation, and soon Kaneko gained the upper hand. Her strikes began to connect, bending Fried's sword over time. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a powerful blow that shattered Excalibur into pieces. As Fried struggled to defend himself, Kaneko unleashed a relentless assault, causing him to cough up blood as her strength overwhelmed him. Once she felt confident that Fried was defeated, she noticed his body beginning to melt into the ground, transforming the sandy PE field into a rocky landscape. Recognizing the shift, Kaneko prepared herself for the next challenge, recalling her previous encounters with formidable opponents. She focused her energy, feeling her power rise to a low-level ultimate-class devil as she awaited the appearance of either Loki or Fenrir. Suddenly, a massive hill erupted, and Fenrir emerged, larger than before. Kaneko readied herself, aware that this opponent, along with Reiner, posed a significant threat. She sensed a change in Fenrir, something that made him more dangerous than she remembered. Above Fenrir, a Norse rune formed, splitting open like a door, and from it emerged Loki, the Norse god of mischief. He appeared unimpressed, recalling their previous encounters. Loki acknowledged the challenge ahead, but he seemed to have a plan. With a snap of his fingers, Jormungandr appeared in a flash of lightning, shaking the ground beneath them. Kaneko recognized her opponents, She had fought against them all before. The god-slaying wolf Fenrir, Jormungandr, one of the 5 dragon kings, and their father, Loki Odinson. She wished it could have just been Fenrir. Meanwhile, in Tiamat's cave, Tiamat observed the bodies of Issei and Kaneko, who were resting peacefully. She sensed Kaneko's consciousness traveling into Issei's mind, noting the strange expressions that crossed her face as if she were experiencing pain. Tiamat speculated about the mental defenses protecting Issei, wondering if Kaneko would have to confront those she loved in her struggles. She remained vigilant, focusing on any unusual movements from them, hoping they would not harm themselves in the real world. As she continued to watch over them, Tiamat felt a prickling aura emanating from the two. She noticed that Kaneko seemed fine, but Issei's condition appeared concerning. As the transformation unfolded, Issei's body took on a more metallic appearance. His scales shifted into plates, his horns turned to gold instead of ivory, and even his wings appeared to thin out. Tiamat sprang from her seat, rushing closer to Issei, desperate to understand what was happening to her son. It was then that she noticed a large pinkish gem embedded in his chest. Issei's body began to grow slowly, becoming increasingly metallic, with skin forming beneath the surface. It was as if he were a hybrid of his balance breaker and this new form. Tiamat felt a surge of concern as she observed the changes occurring before her eyes, witnessing her son transition from a full dragon to a strange mutation that blended elements of his previous state. The sight was reminiscent of the jaggernaut drive. Suddenly, an unknown voice echoed, seemingly emanating from the gem in Issei's chest. It confirmed her thoughts, acknowledging the resemblance to the jaggernaut drive. Tiamat, feeling a wave of fear wash over her, questioned the identity of the voice, grappling with the unsettling reality of the situation. The story began to unfold as the protagonist, Issei, found himself in a world filled with dragons and magic. He had lost his memories, leaving him disoriented and confused about his identity and the connections he once held dear. Kaneko, a fierce and determined character, discovered that her mate was alive, yet he had no recollection of her or their shared past. This revelation ignited a spark of hope within her, propelling her to seek answers and restore what was lost. As the narrative progressed, Kaneko's journey intertwined with that of Tiamat, a powerful dragon who played a significant role in Issei's life. Tiamat's presence was shrouded in mystery, and her backstory would be revealed through flashbacks in subsequent chapters. The plot thickened as Kaneko navigated her emotions, grappling with the pain of Issei's amnesia while also feeling a deep connection to him. The story was structured like a journey, with each chapter representing a step toward an ultimate goal. The characters faced various challenges, both external and internal, as they sought to understand their destinies. Kaneko's determination to help Issei regain his memories became a driving force, pushing her to confront obstacles and enemies alike. As the narrative unfolded, themes of love, loss, and the quest for identity emerged. The characters were not merely fighting against external forces but also battling their own fears and uncertainties. The journey was not just about Issei's memories, it was about the bonds that tied them together and the strength they found in each other. With each passing chapter, the stakes grew higher, and the characters were drawn deeper into a world where dragons roamed and destinies were intertwined. The journey was just beginning, and the path ahead was fraught with challenges that would test their resolve and redefine their relationships. Kaneko's unwavering spirit and Tiamat's enigmatic presence promised to lead them toward a destiny that would change everything. In the familiar forest, deep within Tiamat's cave, a sense of anticipation filled the air as she approached a glowing pink gem. She hoped it would be her old companion, Drake. As she reached out to touch the gem, it responded with a brilliant glow that intensified at their contact. However, when Issei stirred within the gem, Tiamat instinctively withdrew her hand, worried that she had done something wrong. The gem's glow began to fade, then re-emerged in a patterned manner. The voice that emerged was familiar yet different, addressing her as Dragon King Tiamat. It was not Drake, but Issei. Tiamat's heart raced with surprise, and tears welled in her eyes as she moved closer to the gem once more. The moment was heavy with emotion, and an awkward silence lingered until Issei spoke again, revealing that he was both himself and something more. He described his existence as a sacred gear, a fusion of past host and the gear itself. Tiamat struggled to comprehend his words, confusion evident on her face. Issei continued, expressing uncertainty about his current state. He explained that his awakening was tied to Kaneko, who had begun unlocking memories that had long been buried. Tiamat observed that Issei's voice lacked the emotional depth she had expected, prompting her to question why he seemed so detached. Issei pondered this himself, reflecting on his former self and the madness he had experienced before defeating Trihexa. He acknowledged that he was unsure of his feelings, which only deepened Tiamat's concern. Tiamat recalled their past encounters, when she had initially met Issei and Rias while they sought her assistance in the war against the Chaos Brigade. Her thoughts shifted to Kaneko, who was peacefully sleeping nearby, and she found herself momentarily distracted by the sight. However, she quickly refocused on Issei, eager to understand why he had not awakened sooner. Issei hesitated, fearing that revealing the truth might upset her. He explained that he had chosen not to awaken, believing it would disrupt the life Issei had built. As he spoke, his voice grew more emotional, revealing a depth of feeling that surprised Tiamat. She had assumed he would long for reunion with his friends and family, but his words suggested otherwise. Tiamat's heart sank as she realized the pain Issei was experiencing, and she reached out to him, desperate to alleviate his suffering. He expressed regret, feeling trapped in a sea of pain that he could not escape. Tiamat's hope began to rise as she asked if he would allow Issei to reclaim his old life, but Issei's chilling response extinguished her optimism. He warned her of the dangers that lay ahead, mentioning formidable foes and the curse of his past life. The gem's glow dimmed as Issei's pain intensified, and Tiamat's tears flowed freely, overwhelmed by the anguish of her son. She embraced the gem, transforming into her true form as a majestic blue dragon, her tears blending into her scales as she sobbed quietly. Inside Issei's mind, Kaneko lay on the ground, recovering from her battle with Loki and his children. Frustration coursed through her as she reflected on the fight she had faced alone. Despite her exhaustion, she felt a sense of pride in her victory, imagining Issei's approval and the comforting head pats he would give her. As her wounds began to heal, the pain in her left leg lingered, a reminder of the battle she had endured. She knew that if she faced another opponent in her current state, she would struggle to hold her ground. Kaneko sat up, assessing the damage to her body after the battle. Fortunately, she found only small scratches and bruises, nothing serious. She stood up, testing her legs to ensure everything was functioning properly. After a moment, she felt reassured. She hoped her next opponent would be easier, perhaps Freed or Valle, though she doubted Valle would appear. Suddenly, the body of Fenrir began to grow, expanding at an alarming rate and engulfing her and the battlefield in a gray void. Inside this void, Kaneko floated, her vision blurred and her mind half awake. Time lost all meaning. Then, a light appeared in the center of the void, transforming from white to a deep blue. As the light grew brighter, Kaneko felt herself awakening, her mind regaining clarity. A voice echoed through the rift, urging her to stop before it was too late. It was Tiamat, warning her that Issei's memories had been sealed to protect him from insanity. Kaneko struggled to comprehend this revelation. Had her actions been leading Issei toward madness with each foe she defeated? Doubt filled her mind as she questioned Tiamat's intentions, wondering if this was a trick. Tiamat insisted that Issei was in danger, his body transforming and suffering as a result. Kaneko felt torn. If she stopped, Issei would live but never know his true family. If she continued, he might unleash chaos upon the world. The weight of her decision pressed heavily on her. As she pondered, a new presence emerged in the void. Kaneko searched frantically for the source, demanding it reveal itself. The void shifted to a pink hue, transforming into a surreal landscape. The entity that spoke identified itself as Issei's old self, claiming to be the memory of who he once was. Kaneko felt a surge of anger, asserting that if this being were truly Issei, he would not have sealed his memories away. The entity explained that it chose to allow the new Issei to live a happy life, something it had never experienced. It expressed resentment for having endured pain and suffering for the sake of others. Kaniko's heart sank as she realized a part of Issei harbored bitterness toward her and their friends for reviving him and pulling him into the supernatural world. The entity lamented that Kaniko and Tiiamat were disrupting its plans for Issei's new life, one it had grown to appreciate, even if it was violent. It wished to remain in the void, living as a ghost of its former self. Kaniko cried out, rejecting this version of Issei, mourning the man she had lost, the one who had once been the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, respected by all in the supernatural realm. As Kaniko grappled with her emotions, she questioned why this entity would use its worst memories as a defense against intrusions into its mind. The void fell silent, as if the entity struggled to find an answer. Kaniko felt a glimmer of understanding. She had uncovered a crucial piece of the puzzle. The entity finally responded, claiming it used those memories to protect the seal on Issei's memories. It urged her to leave, warning that it would not end well for her if she remained. Kaniko stood her ground, refusing to trust this being any longer. She declared that it was not her Issei, and its attempts to mimic him were inadequate. Her resolve strengthened. She prepared to confront the truth of the situation, determined to find a way to save Issei from the turmoil that threatened him. Kaniko felt a surge of determination as she confronted the figure before her, sensing that something was off. The being claimed to be Issei, yet his tone was harsh and uncharacteristic. Issei had always been someone who looked forward, even in fear, and this entity did not embody that spirit. Kaniko insisted that the figure was merely pretending, emphasizing that the real Issei would never allow his past to define him or deter him from moving forward. The figure, now revealing itself as a distorted version of Issei, expressed anger and despair, declaring that even if Kaniko defeated him, there were others waiting in the shadows. He proclaimed that Issei would never have a good life. As he morphed back into the pink void, Kaniko could still sense his presence, pondering what his next move would be now that his initial plan had failed. Suddenly, a part of the void shot towards her in the shape of a spike. Kaniko easily dodged it, and as more spikes followed, she continued to evade them with little effort. The figure grew increasingly frustrated, demanding that she stand still and let him impale her. Despite the tension, Kaniko found a sense of amusement in the situation, using the spikes to create drawings in the air while maintaining her agility. After a prolonged struggle, the figure finally admitted defeat, expressing his frustration at having achieved nothing. He transformed into a shadowy version of Issei, his expression one of anger and despair. He opened a hole in the void, leading to the next stage within Issei's mind. Kaniko, having calmed down, questioned his sudden lack of resolve, noting that he had previously vowed not to let her free Issei. The figure lamented his inability to do anything but lie, revealing a sense of hopelessness. Kaniko found his demeanor both endearing and infuriating, as he resembled Issei yet seemed ready to give up. She firmly stated that she would not fall for his tricks, recognizing the hole as a trap but also as her only way forward. Her resolve was clear. She would confront him not only to progress but also to protect those who cared for Issei. With a calm yet determined voice, Kaniko declared her intent to defeat him, driven by her love for Issei and the pain he had caused others. The figure acknowledged her strength, smirking as he conceded. Kaniko unleashed a powerful beam of senjutsu at point-blank range, ensuring that he could no longer deceive anyone. With renewed vigor, she called out to the next opponent, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she prepared to move forward, Kaniko felt a surge of power coursing through her. Her ears and tail transformed, splitting into two tails, a sign of her newfound strength. Proud yet focused, she stepped through the gate to her next opponent, fueled by her determination to rescue Issei. Meanwhile, in the Grimoire territory, Rias Grimoire sat in her office, surrounded by the elegance of Victorian decor. As the Archduchess of the Grimoire territory, she found herself buried in paperwork, a task she had taken on after her father's retirement following the battle with Trihexa. Despite her beauty and charm, she felt the weight of leadership pressing down on her. Sighing, she leaned back in her chair, glancing at the objects hanging above her desk. One was a white gauntlet adorned with a blue gem, a relic from Issei's battle with Valle, the wielder of divine dividing. It had cost Issei dearly, but he had prioritized the safety of his friends. The other object was a long, sharp sword, a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead for them all. Rias took a moment to gather her thoughts, aware that the fate of many rested on their shoulders. The sword gleamed with a golden handle and a hilt adorned with 4 claws, its long, sharp blade a testament to its legendary status as Akone, the greatest dragon-slaying sword known to the supernatural world. Rias gazed at the artifacts, lost in memories of the past when Issei was still by her side. The only real concern back then had been his reluctance to say her name. She longed for those simpler days, wishing she could turn back time. Her eyes fell on a picture beneath the 2 artifacts, capturing a moment with her remaining peerage after they had claimed ownership of the Grimoire territory. They looked genuinely happy, and Rias felt a mix of love and sorrow for the photograph. It showcased the greatness of her friends, yet it was incomplete without the one person who had made them all feel whole. Rias stood and walked to one of the large windows that stretched from floor to ceiling, looking out over her territory. She sensed her peerage moving around the mansion, with her kings patrolling the grounds to ensure their safety. A smile crept onto her face at the thought of their well-being, but it faded as she imagined Issei standing beside her, sharing the moment. As her thoughts drifted into bittersweet memories, she was startled by the presence of her queen, Acon, who approached her from behind. Concerned, Akone inquired about Rias's well-being. Rias reassured her that she was fine, merely lost in thought, though a hint of sadness lingered in her tone. Akone then informed her that Kaneko had been missing for over 2 hours, which was unusual for the dependable member of their group. Alarmed, Rias instructed Akone to send Zenovia and Asia to find Kaneko. As Rias returned her gaze to the vast underworld outside, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from the artifacts on the wall. Approaching them cautiously, she noticed that they were radiating a more refined and purer energy than before. However, her unease grew as cracks began to appear on the surfaces of the artifacts. Panic set in as she rushed forward, desperate to prevent their destruction. But before she could reach them, the artifacts shattered, leaving behind only pink dust particles. Rias fell to her knees, tears welling in her eyes. She had lost the last remnants of Issei, the only tangible connections to him aside from a clay statue. The door to her room burst open as Akone, Rias, Asia, and Zenovia rushed in, drawn by her cries. They found her on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Despite their attempts to comfort her, she remained unresponsive. Zenovia scanned the room for clues and soon noticed the absence of the artifacts, her face paling in realization. The others quickly understood the gravity of the situation as they saw Rias's heartbreak. Rias's thoughts spiraled into guilt as she lamented her failure to protect Issei's gifts. She felt as though she had lost a part of herself, consumed by sorrow. Her peerage had to gently coax her out of the room and into her bedroom, where she eventually fainted from the weight of her grief. They understood that losing anything else could push Rias into a state from which she might never recover. At that moment, Akone remembered the urgency of finding Kaneko. Losing her could further devastate Rias's already fragile mental state. She ordered Asia and Zenovia to locate Kaneko and bring her back safely, emphasizing the importance of their mission. They nodded in agreement and opened a teleportation circle to the familiar forest. Akone hoped for Kaneko's safety, wishing that the day could not possibly worsen. In the newly constructed Lucifer mansion, within a training room that showed signs of wear and tear, 3 young men stood. Among them, the Pendragon, Valley Lucifer, and Biko were present. While Ortha appeared relatively composed, Valley and Biko were visibly exhausted, their bodies marked with bruises and small wounds from their recent sparring sessions. Their relentless training had once again led to the near destruction of the training facility, prompting Ortha to step in and DSPLN them. Ortha had repeatedly warned them to stop causing so much damage, emphasizing that even if the room could be repaired, it did not justify their reckless behavior. Valley and Biko listened intently, aware that Ortha's patience was wearing thin. After enduring yet another lecture, Valley shrugged off the situation, promising not to push their luck again. Ortha sighed, knowing he would have to repeat this seaweisel soon, especially since both had become easily bored since the passing of Hayadu. As Ortha exited the room, Biko, eager to resume their sparring, assumed a fighting stance. Valle, however, chose to take a break, feeling it was not worth the trouble of provoking Ortha further. He reflected on their situation, realizing they had exhausted all their opponents, leaving them with little motivation to fight. After Biko left to give Valle some space, Valle summoned his sacred gear, a pair of silver-white wings with crystal blue accents. He attempted to communicate with Albian, his gear's spirit, inquiring about the new red dragon. Albian responded, indicating that Draig was still in a dormant state until a new host was found. Valle, preparing to dismiss his gear, was startled when Albian suddenly reacted with alarm, causing Valle to cover his ears from the loud outburst. Concerned, Valle called out for Albian, who had inexplicably gone silent. His instincts heightened, he sensed someone approaching. The door burst open, and Kuroka rushed in, followed closely by Ortha and Biko. They quickly scanned the room for any signs of trouble, their attention returning to Valle, who seemed less tense than before. Ortha inquired about the sudden surge of power that had been felt throughout Lilith, noting that it had drawn the attention of one of the mouse. Valle explained that he had not released the energy. It was Albian who had sensed something unusual and was now unresponsive. Kuroka pondered whether this could be related to Shiren's energy signature, which had recently diminished. Just then, Sirzex entered the room, intrigued by the situation. He approached Valle, examining him for any unusual magical presence. Valle, feeling defensive, raised his hands in a gesture of peace, asserting that he had been at home for the past 2 years since his last victory in a supernatural raiding game. An idea struck him, and he summoned his sacred gear once more, calling out to Albian for a response. Albian expressed his relief at finally being able to communicate after being stuck in the gear, sharing what he believed to be wonderful news. His exuberance puzzled everyone in the room, as they wondered what could possibly bring him such joy after his recent predicament. Valle, raising an eyebrow in confusion, sought clarification about Albian's sudden outburst. Albian mentioned a piece of gear that Issei had taken during their first fight, which had just been returned to its rightful user. This revelation only deepened the group's confusion, particularly for Valle, who was concerned about the implications of Albian's happiness in front of Sirzex, who was fiercely protective of his sister, especially after Issei's loss. Valle cautioned Albian to be careful with his words, aware that the situation was delicate. Albian insisted that the return of the gear should be a cause for celebration, as it meant that it had returned to its host. Sirzex, however, was not pleased, and his grim demeanor reflected his growing anger. Albian, sensing the tension, questioned who else besides Valle had used the ability of division among the current generation of dragon emperors. His question caused a stir, as the implication of Issei's involvement became apparent. Despite the disbelief in the room, Albian maintained that he was not joking about Issei's fate. He asserted his identity as the Heavenly Dragon, known for his pride and honesty. The thought that Issei might still be alive began to take root in everyone's minds, despite the doubts that lingered. Sirzex, grappling with the possibility, felt the weight of his past years of mourning and the time lost in searching for Issei. He struggled with the notion that he had failed as an older brother if Albian's claims were true. Albian acknowledged that he did not know Issei's exact whereabouts but sensed other strong auras nearby. He expressed the need for assistance in locating Issei. Kuroka stepped forward, offering her expertise in magic to help track Issei's aura. Sirzex emphasized the importance of keeping this information confidential, aware that the Devil Council would not support their efforts, given their history with Issei. As Sirzex departed, he contemplated whether to share this revelation with the other Maos or his sister. Ultimately, he decided that this secret was too significant to disclose, reflecting on the hardships Issei must have endured alone over the past 13 years. Sirzex teleported back to the main castle of Lilith, where he reported on the recent turmoil, attributing it to a rigorous training session that had left his room in disarray. Meanwhile, in a familiar forest, 2 young women appeared within a red circle, the emblem of the Gremmery clan. Zenovia, clad in her battle suit, and Asia, dressed in her traditional nun outfit, began to survey their surroundings. They sensed Kaniko's energy nearby, but it felt weak, raising Asia's concerns about her friend's safety. Zenovia reassured Asia, emphasizing Kaniko's strength and resilience. Despite her own worries, she resolved to remain brave for both of them as they set off toward Kaniko's location, determined to support their friend. Issei was the focus of their thoughts as they made their way toward the energy signature of Kaniko. As they approached, a sense of unease began to settle over them. The presence of two powerful dragon auras nearby heightened their anxiety. Zenovia tightened her grip on Asia's hand, causing Asia to wince slightly from the sudden pressure. Asia felt a growing fear and expressed her concern about the aura they sensed. The intensity of the energy being emitted made it clear that these dragons were formidable opponents. Zenovia, feeling a strange sensation as if something was detecting her, hesitated for a moment but resolved to remain strong for Asia. She acknowledged the danger, admitting that the dragons likely sensed their presence as well. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes around them. Zenovia instinctively dropped into a combat stance, readying her weapon, Durandal. Asia moved closer, trying to gauge the energy of their potential adversaries. The noise continued, branches snapping under the weight of whatever was lurking just out of sight. As the sound ceased, both prepared for an imminent confrontation, with Zenovia gripping Durandal tightly. Then a series of slaps echoed through the air, accompanied by cries for forgiveness. A commanding voice rang out, chastising those who had dared to threaten Zenovia and Asia. The figure leading the reprimand emphasized the importance of respecting Lady Zenovia and Lady Asia, warning that Kaniko would not approve of their actions. The tension in the air was palpable as the two warriors braced themselves for whatever would come next. Inside Kaniko's mind, a massive beam of energy pierced through the body of a formidable beast, causing it to roar in agony. As the beam dissipated, a gaping hole was left in the creature's upper torso, and its body collapsed forward, the light in its eyes extinguishing within moments. Nearby, Kaniko stood on a cliff, breathing heavily after unleashing the same powerful attack multiple times. She finally had a moment to catch her breath, feeling her legs beginning to give way beneath her. As she sat down, the ground shook from the impact of the beast's body hitting the ground, sending a wave of dust swirling outward. A sense of pride filled Kaniko. She had just defeated the strongest being in existence. Thoughts began to drift through her mind, reflecting on the battles she had faced. She had half expected to confront the juggernaut drive or perhaps something else entirely, but now her mind was quieter after the fight with Trihexa. Kaniko closed her eyes, resting her arms behind her for support as she leaned back to relax. However, her moment of peace was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. They were light but heavier than her own, drawing closer. She attempted to sense the aura of the newcomer but found herself unable to do so. The wind was blowing toward her, rendering her sense of smell ineffective at that moment. The footsteps halted a few feet away, prompting Kaniko to open her eyes and see who had approached her. Before she could fully focus, she heard a familiar voice greeting her warmly. It was Issei, and seeing him brought a rush of emotions. His soft, shining brown eyes, spiky hair, and the smile that she remembered so well filled her with joy. Kaniko felt at a loss for words. Her heart was bursting with feelings she could hardly express. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and a radiant smile lit up her face, her cheeks flushed with emotion. She could hardly believe that Issei was right in front of her. Slowly, she began to crawl toward him, and he moved to meet her halfway. Issei knelt down and embraced her trembling body, allowing her to bury her face in his chest, soaking his old school uniform with her tears. He gently placed a hand on the back of her head, holding her tenderly as she sobbed quietly, her tears becoming fewer. Kaniko expressed how much she had missed him, her voice weak from exhaustion and emotion. Issei reciprocated her feelings, sharing that he had missed her and the others as well. Kaniko shifted to look into his eyes, and when their gazes met, she felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. She leaned in and pressed her lips against his, recalling the sweetness of their past. However, to her dismay, he did not kiss her back. Concerned, she pulled away, fearing she had done something wrong. Kaniko asked if he was not happy to see her, her emotions taking control of her thoughts. Issei sighed, closing his eyes briefly before reopening them, revealing a change in their color to a dull gold. His smile faded slightly, which worried Kaneko. She could not understand what could possibly be wrong now that they were together again. He mentioned the spirit of Loki's curse, and Kaneko nodded, seeking clarity as her anxiety grew. Issei explained that he was no longer the person he once was, merely a ghost of his former self. He pointed to the sleeping dragon form of Issei that had suddenly appeared nearby, which only deepened her concern. Kaneko felt a wave of sadness wash over her as Issei continued, revealing that while he was a remnant of the old Issei, the real him was gone. If the true Issei were still alive, he would have kissed her the moment he saw her. Kaneko's heart sank, her hopes were dashed. She had fought so hard for this moment, only to find it was a farewell rather than a reunion. She questioned the purpose of her struggles, feeling a mix of sadness, hopelessness, and anger. Issei reassured her that her efforts were not in vain. He would receive the memories of his past life. Although she would not regain Issei in the way she had hoped, he would still be a part of her life in a different form. As he whispered comforting words in her ear, Kaneko felt a shock of realization wash over her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her face began to tear up again, but this time it was from happiness. She expressed her feelings with a light-hearted remark about Issei, playfully calling him a pervert and an enemy to all women and their hearts. Issei smiled at her unexpected statement, tilting his head to the side. He had always believed that appreciating beauty was a part of life, a sentiment he would uphold until his last day. This light-hearted banter caused them both to laugh, and after regaining his composure, Issei stood up and reached out his hand to her. She hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to take it. He led her over to the sleeping dragon, stopping a few meters away from his body. The chains around the dragon rustled softly as he breathed in and out. Issei turned to her, placing one of his hands over hers. He opened his palm, letting a small key drop into her hand. Kaneko looked at the key, confused, until she glanced back at the dragon. His body was covered in chains and locks, and now she held a key to one of those locks. She looked back up at Issei, whose calm demeanor and friendly aura surrounded her. She wanted to ask him about it, but she feared that his answer might hurt her more. Issei spoke gently, explaining that this would be a difficult task, but it was necessary, not for him or anyone else, but for the dragon. He was a child who would soon gain memories and powers beyond his imagination, and he would need the support of his friends. Kaneko's eyes began to fill with tears again, knowing he was right. She asked if using the key would allow the dragon to remember her as he once did, her voice tinged with hope and the fear of possible rejection. Issei reassured her that he would remember her, at least for now. The others would need to connect with him through their bond, but thanks to her, it wouldn't be as difficult. After a moment, Issei stopped petting her and stepped back, his smile fading as his expression became more serious. Kaneko sensed that her time with him was coming to an end, so she turned to the sleeping dragon and began walking toward him. Each step felt heavy, memories flooding her mind. She didn't look back at Issei, knowing it would only make this harder. She stopped in front of the dragon's sleeping form, the rustling chains creating a soft melody at this distance. It was oddly appealing. Once she inserted the key, both she and the dragon would awaken. She needed to take him to the others, to bring him home. Issei's voice rang in her mind, filled with warmth rather than the stoicism she had expected. She envisioned him as he had been, alive and with them in the underworld. She didn't cry, knowing he wouldn't want to see her upset. Instead, she smiled as she turned her attention back to the sleeping dragon. With a soft click, one of the chains fell to the ground, producing a metallic sound that echoed around her. The chain began to glow with a pinkish hue, transforming into countless small particles that floated into the air. She looked back at the dragon, noticing his eyes slowly opening and trembling as it focused on her. A small, frightened sound escaped him, reminiscent of a scared animal. She reached out her hand, and he moved his head to feel her touch, establishing a connection between them. She welcomed him back, her heart swelling with emotion. Meanwhile, in the familiar forest outside Tiamat's cave, Nene and her fellow peerage members managed to coax the shaken duo, Zenovia and Asia, to approach the cave little by little. They had struggled to communicate, as the two women often ignored them, mumbling only the names Issei and I missed you, which was becoming increasingly unsettling. After leading them for half an hour, they finally arrived at the cave. Nene told the other girls they could go on patrol or rest, as the day had already been overwhelming. As Nene hesitated, asking if the two were ready, Zenovia and Asia stared blankly at the cave entrance, giving her an unsettling look. Nene felt a chill run down her spine as they walked past her without a word or glance. Confused by their fixation on Issei, she decided to step aside and rest against a tree. Zenovia and Asia ventured deeper into the cave, where the light from the purple sky faded, replaced by the glow of bioluminescent fungi that illuminated the cavern in a soft blue light. After what felt like an eternity, they finally stood before the auras of three powerful beings. Kaneko was discernible behind the massive blue dragon, Tiiamat. The aura of another presence loomed behind Tiiamat, radiating strength that rivaled her own. As they approached the front of Tiamat's body, they heard the sounds of crying and sobbing. Kaneko was curled around the body of a young male red dragon. As they drew closer, they could sense Issei's aura intertwined with the dragon's, along with others, primarily Trihexas. The sight before them was overwhelming, and they could hardly breathe as their hearts ached at the realization of what they were witnessing. Asia fell to her knees, her body weakening under the weight of the moment, while Zenovia stood frozen, equally affected. They gazed at the dragon that was supposed to be their Issei, struggling to comprehend how this could be. Everything except his aura had changed. He was no longer the same brown-haired boy they had fallen in love with. He had forgotten his past. The giant blue dragon, Tiiamat, acknowledged this with a hint of sorrow in her voice. The girls, Zenovia and Asia, stood before her, unsure of how to process the situation. Tiiamat raised her long neck and turned her head to meet their gaze directly. She explained that she had not welcomed them earlier because she had been trying to help her son. The girls could see the hurt and worry in her eyes. Tiiamat confirmed that Nene had informed them about her son, who was the reincarnation of Issei Haidu, though he was now simply known as Issei. Her voice softened as she spoke, understanding the confusion and pain the girls felt regarding Issei's new life. Zenovia glanced back at Issei's body, a small tear rolling down her cheek. As it fell to the ground, she turned back to Tiiamat, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and hurt as she questioned why Tiiamat had not informed them that he was alive. Tiiamat lowered her head in a gesture of remorse, explaining that she had kept him hidden for her own reasons, primarily because he had forgotten everything except his name. She expressed her deep regret for not being able to restore his memories. Asia, her voice filled with confusion and pain, asked how it was possible for him to forget. Tiiamat sighed deeply and admitted that she did not know the answer, despite her efforts to help him remember. Asia began to sob quietly into her hands, while Zenovia lowered her head, her hair obscuring her eyes as she trembled. Zenovia eventually looked up at Tiiamat, her eyes still hidden, and inquired how long Tiiamat had cared for Issei as his mother. The question puzzled both Tiiamat and Asia. Tiiamat thought for a moment, a small smile appearing on her face as she recalled the happy years spent with her son. She revealed that she had found him a few months after the battle with Trihexa, wandering alone and searching for something or someone. She had taken him in that day, embracing him as her own. Zenovia, still concealing her eyes, allowed tears to fall silently. She bowed her head in gratitude, thanking Tiiamat for caring for Issei when they should have. This unexpected expression of gratitude surprised Tiiamat, who had anticipated anger instead. Asia stood beside Zenovia, bowing as well to express her thanks. Tiiamat felt a mix of gratitude and shame for not having told them about Issei's survival. She expressed her regret, explaining that she had not wanted to let him go after he had looked at her as if she were his real mother. Just then, they heard Issei grunt in pain, prompting concern on the faces of both girls. Instinctively, Asia rushed to him, using her healing abilities to help, while Tiiamat wrapped herself around his body, hoping to ease his pain with her motherly embrace. Zenovia felt a deep sense of shame for not being able to help her true love. She moved closer to Issei's head, noticing Kaneko sleeping beside him, arms wrapped around him. She decided to do the same, resting her head against his, closing her eyes. She felt a surge of happiness at seeing him again, even if he appeared different on the outside. She hoped he was still her Issei on the inside. As she felt his aura encircle her, it was as if they were embracing, intertwining their energies. In that moment, her mind began to fade as the sounds of the surrounding area diminished, giving way to a brilliant light that enveloped her. Inside Issei's mind, she felt as if she were soaring over the clouds. Suddenly, clouds began to form around her, and land appeared far below. She felt a profound sense of peace in this ethereal state. Ahead of her, she spotted a large, flat cloud drifting peacefully across the sky. Drawn to it, she flapped her wings to gain speed and soon landed on the drifting cloud island, marveling at its beauty. As she looked around, she noticed a young man dressed in the Ku Academy male uniform approaching her. She squinted to analyze him, recognizing his long, spiky hair. The realization struck her. It was Issei. Filled with excitement, she dashed toward him. He stopped, opened his arms wide, and greeted her with a friendly smile that she could never forget. Overwhelmed with emotion, she called out to him, tears streaming down her face. She leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist and hugging him tightly, crying into his chest. He laughed happily, embracing her in return and asking how she had been. As she lifted her face to meet his gentle brown eyes, the connection between them felt as strong as ever. Tears streamed down her face, yet her joyful smile revealed her overwhelming happiness. She expressed how much she missed Issei, holding him tighter than ever before. He chuckled softly at her reaction, acknowledging that he had missed her too, referring to her as his knight. As her eyes filled with more tears, she leaned in closer, bringing her lips to his for a kiss, the first in nearly 12 years. The moment felt just as wonderful as it had in the past, but she noticed he did not reciprocate the kiss. Pulling away slowly, worry creased her brow as she processed his words. He gently reminded her that he was not the real Issei, but merely a ghost. While Issei himself was gone, his memories remained, and he urged her not to cry for his sake. She stared blankly at him, grappling with the reality of his death. Her sadness overwhelmed her, and tears flowed freely, creating a small waterfall down her cheeks. He comforted her, patting her head and tightening his embrace. He reassured her that Issei's memories of her were still intact, even if the boy himself was no longer present. Gently releasing her, he stood and extended his arm toward her. Confused but determined, she took his hand. He led her deeper into the cloud, and as they approached, she saw the sleeping form of the dragon Issei. She wondered why they were there, and he paused, stepping aside to let go of her hand. He expressed his longing for her and the others to help restore Issei's old life while allowing him to retain his new self. He explained that Issei had suffered greatly since entering the world of magic and gods. He handed her a key, urging her to help him find peace with both his new and old family. As he dropped the key into her hands, he vanished, leaving her alone with the sleeping dragon, now bound by chains and locks. Feeling a sense of purpose, she approached Issei, each step heavy with memories of their time together. She reached him, and as she held the key to a lock, the sound of chains rustling accompanied his breaths, creating a haunting melody. With determination, she inserted the key and turned it. The sound of a lock clicking echoed, and a chain fell to the ground, dissolving into pink light that ascended into the sky. Her heart swelled with love for him, regardless of his dragon form. He was still Issei to her. Suddenly, she heard a voice cautioning her not to rush into having children with him, as he was only 11 years old. Turning toward the source of the voice, she saw an older version of Issei. She smiled and waved, and he returned the gesture before disappearing into the clouds. Longing for his presence, she whispered her love for him, hoping for a final response. Instead, she felt the gaze of the dragon Issei upon her, where she noticed small tears forming in his eyes. She embraced him, watching as the tears faded away, just as the older Issei had. Meanwhile, in Tiamat's cave, Asia and Tiiamat were focused on alleviating Issei's pain, which had intensified just as Zenovia fell asleep beside him, holding on tightly. As they worked, Tiiamat and Asia felt a sense of calm wash over them, though they were puzzled by Zenovia's choice to fall asleep as her first action to help him. Asia expressed her concern, acknowledging that while Issei was stable for now, the pain would return, and she wished she could heal it if only she knew its cause. Tiiamat understood Asia's frustration and shared her longing for greater power. Suddenly, she recalled something important and began to giggle sadly. Asia, confused, inquired about what Tiiamat remembered that could help. Tiiamat transformed, glowing a bright blue before shrinking to the size of a human woman. In her human form, she resembled Rius, with blue hair and a more revealing outfit. She revealed that she had an idea of who could assist them, expressing surprise at not having thought of it sooner. Asia tilted her head, still unsure of whom Tiiamat was referring to. Tiiamat reassured her that she would summon these beings to help Issei, instructing Asia to take care of him and the others in the meantime. She cautioned that if anything arose that Asia could not handle, she was welcome to call for help, as Issei would likely re-enter their world soon. With that, Tiiamat opened a dragon gate and departed, leaving Asia to tend to Issei and await the arrival of assistance. Asia reflected on the loss of her two friends and Issei, her one true love. It felt surreal to see him again, even if he was in a different body. She hoped he was still the same person despite his memory loss. Her mind wandered back to Tiamat's words, but she struggled to reach any conclusions about his identity. In a nearby park, two men sat together, enjoying the peaceful surroundings. The fountain in the center shot streams of water into the air, creating an appealing scene under the clear blue sky. The sun shone brightly, making it an ideal day to be outside. A gentle breeze rustled their spiky brown hair, and a few small green leaves landed in the hair of the older man. He grumbled about the leaves, trying to maintain his appearance for an upcoming date. The younger man watched with an amused smile, chuckling at the older man's frustration. The older man shot him a glare, acknowledging that it was amusing to see him get annoyed over trivial matters when there were more pressing issues at hand. He sighed and leaned back on the bench, letting his head hang over the back. He felt the need to look good for his date, expressing his determination to keep things light despite the challenges they faced. The younger man teased him, admitting that he sometimes resembled Akone in certain ways. The older man relaxed and smiled, acknowledging that he had influenced the younger man's personality. They both understood that their time together was limited, and soon they would have to leave the park behind. The younger man stood up and began walking toward the edge of the park, mentioning that others missed the older man. The older man stood as well, smiling brightly. He recalled how he had only allowed them to see him for a brief moment, and he promised to speak with a particular person after the next encounter. They shared a light-hearted moment, joking about the situation. Trihexa, the younger man, expressed confusion about how he had become friends with Issei. He appreciated their time together, clarifying that he had never harbored any hatred towards Issei or desired to destroy the world. As he turned to leave, he vanished into thin air, leaving Issei to ponder the peculiarities of their relationship. Issei sighed, wishing for a different companion in his next predicament. He sat back on the bench, stretching and finding a comfortable position. Closing his eyes, he began humming an old song from a television show, chuckling at the memory. He wondered why they had agreed to participate in that show and contemplated asking Rias about it during their date. Eventually, he laid back and drifted off to sleep, content for the moment. Inside Tiamat's cave, Asia found herself lost in thought after Tiamat had departed. She pondered over her questions while keeping a watchful eye on her two friends. Each time she thought she had grasped an answer, a wave of uncertainty washed over her, causing her to abandon the idea and start the process anew. Eventually, she decided to cease her attempts at understanding and instead focused on the sight of Kaneko and Zenovia peacefully sleeping on the massive dragonic form of Issei. Their faces bore small, happy smiles, with a few tears glistening on their cheeks. Asia hoped they would awaken soon, all three of them, as she had come to accept that this dragon was indeed Issei, his unmistakable aura confirming it. She settled down next to Kaneko, resting her back against Issei's body. The gentle movement of his neck as he breathed in and out brought her a sense of calm, almost like a soothing message to her own body. She longed to fall asleep in this comforting position, just as she had done years ago, but she knew she needed to remain awake until Tiamat returned or one of her friends stirred. Suddenly, she felt a hand grip her arm. Turning her head, she saw Kaniko's hand holding onto her. Looking up, Asia noticed Kaniko's face, which wore a sad expression yet still held a strange, bright smile. Kaniko seemed to embody a mix of happiness and sorrow, leaving Asia puzzled about what dreams could evoke such conflicting emotions. In a gesture of comfort, Asia wrapped an arm around her friend. Moments later, Kaniko began to awaken, her body stirring slightly as a tiny, adorable yawn escaped her lips. As she opened her eyes and spotted Asia, she immediately hugged her tightly, catching Asia off guard. The embrace was so strong that Asia felt as if she might be crushed. Meanwhile, Zenovia also began to wake up, but instead of joining Kaniko in her enthusiastic greeting, she moved to the front of Issei's head and embraced it lovingly. Kaniko, with her eyes closed, sobbed into Asia, who whispered for her to ease up. As Kaniko finally opened her eyes and released Asia, she bowed her head repeatedly, apologizing. Asia reassured her that it was all right, though she was confused, having expected Zenovia to be the one to embrace her so fiercely. Concerned, she asked if they were both all right and what had transpired while they were asleep, noting their mixed expressions of sadness and happiness. Kaniko and Zenovia exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently before nodding in agreement and returning their attention to Asia. Kaniko stood and gestured for Asia to join her, leading her to where Zenovia sat. Asia could feel the warm breath of Issei behind her, a strange yet comforting sensation. She observed her friends again, noticing a blush creeping onto their cheeks as they reflected on their dreams. With growing concern, Asia inquired about their earlier sadness, their current happiness, and the reason for their blushes. The two friends exchanged shocked looks before bursting into giggles at Asia's worried expression. They reassured her that they were more than okay, explaining that they had seen Issei again, which filled them with joy. Asia's confusion transformed into happiness at the mention of Issei, her face lighting up with an appealing smile and happy tears. She expressed her joy, clapping her hands together as if in prayer, celebrating the fact that Issei was alive within the dragon. Unbeknownst to her, the expressions on Kaniko and Zenovia's faces turned somber, as Asia inadvertently reopened a wound they had been trying to cope with. Zenovia reached out, gripping Asia's shoulder tightly. When Asia opened her eyes, filled with innocent happiness, she was met with the sight of her friend's tearful gazes. Kaniko mirrored Zenovia's concern, prompting Asia to turn her attention to her as well, only to find the same sorrowful expression. Kaniko finally spoke, revealing the heartbreaking truth that Issei had been dead for 11 years and was not coming back. Asia's expression froze, her smile fading into a look of profound sadness as tears streamed down her cheeks. The weight of Kaniko's words crushed her spirit, shattering the dream she had just embraced. Overwhelmed by grief, she fainted, much like Rias had earlier that day. Kaniko and Zenovia quickly caught her and laid her gently on the ground, hoping she would recover from the emotional blow. The two friends exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Then, Zenovia recalled their original purpose for coming to the cave. She turned to Kaniko, who was focused on Asia's sleeping form and occasionally glancing at Issei. Zenovia reminded Kaniko that they had come to bring her and her group back home, but given the current situation, it seemed unwise to proceed. Kaniko suggested that they should inform their friends that Issei was alive, believing Rius would be thrilled to hear the news. However, Zenovia expressed her reservations, explaining that Rius had fainted due to the breaking of 2 artifacts and was currently asleep, with Akone taking command in her absence. Kaniko's expression shifted to one of concern as they both fell into a contemplative silence, weighing their options. They knew they needed to inform Akone about Kaniko's return, but the implications of their discovery weighed heavily on their minds. Kaniko and Zenovia found themselves in a difficult situation, contemplating how to address their friend Akone's concerns. They understood that honesty was their only option, despite the potential consequences. Kaniko felt a wave of doubt wash over her. She questioned whether Akone would truly believe their story. Zenovia, however, was resolute, believing that they could not simply ignore the situation or risk more trouble. As they sat in silence, a small red circle appeared near Zenovia's ear, signaling an incoming call. They exchanged worried glances, and Zenovia prepared to respond. Akone's voice came through, filled with concern as she inquired about Kaniko's whereabouts. Zenovia confirmed that they had found Kaniko and that she was with her. The circle then shifted, revealing Akone's image, her smile masking the worry in her eyes. Akone expressed her relief at finding Kaniko but quickly noticed the unfamiliar surroundings. She scanned the area and spotted Asia sleeping nearby, prompting her to ask what had happened. Kaniko and Zenovia exchanged apprehensive looks, knowing they had to reveal the truth. The weight of Akone's gaze pressed down on them, demanding clarity. Kaniko hesitated, feeling the pressure of Akone's commanding presence. She finally managed to explain that they had encountered a dragon, who turned out to be the son of Lady Tin. Akone's expression shifted as she pressed for more details, particularly regarding Asia's safety. Kaniko struggled to find the right words, feeling the intensity of Akone's scrutiny. With newfound courage, Kaniko revealed that the dragon was the reincarnation of Issei. The revelation hung in the air, leaving Akone stunned. The communication circle closed, leaving Kaniko and Zenovia in a state of confusion, while Issei observed silently, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Issei, a dragon, felt an unusual connection to the two girls. As he watched them, he grappled with the memories flooding his mind, images of happiness, sadness, and a profound sense of familiarity. He recognized Kaniko from earlier that day, but the name Zenovia puzzled him. It was as if he had access to someone else's memories, yet they felt intimately his. The memories continued to swirl around him, revealing moments of joy and sorrow. Among them, the name Issei Haidu resonated deeply within him, sparking a sense of happiness and belonging. However, another name brought a wave of conflicting emotions. Images of a red-haired figure flashed before him, evoking feelings he could not comprehend. As he sifted through these memories, questions flooded his mind. Who were these people? Why did he feel such a strong connection to them? Determined to seek answers, he decided to reveal his presence to Kaniko and Zenovia. But as he opened his eyes, he noticed a new figure, a tall woman with long raven-black hair and captivating purple eyes. Her beauty was striking, and Issei felt an overwhelming joy at the sight of her. Meanwhile, Akone had teleported to Kaniko, Zenovia, and Asia, her face marked by exhaustion and lingering tears. The weight of their shared experiences hung heavily in the air, intertwining their fates as they navigated the complexities of their intertwined lives. She had cried earlier, feeling sad about what Kaniko had said. Kaniko missed someone dearly, but now was not the time to joke about such matters. Rius was already overwhelmed, and the tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the sleeping dragon, who had been awake for quite some time. Akone stepped back, frightened at the thought of facing a creature of such immense power. She could feel his aura radiating from him, a force that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Kaniko and Zenovia exchanged worried glances, unsure of what was happening. Issei, now on all fours, stared at them with sadness, rage, and despair in his eyes. His mind was barely able to cope with the turmoil. Kaniko tried to reassure him, reminding him that she, Asia, Zenovia, and Akone were all there for him. She raised her hands in a non-threatening manner and slowly approached him, but he only grew more confused. Akone was shocked, struggling to comprehend how the dragon could be Issei. Yet, as she felt his aura, she began to understand. It was well hidden, but now it surged forth in waves. She thought to herself in disbelief, realizing it truly was him. Kaniko took cautious steps closer, with Zenovia following shortly after. Issei glared at them, a mix of emotions swirling within him, but he felt disconnected from them. They approached, and although he was furious enough to strike, an inner voice warned him against it, suggesting that violence would only deepen his anguish. He lifted his head, trying to assert depth, and focused his golden eyes on them, recalling the fierce glare he had used in battle against Kaneko. The intensity of his gaze stung, and he roared, demanding to know who they were and what they had done to him. Kaneko and Zenovia continued to advance, their determination unwavering. Akone observed, unsure of how to intervene in such an unprecedented situation. Issei's focus narrowed on Kaneko and Zenovia as they stood at his feet. He could easily crush them, but once again, that inner voice urged him to refrain, insisting that aggression would not alleviate his confusion. Kaneko and Zenovia placed their hands on his front leg, looking directly into his eyes without fear. He was impressed. The only being who had ever met his gaze like this was his mother. The flood of memories and knowledge about these two, along with the blonde and black-haired women in the cave, left him bewildered. Despite his better judgment, and to the delight of that inner voice, he began to lower the aura he had been releasing. Akone exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, feeling the pressure ease as the stinging sensation in his eyes faded. The two women, still unafraid, smiled at him in silent gratitude, which inexplicably brought him joy. Regaining her composure, Akone decided to address the situation directly. She asked Kaneko if the dragon truly was Issei. Kaneko turned her head back, still smiling, while Issei pondered the question, trying to understand why he suddenly knew them. Kaneko confirmed that he was indeed a reincarnation of Issei, prompting Akone to close her eyes in contemplation. Issei, perplexed, lowered his head closer to hers, seeking clarity. He asked what that meant, and his ability to speak surprised both him and Kaneko. She wondered how he had gained this ability, concluding that his memories must have returned. Kaneko expressed her excitement, imagining how Tiiamat would react to this development, which made Issei's heart race for a moment. The warmth of her smile was endearing to him. Kaneko explained that he was the reincarnation of Issei Hayu, the former Red Dragon Emperor, and added softly that he was her mate. Although she whispered it, his dragonic senses picked up every word. If he were not a red dragon, he would have blushed. Confusion washed over him as he processed this information. He questioned why his mother had not killed him yet, a childish inquiry that surprised the women. They remembered that he was only 11 years old or younger, and it was the first time he had acted his age. Kaneko clarified that he had indeed been called the dumb red idiot when he was Issei Hayu, though his title was the Red Dragon Emperor. Zenovia chuckled lightly at the childlike innocence of Issei's question. Issei tilted his head in confusion, prompting Kaneko to reach out to him. He moved closer, eager to feel her touch as she nuzzled him gently, earning soft growls of appreciation from him. Kaneko continued to explain that he had also been known as the strongest Red Dragon Emperor and the most powerful being in the world. Issei's eyes widened in awe, igniting a longing to learn more about his remarkable past. He had fully embraced his hatchling persona, filled with innocent curiosity. He asked Kaneko for more information about a certain individual, his excitement evident. Kaneko felt a rush of warmth at the mention of his name, her cheeks flushing as she regarded him not as a stranger, but as a cherished friend. She responded affirmatively, tilting her head slightly with a sweet smile, a single tear of happiness rolling down her cheek. This moment caused Issei to pause, captivated by her expression. In his mind, a fleeting image appeared, a stunning woman with pearl-white skin, sky-blue eyes, and a smile that could light up his world. Her crimson hair flowed around her as if caught in a gentle breeze against a backdrop of a purple sky, with feathers drifting down like soft snow. In that instant he remembered everything about her. His king, his lover, his Rius. The name echoed in his mind, a mantra of longing, before fading away as he redirected his attention to Kaneko, Zenovia, and Akone, who were sharing stories about his past self. Meanwhile, in the dimensional gap, 3 of the strongest beings in existence floated in a circle, engaged in a serious discussion. One was a tall, handsome man with red hair, dressed casually and sporting a devilish smirk. The other 2 shared a similar appearance, differing only in their expressions. One resembled a lively young girl, while the other had a more subdued demeanor. They wore simple black long-sleeved shirts paired with short skirts. These 3 were Great Red, Ophis, and Lilith, and their conversation revolved around a significant topic that could alter the fabric of their world: the idea of starting a family together. For the past decade, Lilith and Ophis had been persistently asking Great Red about this, but he had consistently declined, insisting he was not interested in family or companionship. He firmly stated that he was a god, not a family dragon. Ophis remained impassive, while Lilith hid shyly behind her mother. Lilith expressed her longing for Great Red to consider being her mate and having children with her, questioning why her efforts to appear more attractive had not swayed him. Great Red sighed, knowing he would be dealing with this persistent conversation for a while longer. Before they could delve deeper into their important discussion, they sensed the presence of another dragon entering the dimensional gap. They turned to see a appealing woman with blue hair approaching. Ophis felt a pang of jealousy as Great Red seemed more intrigued by the newcomer than he had ever been with her. The blue-haired dragoness bowed before the three dragon gods, and Great Red gestured for her to speak. She apologized for interrupting their conversation and requested a favor from them, her voice tinged with worry as she addressed the powerful beings. Great Red, curious, encouraged her to share her request, hoping it would be more interesting than his previous discussions. The dragoness expressed her regret for not seeking help sooner, revealing that her son was in great pain and needed assistance. As she spoke, a tear fell from her eye, prompting Lilith and Ophis to move closer, intrigued by her distress. Tiamat felt a strange apprehension, fearing she might be seen as prey by the two goddesses. Ophis and Lilith returned to Great Red, who had also sensed the emotional turmoil surrounding Tiamat. They exchanged glances before turning their attention back to her. Great Red inquired about her son, a question that caught Tiamat off guard but was a welcome diversion from her fears. She confirmed that she had been a mother for over 11 years. Suddenly, Ophis was in her face, her dull eyes piercing into Tiamat's chromatic ones as she asked why she bore the scent of Drake. Tiamat experienced a moment of shock in response to Ophis's unexpected statement. Great Red and Lilith shared a similar look of curiosity as they turned their attention to Tiamat. At that moment, Tiamat felt her mind go blank, overwhelmed by the weight of the question posed by Ophis. She realized that she could no longer keep her secret hidden. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes momentarily before opening them again, ready to reveal the truth. She explained that she could smell Drake because his former host, Issei, was her son. As she spoke, she maintained steady eye contact with Ophis, who tilted her head in response. Great Red and Lilith mirrored her gesture, creating a heavy silence that enveloped the group. Tiamat began to sweat under the intense scrutiny of the most powerful beings in the universe. Ophis broke the silence by asking if Drake's host was dead, her gaze piercing into Tiamat's eyes. With a sigh of relief, Tiamat confirmed that she did not know how or why, but Issei had seemingly reincarnated as a dragon, or as Drake in some form. The three gods listened intently, and suddenly, Great Red let out a giggle, followed by Ophis and Lilith, who appeared to smile slightly at Tiamat. This reaction filled Tiamat with fear. She wondered whether their response was good or bad. Great Red moved closer to Tiamat, placing a hand on her shoulder, his expression shifting to one of interest. He inquired if she had placed any seals on her son. Tiamat felt confused by the question, unsure of how he had come to that conclusion. She explained that Issei's power had been overwhelming when she found him, potentially dangerous enough to tear his body apart. She speculated that it was due to the power he inherited from Drake, although she could never be entirely certain. Great Red expressed his longing to meet Issei, suggesting that Tiamat would not mind since she had come seeking his help. However, Ophis interrupted, playfully scolding Great Red for seemingly favoring Tiamat and her son over her and Lilith. This sparked a light-hearted argument between the two dragon gods, filled with playful banter and occasional playful jabs. While the two deities engaged in their friendly squabble, Lilith turned to Tiamat, asking about her son's age. Tiamat felt a sense of relief that at least one of the dragon gods was behaving somewhat normally. She shared that Issei was 11 years old, but if her and Kaniko's efforts succeeded, he might end up being 19 or 20. The thought brought a pang to Tiamat's heart, as she worried about the possibility of losing the bond they shared. Lost in her thoughts, Tiamat was jolted back to reality by Lilith's excited inquiry about playing with Issei one day. Lilith expressed her loneliness, revealing that she had never had a friend due to her mother's protective nature. Tiamat found herself giggling at Lilith's innocent conclusion about her mother. She assured Lilith that she would ask Issei, believing he would be open to the idea of friendship. Tiamat reminded Lilith that not all friends would be interested in her for her power, suggesting that her mother might have been overly cautious. Lilith's face lit up with hope at the prospect of making a friend, celebrating the possibility with childlike joy. However, Tiamat's curiosity was piqued when she asked Lilith about her father. Lilith's celebration came to an abrupt halt as Ophis intervened, firmly stating that Lilith did not have a father. The seriousness in Ophis's tone silenced Lilith, who nodded in agreement, apologizing quietly. Great Red rejoined the group, sporting a few bruises from the earlier playful tussle with Ophis. He declared that they would all assist Tiamat, acknowledging their debt to Draig's host for dealing with Trihexa, a task they should have undertaken themselves. As Tiamat bowed in gratitude for their offered help, Great Red contemplated the rarity of Issei's reincarnation, pondering how the god systems allowed for such an unusual occurrence. Meanwhile, in Tiamat's cave, the three devils were sharing stories with Issei about his former self. He had begun to express a longing to learn more about his past life, and they recounted the remarkable deeds he had accomplished, highlighting how he had always been among the first to fight against evil and protect the good. Issei had always been a source of support for those close to him, embodying resilience and determination. He would return from battles, often wounded, yet wearing a cheerful smile that sparkled in his eyes. As he listened to stories of his past deeds, he felt a sense of wonder about the person he used to be. After some time, Asia awoke and attempted to embrace him, but Kaneko intervened, reminding her that Issei still had limited memories, only recalling her and Zenovia. This revelation saddened Asia while leaving Akone puzzled. She pondered why Issei only remembered those two and decided to ask Kaneko about it, drawing the attention of everyone in the cave. Zenovia shared Akone's confusion, having only just considered the matter herself. Kaneko, however, felt a flush of embarrassment. She had known the answer all along but had not thought to share it. Issei, intrigued, wanted to understand how he had come to know these two women. Kaneko explained that Tiamat had told her they needed to enter his mind while he was unconscious, like when he was sleeping. They had to feel their bond with him to gain full access. The other women exchanged confused glances, while Issei found the idea somewhat strange. Yet, if his mother believed it was the only way, he was willing to accept it. Asia's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked how they could feel that bond. Kaneko, initially at a loss, suddenly recalled that they needed to use a strong emotion tied to Issei, such as happiness, anger, or sadness. Her realization startled Issei, who had been lost in thought. Akone and Asia looked at each other, then back at Kaneko, seeking confirmation. Kaneko nodded confidently, assuring them she would never lie about something so important. The women turned their attention to Issei, who gazed at their determined faces. Initially, he had not wanted to delve into his past, wishing only for the images in his mind to fade. However, a deep-seated urge to uncover more about his previous life began to stir within him. He felt compelled to explore his past self, as if his mind, heart, and spirit were calling out to him. Lowering his head and settling comfortably on the ground, Issei expressed his willingness to let them proceed with their plan. Akone thanked him, conveying how much it meant to her and Asia. He opened one eye and smiled at them, embodying the childlike innocence he still possessed despite moments of maturity. He expressed his longing to help for his own reasons, closing his eyes as he prepared to drift back to sleep. In his thoughts, he longed to learn more about the woman with red hair, hoping that uncovering memories might lead him to her. As Kaneko used her senjutsu to help him fall asleep, Akone and Asia took their places beside his head, contemplating Kaneko's advice. They pondered what strong emotion they could use to connect with Issei. Memories flooded their minds, happy, silly, sad, and devastating moments they had shared with him. A tear slipped from Asia's eye as she recalled the times he had held her and kept her safe, eventually succumbing to sleep as she remembered their first meeting. Akone wore a gentle smile as she thought of the time Issei helped her reunite with her father. It may not have been the happiest memory, but it was one of the most significant, bringing them both immense joy. She reflected on how Issei could never let anyone remain sad for long. As she drifted off, her surroundings transformed into the familiar living room of her childhood home, filled with memories of her past life, and perhaps even one with Issei. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Zenovia observed the three sleeping together. A sense of sadness washed over them, knowing they could not fully bring Issei back, as the ghost of Issei had indicated. With a bright smile, Zenovia turned to Kaneko and asked if she had seen the older version of Issei. Kaneko, momentarily shocked, felt a wave of happiness at the memory of his possible real face. They shared a light laugh, reminiscing about how Issei might have looked if he were still alive. Their conversation flowed easily, filled with warmth and nostalgia. Kaneko playfully mentioned seeing a pervert in her vision, prompting more laughter between them as they continued to share their thoughts. Inside Issei's mind, Akone opened her eyes to find herself on a clean, soft mat. She sat up and surveyed her surroundings, surprised to discover she was in a traditional Japanese living room. The space was adorned with floor mats, a low table, and a small kitchen to the left, evoking memories of her childhood. The door stood open, allowing golden rays of sunlight to spill into the room, casting small shadows and figures that danced across the floor. However, it was not the light that caught Akone off guard. It was the sight of three figures sitting in the doorway, close to one another. A man, a woman, and a small girl were there. The two women had long, raven-black hair, while the man sported spiky brown hair. Akone slowly rose to her feet, drawn toward the scene before her. Confusion washed over her as she questioned whether she was inside Issei's mind or trapped in her own dream world. She wondered who these people were and where she truly was. As she approached, a picture on the wall to her right captured her attention. She moved closer, hoping her eyes were not deceiving her. With each step, she realized that this was not just any old Japanese house. It was her childhood home. The picture confirmed her suspicions, depicting her younger self sitting on her late mother's lap, with her father beside them. A small tear trickled down her cheek as she recalled this moment of past bliss, before everything had turned so chaotic and sorrowful. She pondered why she was there and who the people in her home were. Despite her questions, they offered no answers or acknowledgement. She strained to see their faces, obscured by the sunlight, and stepped closer to gain a better view. The little girl resembled a miniature version of herself, prompting her to wonder if that was indeed her. As she moved nearer, she hoped to confirm her suspicions about the woman beside the girl. However, what she saw was not her late mother's face, but her own, smiling and playing with the little girl, while the man looked on with a satisfied smile. Confusion and heartbreak swirled within her as she questioned why she was there, why she had a daughter with someone who was not Issei. The thought of having a child with another man felt like a betrayal, and she needed to understand who this man was. With hesitant steps, she approached the brown-haired man, each movement breathing life into the dreamlike home and family around her. She could hear the dream version of herself speaking to her daughter, offering advice about finding someone like their father, someone fun to tease. Disgust washed over her at the thought of saying such things, even if it was not truly her. The man's voice startled her. It was familiar, yet she could not place it. Taking a deep breath, she took the final step toward him, closing her eyes to avoid seeing the choice of a partner that was not Issei. When she opened her eyes, she fell to the floor, tears streaming down her face. All her anger, disgust, and fear vanished in an instant. It was him, it was Issei. His messy brown hair, cheerful smile, and appealing honey-brown eyes were just as she remembered. He was with the ideal family she had always dreamed of having with him, sitting there with their daughter, a appealing little girl. Akone stared at this almost fairy tale image, longing for the life she had wished for if only he were still alive. She softly called out to him, reaching a hand toward his face for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. She felt his warmth, his rough yet gentle skin against her delicate hands. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and she found herself sitting next to him in the doorway, their daughter on her lap, swinging her legs and giggling. She glanced at Issei, who held her hand against his cheek, smiling gently at her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to cry, feeling like the scared little girl she once was, clinging to her mother's lifeless body. But this time, her tears were not of sadness, they were tears of happiness. Issei greeted her warmly, acknowledging the time that had passed since they had last seen each other. She moved her daughter off her lap and, in an instant, found herself kissing Issei lovingly, tears of joy rolling down her cheeks. Before she realized it, the scene changed again, returning her to the place where she had stood before. She watched as her dream self and Issei shared a patient kiss, and a voice reassured her that it was okay to forget oneself. Turning her head, she noticed that the room had cleared of everything, and panic set in as she feared Issei had vanished. When she looked back, her worst fears were confirmed. The house was empty, leaving her alone. As she closed her eyes, sorrowful tears fell as she mourned the loss of her paradise. Suddenly, her daughter appeared before her, holding a key and offering it to her. Akone took the key slowly, still bewildered by the situation, and asked what it meant that she could see her father again. The girl giggled in response, and Akone felt a mix of confusion and surprise at her daughter's laughter amidst her sadness. Just then, a hand touched her shoulder, and she turned to see a younger version of Issei standing before her, a small smile on his face. He gently nudged her shoulder, encouraging her to turn fully toward him. Akone longed to kiss him again, to feel the connection they once shared, but she sensed that this moment was different, and she hesitated. Akone questioned whether the figure before her was the real Issei or merely a figment of her imagination. The younger version of Issei responded with a small laugh, acknowledging her intelligence, especially after having been deceived once. He explained that her strong longing to be with him had influenced his mind to create this place for her. As Akone sought clarity on what would happen next, Issei turned his gaze toward her. He reflected on how much of his character was based on her, noting her maturity and confidence in her actions. He instructed her to unlock the chains binding Issei's new draconic body, which lay nearby, restrained not by the ground but by itself. Akone confirmed she had the key and asked if unlocking it would help Issei remember her. The younger Issei assured her that while this process usually took time, her unwavering belief in doing what was right was a significant factor. He speculated that perhaps Issei had broken a promise to him, bending the rules just to see her a little longer. He cautioned Akone not to mold the new Issei into the old one but to allow him to remain his own person. She nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of responsibility. As the moment approached, he urged her to take care of him, expressing that Issei deserved a good life and the chance to remember who he once was. With a gentle smile, he stepped aside, encouraging Akone to approach the sleeping dragon and bestow upon him his birthright. Each step Akone took felt heavy and elongated, memories flashing through her mind, moments of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. Although she felt sadness at the thought of never fully reclaiming Issei, she accepted this reality. A small smirk crossed her face as a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps if she made the new Issei fall in love with her, it would be a pleasant outcome. With this thought, she continued toward his sleeping form. Upon reaching Issei, she heard the chains rustling, reminiscent of a lullaby. Inserting the key into the first lock, she heard a click as the chain fell away, disintegrating into violet dust before it could touch the ground. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her, playfully remarking on the situation, and she turned to see the family she and Issei could have had, all smiling and waving at her. She couldn't help but smile back. Turning her attention back to Issei, she found one of his eyes fixed on hers. As it transformed into a slit, she felt herself growing drowsy, and before she knew it, she was gently cradling his head, her expression serene and peaceful. The dragon laid his head down again, and the scene around them began to fade into a white void. Meanwhile, inside Tiamat's cave, Zenovia and Kaneko had been engaged in a pleasant conversation, only interrupted by Issei's occasional growls of pain or sudden movements. They maintained their spirits by discussing Issei's recovery and speculating on how Rius might react upon seeing him again. Zenovia expressed her belief that Rius would be so overwhelmed with happiness that she might lose control of her powers, while Kaneko agreed but suggested they might need to find a safer place for their reunion. Their light-hearted banter was interrupted by the arrival of 4 distinct auras entering the cave. They turned to see a massive blue gate adorned with runes, opening to reveal 4 figures. The first, Tiiamat, was easily recognizable due to her chaotic aura, a swirling mix of colors. The second was Ophis, floating beside a small black-haired girl and a red-haired man. The aura of Ophis felt infinite, much like her existence, and the girl beside her was assumed to be Lilith, the daughter created from Ophis's DNA. The final figure was a tall man with long red hair and a golden horn earring. His golden eyes resembled Issei's, but his aura was different, soothing and dreamlike, evoking a sense of possibility. Kaneko noted the strangeness of his aura, while she and Zenovia exchanged glances. Kaneko, feeling a mix of anger and concern over Tiamat's sudden disappearance during their efforts to restore Issei's memories, asked where she had been. Tiamat wore a sad smile as she met Kaneko's glare, unwavering as she looked into her eyes. She expressed her regret for having to leave in search of help for Issei, who was experiencing sudden and intense pain. A small tear formed in her left eye, reflecting her shame for abandoning her son during his suffering, yet she felt compelled to act. She acknowledged her feelings of shame and reiterated her need to help Issei, believing that failing to do so would bring her even greater shame as his mother. Tiamat's gaze softened as she looked back at Kaneko, whose glare had diminished, replaced by a determined expression. Kaneko shrugged off her anger, recognizing Tiamat's honesty. Tiamat hoped for forgiveness in the future, but for now, her focus was on helping Issei. She approached Kaneko, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiling kindly. The red-haired man stepped closer to Issei's sleeping form, curiosity evident in his eyes. Ophis and Lilith followed, inspecting him closely. The red-haired man remarked on the impressive durability of Issei's seals, noting that they should have broken years ago given the immense aura and power radiating from his body. Tiamat questioned this, recalling that Issei had never been more powerful than her before he turned 10, which left her and the 2 girls in shock. The revelation that she had sought assistance from one of the strongest beings in the world was unexpected. Ophis, with her indifferent tone, confirmed that she sensed Issei's growing power and suggested that Tiamat might have inadvertently been the cause of his pain. Tiamat was taken aback, realizing that her son was more powerful than the heavenly dragons, and that the seals she had placed on him were causing him harm without her knowledge. Great Red proposed removing the seals to allow Issei's power and aura to flow freely, enabling his body to adjust without suffering. As Great Red lifted his hand over Issei, a small circle formed beneath it. Initially, nothing happened, but when the circle vanished, a tremendous pressure emanated from Issei's body, causing the cave to tremble. Kaneko and Zenovia fell backward from the sudden force, while Tiamat and Lilith struggled to maintain their footing. In contrast, Ophis and Great Red appeared unfazed, creating a protective dome around Issei and the 2 girls. Kaneko, her face reflecting shock, questioned what had just occurred, prompting Ophis and Great Red to turn their attention to her. Ophis explained that the pressure they felt was a manifestation of Issei's true power, which was approaching the level he had possessed before defeating Trihexa. This revelation stunned everyone present. Kaneko slowly sat up, astonished by Ophis's words, and inquired if Issei was truly that strong. Both dragon gods confirmed her suspicion, with Great Red noting that Issei might be at the heavenly dragon level if not slightly below it, but he had the potential to reach that level one day. Tiamat's expression shifted to one of concern, which did not go unnoticed by Lilith. Lilith asked if Tiamat was all right, prompting Tiamat to turn her head toward her. Tiamat admitted to feeling conflicted, torn between pride and fear that Issei might face a fate similar to that of others who had fallen. Kaneko and Zenovia stood up and approached Tiamat, who remained worried yet confused by their seemingly cheerful demeanor. Kaneko reassured Tiamat that she and the others would protect Issei, ensuring that he would not suffer the same fate as those before him. Determination radiated from her, and Zenovia nodded in agreement. Tiamat felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she gently cupped their cheeks, thanking them for their support and expressing her hope that they would keep her, Red Gem, safe. With a playful smirk, She added that they might even earn her blessing, which caused both girls to blush and made Tiamat laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Great Red and Ophis contemplated how they could further assist Issei. They suddenly sensed a presence watching them, emanating from Issei's aura. Great Red smirked at this realization, while Ophis observed a figure within the aura that seemed to be gazing back at them. Great Red decided to approach the dome, and Ophis, the only one to notice, asked if he intended to speak with Issei. He affirmed that it would be a missed opportunity not to engage with him and then vanished into the dome, entering Issei's dreams. Kaneko, Asia, and Zenovia had all encountered the new Issei, witnessing him for the first time. The chapter unfolded with a mix of emotions, as the stoic and youthful Issei led the girls to his sleeping body. The writer felt a sense of sadness and romance in this moment, as if a life had ended in some way. The writer admitted to a lack of knowledge about the canon lore of the series, relying primarily on the anime for information. They acknowledged that much of the story might not align perfectly with the established universe, given their limited understanding of the light novels and manga. It was only recently that they learned about Issei being a humanoid dragon and the debuffing of Ophis after the creation of Lilith. As the narrative progressed, the writer expressed curiosity about the identities of certain characters mentioned by Tiamat, leaving readers to ponder their significance. The chapter concluded with a sense of uncertainty, as the writer contemplated their own emotional response to the story. After a brief hiatus, the writer returned to the page, feeling somewhat out of practice but eager to share their work. They acknowledged the challenges of balancing writing with exam preparations, which had affected their enjoyment of the creative process. Despite this, they hoped readers would find enjoyment in the latest chapter. The narrative continued to explore the dynamics between Issei and the various characters, including moments of comedy and connection. The writer reflected on the relationships within the story, considering the potential for further development with characters like Rius, Ravel, and Irina, while also contemplating the emotional weight of these interactions. As the chapter drew to a close, the writer expressed gratitude for the support they had received and looked forward to sharing more in the future, despite the looming challenges of exams. Inside Issei Haidu's dreamscape, Great Red found himself in a small, unfamiliar realm that belonged to Issei. Upon his arrival, he was enveloped in a bright light and then appeared on the sidewalk of a quaint town park. The area was surrounded by lush bushes, with an elegant fountain at its center. Sitting beside the fountain was an adult man with long, spiky brown hair and a small beard, who seemed unaware of Great Red's presence. As Great Red approached, he noticed another figure standing next to Issei. This figure was a younger version of Issei, yet there was something distinctly different about him. Before Great Red could discern more, the younger Issei vanished into the park's garden. The older Issei turned his head toward Great Red, who had been lost in thought about the peculiar younger version. Issei greeted Great Red warmly, inviting him to sit down. Great Red moved closer, still pondering the identity of the younger Issei, and took a seat on a nearby stone bench. He turned to Issei, who wore a friendly smile. It was an honor for Great Red to meet Issei, and he expressed his respect with a slight bow. This gesture elicited a chuckle from Issei, who found it amusing to be bowed to after so long. He reassured Great Red that he did not need to bow, as he no longer considered himself important. Issei reflected on his past, acknowledging that he felt like a mere old fool. Great Red, however, disagreed. He and Ophis held great respect for Issei, recognizing him as once the strongest being in their universe. Issei appreciated this affirmation, admitting that after so much time, he had begun to question his own worth. Yet, he quickly shifted the conversation, indicating that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Great Red inquired about Issei's decision not to take over his younger self's body and return to life. This question caught Issei off guard, and he burst into laughter before calming down and gazing at the clear blue sky. He confessed that he had never really considered that option, but he had made a choice long ago to leave his body and remain in this dream realm until the universe came to an end. When Great Red pressed for the reasoning behind this choice, Issei explained that he had once desired to live again, but he could not bear the thought of harming a child in the process. He would never forgive himself for discarding another's mind and soul. Great Red listened intently, realizing that Issei's plan was not about true death but rather about relinquishing his existence in this realm. Issei speculated about what might happen to him afterward. Perhaps he would ascend to heaven, descend into the abyss, or even become a god in his own realm. This contemplation sparked an idea in Great Red. He proposed the possibility of Issei becoming part of the eternal dream, which surprised Issei. Intrigued by the notion, Issei wondered if Great Red could truly make that happen. Great Red, filled with pride, declared that as the dragon god of dreams, he could achieve the impossible and grant Issei access to the realm of dreams. Issei's initial happiness faded into sadness as he considered the implications. He expressed a longing for Great Red to end his suffering instead, requesting that once he had met Rius, Great Red take him from this realm into an eternal dream of his own design. Tears streamed down Issei's face as he spoke, and Great Red began to understand the depth of his request. Issei nodded in response to Great Red's realization that being a free spirit in the dream realm might lead him to visit the dreams of those he loved, which he wanted to avoid. Instead, he sought a dream where he would remain unaware of his death, allowing him to be with his loved ones forever. Great Red sighed, acknowledging the weight of Issei's wish. He sat down again, resolved to fulfill Issei's request. Issei felt a sense of gratitude as he acknowledged Great Red, expressing his thanks for the assistance he had received. A small smile appeared on his face, hinting at his need to leave. He stood up and began walking toward the edge of the park, while Great Red followed, reaching out to him with curiosity about his destination. Issei turned back, his smile growing brighter as he mentioned his intention to see Asia. He suggested that Great Red could stay, but he felt their discussion had reached its limit for now. A fleeting shadow crossed his expression, but his smile returned as he bid farewell. Great Red understood and said goodbye, feeling himself departing from Issei's realm and returning to the real world. Inside Issei's mind, Asia found herself in a familiar room, lying on a bed that felt like home. The remnants of Issei's past surrounded her, magazines scattered on the floor and posters adorning the walls. Despite the clutter, she felt a sense of comfort, as this was Issei's old room. Next to her lay Issei, not the one she had mourned, but the version of him before his battle for Rias's freedom. He bore some burn marks but was breathing normally, and Asia felt a wave of happiness wash over her as she held on to him. His warmth and familiar scent enveloped her, and she felt an overwhelming joy at being close to him again. As she reveled in this moment, the door creaked open, though she remained blissfully unaware. Another version of Issei entered, resembling the one she had lost. He wore a white robe and observed her peaceful state. A soft cough broke the silence, finally drawing her attention. When she turned to face him, tears welled in her eyes at the sight of the Issei she remembered. Confusion washed over her as she realized there were two versions of him present. Looking back at the sleeping Issei, she noticed he had vanished. The other Issei explained that the one she had held was merely a memory. Asia's confusion deepened, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to comprehend the situation. The other Issei reassured her that this was just a dream, a space where only they existed. He approached her and she remained seated, still bewildered. She questioned why the experience felt so real when she had held Issei. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and her tears flowed more freely. The other Issei embraced her tightly, offering comfort. He explained that the dream felt real because of her longing for it to be true, but sadly, it was merely a memory. He gently cupped her face, encouraging her to look into his eyes. In a moment of hope, Asia leaned forward, believing he might be the real Issei, and kissed him. The sensation of their lips meeting brought her joy, but when she noticed he did not kiss back, worry creased her brow, fearing she had made a mistake. The other Issei reassured her, expressing that he did not mind the kiss but clarified that he was not Issei Haidu, merely a spirit or guide. He promised that the real Issei would have reciprocated if he could. Asia's tears reflected a mix of sadness and happiness at his words. As she cried, the other Issei lifted her into his arms, carrying her bridal style out of the room. Though she felt a longing to escape his hold, she sensed it was best to let him guide her. He carried her through the halls of the remodeled house and down the stairs into the living room, where she spotted her adoptive parents and their son engaged in conversation. Although she could not hear their words, the scene felt distant and not meant for her to witness. The other Issei pointed toward a large window, where she saw Dragon Issei lying down, observing their conversation. Confusion filled her as she questioned how he could be present. The other Issei explained that he had been in everyone's dreams, but now he was experiencing his memories firsthand and could not see them. They moved toward the front door, stepping outside, but the familiar Haida mansion was replaced by the abandoned church, where a row of destroyed pews awaited them. Asia recognized the place instantly, but something felt different. A small boy with red hair, bearing scars and a small tail, lay on the pew where she should have been. Asia's confusion deepened as she wondered who this child was. The other Issei set her down, allowing her to take in her surroundings. He noted that Issei had taken on a human form, which intrigued him. Asia's shock grew as she recognized the boy's resemblance to Issei from old photographs with Irina. The other Issei expressed surprise at this choice of form and handed her a small key that had fallen from his hand. As she looked at the key, she noticed 2 chains and locks on the boy. The other Issei explained that this would be their final goodbye. Once she unlocked one of the locks, the boy would become the new Issei. Asia felt tears welling up again, but she fought to hold them back. The other Issei gently urged her forward toward the child version of Issei. She felt a surge of energy, as if she could run to him, and memories flooded her mind, bringing forth happy tears as she approached the boy. As she reached him, she knelt down and held one of his small hands in her own. She inserted the key into one of the locks, and as it turned, a click echoed through the air. One of the chains fell away from him, only to vanish in a green glow reminiscent of her own twilight healing aura. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her back and turned to see a different man. He bore a striking resemblance to her adopted father, but his spiky hair gave him away. It was Issei. She spoke weakly, reaching out an arm toward him. He took her hand, smiling at her with that familiar warmth. He apologized for not being able to come earlier, explaining that he had something important to attend to. He expressed his love for her and asked her to take care of the child for him. She nodded, tears of happiness welling in her eyes as he vanished, his smile lingering in her memory. Turning back to the sleeping form of Issei, she was met with his golden eyes looking at her, almost piercing through her. Gently, she placed a hand on his cheek, and he leaned into her touch, closing his eyes. He took her hand in his. The church began to be enveloped in white light, and just before they were consumed by it, Issei softly acknowledged her presence, saying he remembered her. He hugged her tightly, unaware of the tears in her eyes. She smiled and held him close as they both vanished into the white light, awakening together. Meanwhile, in Lucifer and Vala's mansion, Vali, Kuroka, and Albian had been searching for 3 hours for the brief energy signature of Issei that Albian had sensed. However, their efforts had proven fruitless, as it was challenging to search for an aura not felt in over a decade. This led to a heated discussion about whether Albian might have sensed Draig's new host instead. Kuroka, tired and frustrated, questioned Albian's certainty, expressing her doubts about making her sister happy again. Albian insisted he was telling the truth, having felt Issei, even if only for a moment. His conviction surprised both Vali and Kuroka, who had never heard him express such concern before. Vali, recognizing their exhaustion, suggested they take a break and devise a better plan. Albian sighed, acknowledging their need for rest but vowed to continue searching for Issei, even if it meant using small amounts of his magic. As they made their way to the living room, Kuroka supported Vali, who was struggling to walk. They passed Biko, who was watching something on the couch. He laughed at their predicament, teasing Vali about needing help from a little kitty. Kuroka shot him a glare while Vali chose to ignore him. Once in the kitchen, they attempted to relax when Arthur approached them, inquiring about their search. Vali sighed, explaining their lack of success and jokingly suggesting that Albian might be losing his mind. Arthur, with a hint of amusement, informed them that Albian might not be as mistaken as they thought. Vali, intrigued, pressed for details about what had transpired during their search. Arthur revealed that, Just as the piece of the divine dividing had gone missing and returned to Issei Haidu, so too had Ascalon, the dragon slayer. Shock washed over Valley and Albian as Albian's wings erupted in a display of joy. He proclaimed that he had known Issei was alive, asserting that such powerful pieces would not simply vanish or return without reason. His exuberance caused some dishes to fall and break in the background. Valley, overwhelmed by the news, grabbed Arthur's collar, demanding confirmation of the truth. Arthur nodded vigorously, feeling a mix of fear and respect for the suddenly intense Valley. Realizing his display of strength, Valley released Arthur, apologizing for his outburst and attempting to regain his composure, aware that Kuroka would never let him live this down. Kuroka leaned over the kitchen island, curious about how long Arthur had known this information. He revealed that he had learned of it just an hour ago, around the same time Albian sensed the return of his piece to Issei, coinciding with the sword's disappearance. The atmosphere in the Gremory territory was quite chaotic, as Archduchess Rias Gremory had fainted, leaving everyone concerned about her condition. Ortha maintained a calm demeanor, although he felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight. Kuroka, deep in thought and holding her arms under her bust, wondered if this was the reason Kaneko had not responded to her calls. Ortha corrected her, stating that Kaneko, along with 2 others serving under Gremory, had gone missing around the same time the artifacts disappeared. Kuroka's expression shifted to one of shock and concern, prompting her to question Ortha's certainty. He simply nodded, intensifying her worry. Albian, contemplating aloud, speculated whether the recent events were connected to the sudden return of Issei's pieces. This caught the attention of everyone in the kitchen. Valley, intrigued by Albian's thoughts, asked for clarification. Albian suggested that Kaneko might have found Issei, but the question remained as to why she hadn't mentioned it. The mention of Kaneko potentially finding Issei sparked interest among the group. Valley and Ortha exchanged glances with Kuroka, who was puzzled by their sudden focus on her. Valley inquired if Kuroka knew about Kaneko's plans for the day, such as any missions or meetings. This prompted Kuroka to recall a brief conversation she had with Kaneko regarding a task she was supposed to undertake. Kaneko had mentioned something about dealing with an overly aggressive familiar. The 3 males listened intently, piecing together the mystery. Kuroka concluded that Kaneko must have encountered Issei or something related. She shifted into protective big sister mode, determined to find her sister. With a newfound sense of direction, they had a place to start. Ortha quickly called his sister to relay the information to Sirzex and urged her to come to the Lucifer mansion as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Vala prepared a magic circle to transport them to the familiar forest. A few minutes later, the team, consisting of Vala, Kuroka, Ortha, Biko, Sirzex, and Grafia, stood on the magic circle, ready to embark on their journey. As Vala finalized the preparations, Grafia learned of the theory that Issei might be alive and possibly in the familiar forest. Even her typically stoic expression softened, revealing a hint of joy at the prospect of having her younger brother figure back. Valley addressed the group, reminding them that they did not know what awaited them in the forest. Their primary objective was to find Kaneko, along with the 2 other servants of Rius, and hopefully Issei Hayadu as well. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Valley activated the circle. A bright, white light enveloped them, and in an instant, the room they had occupied was left empty. Moments later, a blonde-haired witch appeared where they had stood, looking around in confusion. She wondered where everyone had gone and if they had left without her, expressing her disappointment at missing the chance to meet the Issei dragon. Inside the bedroom of Rius Gremory, the head of the Gremory clan and Archduchess, 3 individuals stood around her bed, filled with concern for their friend. Kiba, Gasper, and Rosweiss had been watching Rius for the past 4 hours, deeply aware of the reason behind her distress, which cast a heavy atmosphere over the mansion. Only the servants seemed unaffected by the tension. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the soft sounds of breathing. Gasper sat in a chair beside Rius, holding her hand and silently appealing to the spirit of Issei for her recovery. Kiba contemplated doing the same but hesitated, feeling that invoking Issei's help would only emphasize his own sense of helplessness. Rius, meanwhile, had been trying to manage the situation, having been tasked by Akone to oversee matters until Rius awoke or Akone returned. She had taken a few calls and received several messages, one of which had caught her attention. It was from Issei, and after reading it multiple times to ensure its authenticity, she felt compelled to share it with the others. With a shaky voice, Rius called for Kiba and Gasper to come closer. They approached, noticing the shock on her face. Kiba was the first to reach her side, followed closely by Gasper, who was still recovering from sitting for so long. Rius enlarged the message and turned it toward them. Their expressions shifted from confusion to surprise as they absorbed the contents. The message revealed that Albian had sensed the energy of Issei Haidu, indicating that he was alive somewhere in the familiar forest. The revelation stunned all three of them. Rius regained some composure and looked at Kiba and Gasper, who displayed a mix of emotions. Kiba's initial happiness faded into confusion and shame, while Gasper was overwhelmed with tears, reflecting his tumultuous feelings. However, Rius soon noticed that Rias's bed was empty. Panic set in as she asked where Rius had gone. The realization struck them simultaneously: Rius was missing. Rius quickly formulated a theory, suggesting that Rius must have seen Issei's message and gone to the familiar forest. She urged the boys to follow her lead, and they nodded in agreement, determined to find their friend. Meanwhile, in the familiar forest, Valli and his team, along with Sirzex and Grafia, were searching for Issei's energy. Valli inquired if Albian had sensed anything since their arrival. Albian confirmed that he felt Issei's energy to the north, near a mountain, but warned that other dragonic signatures were present as well. The group sensed multiple strong dragonic energies in the area, along with several devil energies approaching them. Albian noted that Kaniko's peerage was on their way, possibly to fetch them. Nene, Kaniko's queen, approached Sirzex and informed him that they had been sent to retrieve him and his team per their MSDR's orders. Sirzex expressed his gratitude but was eager to know if Issei was with Tiiamat. Nene admitted they were unsure about the situation but acknowledged the importance of Issei. As they made their way toward the mountain, Karuka, another member of the group, expressed her concern for her sister, seeking reassurance about her well-being. Nene, caught off guard by the question, struggled to find the right words to respond. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone moved forward, united by their shared goal of finding Issei and ensuring the safety of their friends. She wanted to believe that she was okay, or at least safe, but uncertainty lingered after everything that had happened. Since entering the cave with Tiiamat and Issei, she had not seen her. Nene tried to reassure herself, expressing her belief that Lady Zenovia and Asia were with her, but she could feel the weight of her sister's worry pressing down on her. Karuka expressed relief, which made Nene sigh in response. Vala decided to take the lead, stating that he would move ahead, as waiting would take too long. He summoned his silver wings and flew toward the mountain, followed shortly by Biko, who was curious to see the dragons and meet Issei for the first time in a decade. Ortha noted, with a hint of emotion, that despite Vala's reluctance to admit it, he had missed Issei a great deal. Sirzex acknowledged that traveling by foot would take longer, but he found it difficult to approach Issei any faster. Grafia understood his internal struggle. He had confided in her that he felt responsible for Issei's death, believing that if his plan had succeeded, Issei would still be alive. She smiled softly, knowing that Issei would never hold such a thing against him. Inside Tiamat's cave, Tiiamat, Lilith, Zenovia, and Kaniko were engaged in conversation to help ease Tiamat's worries about Issei and his incredible power. Tiiamat struggled to comprehend how he had been allowed to retain such immense strength at such a young age. Zenovia and Kaniko reassured her that he was known as the Red Dragon Emperor for a reason. Although Tiiamat found humor in their comments, her worries persisted, particularly her selfish fears about whether Issei would leave her now that he was stronger and aware of his past. As she pondered these thoughts, she sensed two figures exit the protective dome surrounding Issei, created by Great Red to contain his power. Akone and Asia emerged, both smiling broadly. Akone appeared somewhat sad, but her smile was radiant, while Asia seemed to have had a much more pleasant experience than she had anticipated. Kaneko and Zenovia approached them, and they shared a group hug, smiling and speaking in hushed tones, their words easily heard by the dragons who were not part of the embrace. Kaneko inquired about Asia's experience, and Asia nodded happily, tears streaming down her face as she shared that she had indeed met Issei. She expressed how much she missed him, pausing momentarily before looking up with an even brighter smile, revealing that she had seen Issei in his human form. Her tears continued to flow, but her joy was evident. The other girls were taken aback by the revelation of his human form, as was Tiiamat. Akone, feeling competitive, mentioned that she had met Issei's daughter and even received a kiss from him, claiming him as her husband. The others were in awe, but the mood quickly shifted to playful rivalry as Asia insisted that Issei belonged to her. Kaneko joined in, asserting her claim, while Akone playfully declared that Issei had indicated he wanted to marry her. Zenovia, confused by the competition over Issei, believed it was obvious that he would choose her. The four dragons allowed their friends to engage in this light-hearted banter, preferring it to the tears that would have accompanied their reunion with Issei. Tiiamat and Lilith listened intently, eager to hear any interesting developments. Ophis, curious, asked if anyone had spoken to Issei and what he had said. Great Red glanced at her, then back to Issei's sleeping form, before responding that once the situation with Issei's former loves was resolved, he would take Issei's soul into a dream of his own, where he would rest eternally until Great Red's own demise. The three females listened in shock at the prospect. Ophis expressed interest in offering her own version of a dream for Issei, but Great Red quickly declined, explaining that neither Issei nor Ophis would appreciate being in limbo as their heaven. He intended to take Issei into his own being as part of an endless dream, which elicited a pout from Ophis, who desired to provide peace in her own way, and a grateful smile from Tiiamat. As Tiiamat, Lilith, and Ophis moved toward the entrance, Great Red remained behind to watch over Issei. He wondered if Issei was aware that he could sense whether he was asleep. He observed Issei slightly open his left eye before closing it again, resembling someone waking up after a long period of rest. Great Red chuckled to himself, finding amusement in the behaviors of beings from various races and statuses in the world. He reflected on how mortals were the most amusing creatures, followed closely by gods and Ophis, whose antics he found equally laughable. As he continued to survey the cave, he marveled at the history it had witnessed over the years. Tiiamat, a nurturing figure, played with her first and only hatchling, while Issei was learning and growing as a dragon. As Great Red observed the unfolding events, he sensed a destructive presence approaching the cave. Initially shocked, he soon felt confusion as the presence vanished into thin air. Despite his attempts to track it, his senses seemed interrupted, leaving him puzzled about what could be powerful enough to disrupt his magical awareness. He continued to feel the presence drawing closer. Glancing at Issei, who appeared to be reacting to something, Great Red wondered if the hatchling was sensing the same disturbance. However, the four devil females present in the room showed no signs of awareness, which only added to his confusion. He approached Issei, feeling an instinctive urge to protect him, sensing that this presence had a specific interest in the hatchling. The girls noticed his unease and exchanged worried glances. Akone stood and cautiously approached him, followed by the others. Great Red remained focused on the strange presence and was startled when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He reacted sharply, still preoccupied with the disturbance. Akone expressed concern for his well-being, sensing his stress and asking if there was anything they could do to help. Great Red explained that he was feeling a strange presence nearby but could not pinpoint its location, as it kept eluding his senses. He urged the four devils to try sensing it as well. The girls nodded and began to concentrate, but after a minute of effort, they reported that they could not detect anything unusual. Kaneko suggested that the presence might be too powerful for them to sense. Great Red growled in frustration, realizing that only he or perhaps Ophis could perceive it consistently. Just then he sensed Ophis entering the room, accompanied by Tiiamat, Lilith, Albian, and the new son Wukong. He turned to see the shocked expressions on Valley and Biko's faces as they noticed Issei's new form. However, Great Red was more concerned with the two individuals he believed could assist him with the current threat. He called out to Ophis and Albian, asking if they had sensed the strange presence as well. Ophis confirmed that she had, but felt that Great Red was already dealing with the situation. Valley, with 2 silver wings emerging from his back, inquired about the presence Great Red was referring to. Albian, having just sensed the same disturbance, acknowledged the severity of the situation. Great Red expressed his fear that the entity might be targeting Issei. He focused his power on locating the presence, joined shortly by Ophis and Albian. Valley asked Albian if he could sense anything, noting the interruptions in their awareness. Albian admitted he was experiencing the same difficulties, recognizing that whatever was causing this disturbance was powerful enough to evade their senses. Ophis pointed out that the destructive aura surrounding Issei was unmistakable, and Great Red agreed. The others in the cave looked at Issei and noticed the crimson aura enveloping him, which seemed to repel those nearby. The 4 devils realized that this magic belonged to Rius Gremry. Akone voiced her surprise, questioning why Rius was present. Valley expressed his disbelief, recalling that Sirzex had intended to keep her location hidden until they found Issei. The situation was becoming more complicated than anticipated. He gathered the group, suggesting that he, Biko, and the others should venture out to find Rias and hopefully calm her down, fearing a repeat of a past incident in Kutown. Great Red interrupted, stating that Rias was already there. As if on cue, the cave walls behind Issei exploded, sending dust and debris flying. The 3 dragon gods braced themselves, while Tiiamat instinctively moved closer to protect her hatchling. The others waved their hands to clear the dust, and Valley used a small wind spell to disperse it. As the dust settled, they beheld Rius Gremry, her body cloaked in a thin layer of destructive magic. Although not as potent as Sirzex in his super devil form, it was still formidable. The magic seeped from her, particularly from her legs and feet, spreading across the floor. While it posed no immediate danger, the potential for destruction was unsettling. If she unleashed her full power, the consequences could be dire. Valley attempted to step forward but was halted by Akone, who shakily moved ahead, followed closely by her friends. Rias had not seen the others or was simply ignoring them, as she appeared to be scanning the cave for something or someone. She was there to find Issei and demanded to know his whereabouts. Akone, her voice weak yet determined, pointed toward the sleeping body of a red dragon. Rias followed the direction of her finger, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw the creature. She turned back to Akone and the others, her voice filled with anger as she insisted that the dragon was not Issei and demanded to know where he was. Akone spoke weakly, trying to remain brave for her friends, though fear gripped her heart. She had witnessed Rias's fury before and knew how dangerous it could become. The atmosphere in the cave shifted as Rias's aura intensified, causing discomfort to those present. Akone winced in pain, feeling the heat radiating from Rias, but she held her ground, hoping to prevent further escalation. As Rias continued to scrutinize the dragon, she felt a familiar aura emanating from it. Dropping to her knees, she looked to Akone, her eyes pleading for confirmation. Akone nodded slowly, praying that Rias would not lose control. Tears filled Rias's eyes as she realized that her Issei was indeed there, right in front of her. Everyone in the cave watched Rias intently, aware of the potential for her power to spike. Tiiamat, Issei's mother, approached her son cautiously. Great Red would have intervened, but Ophis held his hand, silently urging him to let Tiiamat comfort her hatchling. Rias remained fixated on Issei, her gaze unwavering, until Tiiamat gently stroked his head. Rias felt a surge of possessiveness at the sight of another woman touching Issei. Slowly, Rias stood and approached Tiiamat, her aura calm but her intent unmistakably threatening. Tiiamat sensed the danger but was driven by her maternal instincts to remain close to her child. When their eyes met, Rias's gaze was not the usual color but a deep, blood red, sending a chill down Tiamat's spine. Rias's anger erupted as she demanded to know why Tiiamat was touching Issei, her aura flaring dangerously and sending weaker individuals in the cave reeling. Rias declared that Issei belonged to her and that no one else could touch him. Another wave of destructive magic rippled through the cave, causing it to tremble. Ophis and Great Red observed the scene with calm expressions, knowing that intervention was not yet wise. Rius, noticing their indifference, confronted them with fury, demanding to know who they were. Great Red chuckled, which only fueled Rias's anger further. She threatened him, her emotions spiraling out of control. He warned her that she should apologize to Tiamat, or Issei might unknowingly retaliate. Rias turned to see Issei standing, checking on his mother, but he appeared more animalistic than before, nudging her unconscious form with his snout. Seeing Issei awake brought a small smile to Rias's face, and she approached him slowly, her aura calming slightly. She called out to him softly, hoping to connect. However, as he turned his head toward her, she was met with narrowed eyes that glowed with a fierce golden light, causing her discomfort. Ophis asked Great Red if Issei would survive the encounter, and he shook his head, suggesting that they needed to intervene. Rias continued to reach out to Issei, reminding him of their shared past, but she remained oblivious to the growing hatred and killing intent radiating from him. When she spoke his name, a painful transformation began within Issei, causing him to growl in both agony and rage. Rias noticed the metallic plates forming around his body, a sight she had hoped never to witness again. Concerned for him, she asked if he was okay, unaware of the storm brewing within him. The roar that erupted from Issei was so powerful that even Great Red and Ophis felt its force, causing them to stagger slightly. His body began to morph further, golden gems appearing in various places across his form. Rias took a step back, nearly losing her balance as fear washed over her. Vale, sitting on the ground, stared in shock at the transformation, mirroring the astonishment of others witnessing the event. Issei's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the cave as he revealed himself as the abandoned host of dragons. He spoke of being lost in a void, with only a shell to define his existence. Rias looked at him with wide, fearful eyes, while the others in the room, including the dragon gods and Tiamat, began to retreat slowly. The power radiating from Issei was beyond anything they could comprehend. He lamented having it all, only to lose everything, expressing a sense of blindness to the inferno and a forgetfulness of his dreams. With each word, his power and physical form intensified, and it became clear that he was on the verge of unleashing devastation upon the world. He declared his intent to take them to the Forgotten Realm, where they would rest in a pit of no memory. The tension in the cave escalated, prompting everyone to flee as quickly as possible. Only Ophis, Great Red, Lilith, Rias, and Tiamat remained to confront Issei's impending wrath. The three dragon gods conjured magic to shield themselves and teleported Tiamat and Rias out of the cave just as Issei completed his chant. He proclaimed himself as Issei Heidu, the dragon everyone had forgotten, and unleashed the forgotten juggernaut drive. An explosion engulfed the entire cave in a brilliant crimson light. In the familiar forest, Sirzex, Graphia, and Team Valley, with the exception of Valley, Biko, and Lufei, rushed toward the mountain as a surge of demonic magic erupted from within. Just as they approached, 6 figures emerged from a cave, and moments later, 2 others teleported beside Sirzex. He sensed a familiar draconic energy emanating from the cave, recognizing it as Issei's. The realization struck him that this energy was about to explode. Sirzex urgently called for Graphia to create magical shields. He poured his magic into a shield he had conjured, and Graphia quickly followed suit. The 6 newcomers reached them just as the energy burst forth. The intensity of the explosion was greater than they had anticipated, but their shields held, albeit barely. A massive cloud of smoke billowed from the mountain, enveloping everything in its vicinity. Sirzex turned to the 8 new arrivals and spotted his sister among them. He hurried to her side. As she opened her eyes and saw her older brother, concern filled his gaze as he held her hand. She appeared disoriented, struggling to recall how she had ended up there. Sirzex informed her that she was in the familiar forest and questioned why she was there, given that he had believed she was unconscious in bed. She attempted to piece together her memories but found them elusive. Sirzex then glanced at the other individual Graphia had attended to. Graphia informed him that the woman was Lady Tiamat, currently unconscious. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted them, and Sirzex turned to find Akone on her knees, her hand raised. He noticed a fresh red mark on Rias's cheek, and she looked bewildered, unsure of why she had just been struck. Valis spoke up, revealing that Rias had hit Issei's mother, prompting Akone to nod in agreement. Both Sirzex and Rias exchanged confused glances with Vali and Akone. Grafia, however, quickly connected the dots, recognizing that Tiamat's aura was reminiscent of her own when Milicus had been nearly killed. Rias's eyes widened as she began to recall her actions. The realization hit her hard. She had struck Tiiamat, Issei's mother. The weight of her mistake sank in, and her heart raced as panic set in. Rias expressed her fear that Issei would seek revenge for her actions, her breath becoming ragged as she trembled with dread. Akone wanted to comfort her, but the group froze as they sensed a powerful glare directed at them. Vale, Sirzex, and Grafia turned to see Issei's massive dragon form emerging from the smoke, but something was amiss. He did not resemble a typical dragon. Great Red, Lilith, and Ophis stepped out of the haze, and Great Red addressed the group. He informed them that Issei was in a state known as the Juggernaut Drive. As they approached Rias and Sirzex, Ophis sat beside them. Rias and Ophis locked eyes, and Ophis bluntly stated that Rias might not survive the encounter. Great Red clarified that Issei would indeed seek vengeance, and Rias slowly nodded, understanding the gravity of her mistake. Great Red explained that while typically a child would hold a grudge against anyone who harmed their parent, Issei was not an ordinary child. He possessed the power of the Dragon King, making him a potentially new heavenly dragon. If Rias did not rectify her mistake, the consequences would be dire, as dragons were known for their grudges, a matter of pride. Rias felt overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation, questioning how she could possibly make amends. Great Red reassured her that dragons were noble creatures, though their pride could be their downfall. He extended his hand to her, and after a moment of hesitation, she took it, allowing him to help her stand. The others watched, uncertain of what to do, including Sirzex, who felt a mix of worry and hope that Great Red knew what he was doing. Together, they moved away from the group, approaching the swirling dust and smoke. Great Red released her hand, leaving her confused about what to do next. He explained that he could not accompany her further, as it would not teach her anything and would insult the angry hatchling waiting inside, who had requested this of him. Rias gulped, feeling the intensity of Issei's glare through the dust. Summoning her courage, she took her first step into the haze. As she continued forward, her vision began to blur, and the sounds of the outside world faded away. All she could see was a swirl of gray, light brown, and black dust and smoke surrounding her. She felt as though she had just signed her own death sentence, yet a flicker of hope urged her to continue. For Issei, she needed to earn his forgiveness, only then could they be together again. With determination, she pressed forward, leaving behind the dust and smoke to enter a cave. As she glanced back, the dust had vanished, replaced by a solid wall of rock and stones. Turning her gaze ahead, she recognized that this was her only path. There was no escaping this problem, and she was resolved to face it. She whispered her commitment to Issei, vowing to earn his forgiveness. As she walked, she felt her feet grow wet and looked down to discover she was standing in a dark liquid, which she soon realized was blood. Frozen in shock, she surveyed her surroundings and found that she was not alone in this gruesome place. Pools of blood surrounded her, some even forming lakes. The sight of rotting bodies falling from the ceiling and floating in the blood made her stomach churn. Fear gripped her as her breathing quickened, and she questioned the nature of this horrific place. Fortunately, she soon left the blood-soaked area behind, entering a section of the cave that was less terrifying. Here, the water was black, resembling tar or oil. Hesitant but aware that she needed to move forward, she removed her heavy clothing, including her shoes and crimson dress, and placed them neatly beside the water. Taking a deep breath, she stepped back and then ran forward, jumping into the thick black water. It enveloped her, heavy and suffocating. She swam with all her strength, but soon fatigue set in. Her lungs burned for air, and her body felt weaker with each passing moment. As she sank deeper into the darkness, she reached out desperately, hoping to grasp something, but her mind began to fade. In a forgotten dreamscape, two figures existed in a dark void. One figure lay motionless on the ground, alive yet unresponsive, while the other, resembling a dog, observed intently. The silence was profound, interrupted only by the heavy breaths of the observing figure, which soon ceased as it lost the need for breath. The smaller figure gazed at the larger one, which towered over it, yet it felt no fear, only confusion. It was as if it existed in a blank state, unsure of its purpose. The two figures, devoid of features yet somehow aware, continued to regard each other. The smaller figure decided to stand, and the larger one mirrored its movements, lowering its head to maintain eye contact. As they stood together, the larger figure revealed its true form, dripping black liquid that concealed vibrant colors beneath. The smaller figure was the first to be fully unveiled, transforming into a young woman with long red hair, fair skin, and dull green eyes. She wore minimal clothing and examined her new appearance with curiosity. Looking back, she noticed the massive figure had transformed into a small boy with messy golden hair and tan skin, his dull golden eyes marked by a green slit. He too was bewildered by his new form and studied the young woman before him. Both figures, now aware of their identities, shared a moment of uncertainty, questioning their pasts and the nature of their existence. The woman knelt to establish eye contact with the boy, feeling a sense of connection. In that moment, their dull eyes sparkled with newfound life, as they both sensed an awakening within themselves. They experienced feelings they had never encountered before, a longing to act on these emotions, yet uncertainty lingered about how the other would respond or what they might express. The boy placed his hand on his face, searching for something he didn't know existed. He discovered two openings leading upward, stopping at an invisible barrier he could not penetrate. Moving his hand slightly lower, he found two flaps beneath his nose. As he explored further, he encountered another barrier, but this time it felt as though he could pass through it. He opened his mouth, and the woman observed his actions, attempting to locate her own mouth as well. The boy expressed uncertainty about his identity, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. The woman, trying to formulate a response, felt a similar confusion as she understood his question. She hesitated, grappling with her own identity as she posed a question back to him. The boy looked at her, struggling to find an answer, but then he recalled a name he believed belonged to him. He introduced himself, uncertain if he had pronounced it correctly, yet it was the first time he had heard it spoken aloud. The woman's eyes widened at the mention of his name, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy, though she could not fully comprehend why. Curiosity replaced some of the uncertainty in the boy's voice as he inquired about their location. The woman began to wonder about their surroundings as well, scanning the dark, empty space that enveloped them. There seemed to be no exit, no way forward, just an endless void contrasting with their presence. She expressed her own confusion about their whereabouts, and the boy shook his head in response, indicating he did not know either. Their eyes met, and in that moment he felt as though he was diving into her appealing green eyes, which stirred something within him, a memory of something familiar. The woman, drawn into his golden gaze, felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over her, though fear occasionally crept in, urging her to flee or even embrace him. A deep connection to Issei, the boy before her, surged within her. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her mind, and an image flashed before her eyes. A figure in crimson armor, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Issei, but older. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she questioned the reality of what she was seeing. Then Issei spoke again, delivering a revelation that shook her to her core. Recognition flooded her as memories of her life, her name, her family, and her friends returned. She realized that the boy before her was the new dragonic Issei, the one she feared would seek vengeance for the past. Despite her apprehension, a part of her still yearned to confirm whether he was truly her Issei. She expressed her identity, unsure of how he would react, and to her surprise, his response was not what she anticipated. Issei's voice turned cold as he recalled her name, linking her to his painful past. He spoke of the countless times he had suffered because of her actions, and the atmosphere shifted as the spirits of those who had impacted their lives emerged around them. Rias, taken aback, stumbled backward, bewildered by the presence of these figures. They began to laugh, their amusement contrasting sharply with Issei's stoic demeanor. The older figures taunted her, revealing that Issei had harbored a terrible secret, one that he could finally unveil. Rias felt a growing sense of dread as she questioned what they meant. She insisted that she knew everything about Issei, that he would have confided in her if there were a hidden truth. The spirits continued to mock her, suggesting that she had been oblivious to his true feelings. One spirit, Rainier, wrapped her arms around Issei, revealing her true form as the others followed suit. Rias felt increasingly powerless as they closed in around him, her voice trembling as she demanded they back away. The spirits continued to press their point, revealing that a part of Issei harbored deep resentment toward her. Rias struggled to accept this notion, insisting that Issei loved her. As her emotions threatened to overwhelm her, Drag, the dragon within Issei, spoke up, confirming the boy's conflicted feelings. He had witnessed the turmoil within Issei, the darkness that had nearly consumed him on that fateful night. Rias realized that the truth was far more complicated than she had ever imagined. Drag growled behind her, revealing his true form and glaring intensely as their eyes met. Trihexa spoke, explaining that this place was where all of Issei's memories could be released. A shiver ran down her spine as she faced the many heads of the beast. Turning away from the multitude of eyes, she spotted Issei, surrounded by the very women who had harmed him in various ways. Each figure seemed to watch her, reminding her of their shared impact on his life. Determined to reach Issei, she began to walk towards him, hoping that her presence would bring an end to this torment. The figures parted, allowing her to approach. However, as she drew closer, she noticed how their bodies began to dissolve into a dark tar that enveloped him. Panic surged within her, and she sprinted past the remaining figures, but before he was completely covered, she caught a glimpse of his eyes filled with hatred. Frozen in place, she stared at him, his body now shrouded in black tar that expanded and transformed. 4 massive legs formed, along with a long body and neck, while a tail sprouted behind him. 2 elongated arms emerged from his back, adorned with sharp spikes. His appearance morphed into that of a dragon, initially black but gradually revealing an armored exterior. The metal plates gleamed in shades of gray, with red and golden lines accentuating their edges, each claw and spike menacingly sharp. Rias felt a surge of fear as she stood beneath his monstrous presence, her heart racing painfully in her chest. His burning golden eyes locked onto her terrified green ones, and she fell backward in sheer fright. No longer was he the boy she once knew. He had transformed into a creature straight out of a horror story. He roared, recalling everything she had done to him and to herself. He accused her of ruining his life and even daring to kill his mother, unleashing a torrent of anger that stemmed from the memories he had regained. The good times flooded back, but so did the painful moments that made him question his friendships, his lovers, and his sanity. Rias crawled backward, terrified that any movement could lead to her demise. With a powerful slam of his front legs, the ground shook beneath them. He expressed his frustration, lamenting that his entire life had been a joke, and just when he had a chance for happiness, she and others had come along to ruin it. His aura radiated in waves, pushing her back with each surge of power. He accused her of being heartless, of living up to the title of the Princess of Ruin. Despite her fear, a thought crossed her mind. She hadn't killed his mother, she had only knocked her out. Gathering her courage, she struggled to stand, facing him as he demanded to know her intentions. She inhaled deeply, steeling herself against the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. She met his gaze, unwavering, and confessed her shortcomings. She admitted that she had never been the MSTR, friend, or lover he deserved, allowing him to bear the weight of her failures. Bowing before him, she expressed her shame and regret, acknowledging her repeated failures and the lesson she had finally learned when he had died. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she revealed how losing him had been the first true loss she had ever experienced. Issei felt a mix of emotions as he listened, recognizing the sincerity in her words. Doubt crept into his mind, causing him to question his rage and the path he was on. Silence enveloped them as Rias continued to cry, mumbling apologies and pleading for forgiveness, even if it meant her life. Unbeknownst to her, Issei's monstrous form began to fade, revealing a more human figure standing in its place. He approached her, each step creating ripples in the ground beneath him, as if the very floor were responding to his presence. Rias did not notice the 2 feet standing directly in front of her, but she felt the sudden touch of a hand on her head. The younger Issei expressed his remorse, acknowledging that he had gone too far. As Rias slowly raised her gaze to meet his face, she saw his tear-stained eyes and the sorrow etched on his features. She was taken aback. She had expected him to be angry or even violent, but instead he appeared genuinely ashamed. She pondered why he would apologize when she had been far worse to him in the past. As she continued to observe his tearful expression, she realized that he was just a child burdened with heavy responsibilities once again. She sank to her knees, feeling the cool, water-like floor against her skin. Then she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close as his tears soaked her chest and stomach. She held him gently, stroking his spiky golden hair, and whispered that it was okay, that she should be the one asking for his forgiveness. She reassured him that she would protect him and ensure nothing bad would happen to him again. Soon, his tears ceased, replaced by quiet breaths as he fell asleep in her embrace. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the moment, commenting on how unexpected it was for Rias to humble herself for his forgiveness. She turned to see a young adult man with spiky brown hair, golden eyes, a small beard, and casual clothing. He appeared amused and somewhat familiar. Rias questioned his identity, assuming he was yet another person trying to disrupt Issei's life. The man responded cheerfully, revealing that he was, in fact, the #1 pawn of Rius, which caused her eyes to widen in realization. Issei, now resembling his father in some ways, greeted Rias warmly, asking how she had been. She recognized that this was likely what he would have looked like had he lived to this day. Unlike others, his life force had returned to that of a human, allowing him to age normally again. Rias's eyes widened further at the sight of him, the real Issei. She could only utter his name as she slowly reached out her arm, which he took in his own, smiling in a way she would never forget. In the forgotten dreamscape, Issei approached Rias with a warm smile, noticing the tears forming in her eyes. She reached out to touch his face gently, and he took her other hand, leaning into her touch. His smile softened as he felt the weight of their shared emotions. Rias giggled lightly, recognizing how little he had changed over the years. She expressed her joy at seeing him, her smile radiating beauty that Issei had missed dearly. He confirmed his identity, assuring her that he was indeed her Issei. As they locked eyes, the tears on Rias's face began to flow freely, and in a moment of pure emotion, she leaned in and kissed him for the first time in over a decade. This kiss was real, unlike the fleeting fantasies of her dreams. Issei reciprocated, holding her close even as they pulled away, both breathless from the intensity of their connection. Issei shared how much he had missed her during the years of separation, expressing the pain of being trapped away from her and his family. Rias, feeling a pang of sorrow, knew there was something she needed to tell him but struggled to find the words. She reassured him that their time apart was over and that they could be together again in the underworld, where he could become her husband at last. A blush crept onto her cheeks, mirrored by Issei's, but his expression soon shifted from happiness to sadness, a tear escaping down his cheek. Rias, confused, questioned why he wasn't happy about their reunion. Unbeknownst to her, the younger version of Issei watched with a heavy heart, understanding that the future she envisioned could not come to pass. Issei explained that he could not be her husband, his smile fading as he revealed the harsh truth of his situation. Rias's heart sank as she realized that only she and the younger Issei would leave this place, while the older Issei would remain behind. Desperate, Rias clung to him, sobbing as she questioned why she couldn't be with him. She expressed her deep longing, wishing for him to return to her life. Issei gently comforted her, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. He explained that he was not safe to be around after all this time and that he would soon leave for a peaceful resting place. Rias's sobs intensified as she absorbed his words, yearning for him to stay and share a life together. She pleaded for a way to bring him back, but Issei's response was firm. He had made his choice, and there was no changing it. They embraced tightly, cherishing the final moments they had together, oblivious to the passage of time. The younger Issei observed their sorrowful farewell, feeling a mix of sympathy and relief for the older version of himself, who could finally escape the torment of his afterlife. As he took in the surroundings, he recognized the beach they were on, a place his mother had described. The soft sand and the vast lake brought back memories of a special connection between his past self and Rius. Yet, he grappled with his identity, realizing that despite possessing the memories and powers of his past self, he was still Issei Tiiamat, not Issei Haidu. Unconsciously shifting into his dragon form, he waded into the ocean, feeling the cool water against his scales and the sand yielding beneath his weight. As he contemplated his future, he recalled his longing to become Kaniko's familiar, questioning the motivations behind that wish. He understood the pain of losing Issei for those who cared about him, but he also faced his own dilemma, caught between two lives and uncertain of his path forward. How would others perceive him, and what identity would they assign to him? Would he become Issei Haidu, or would he remain simply Issei? He was not particularly bothered by the idea of becoming Issei Haidu, but he wondered if that meant he would have to relinquish his true self to assume the role of someone who would eventually be gone. If he chose to stay true to himself, would the people around him still care, or would they dismiss him and view this entire day as a waste of time? Perhaps they would even resent him for giving them hope. These burdens were unfair for someone so young, someone who was still trying to understand his own identity and the remnants of his past life. Everything felt intertwined, as if he were a blank canvas that had been splattered with colors for practice, only to have someone begin painting over it with a new image. His thoughts spiraled into chaos as fear, terror, dread, and despair began to overwhelm him. Was he destined to die and allow his past self to take over? His body screamed in agony as he twisted and rolled in the water, the pain becoming unbearable. His mind felt alien, and his body seemed to belong to someone else. Everything felt divided, and he felt as if he possessed only the weaker half. He could not hear Rias, who was desperately trying to reach him, using magic and gentle touches to calm him. In his turmoil, he let out a roar of pain, which morphed into a blaze of colors: green, blue, crimson red, and finally golden flames. His mind was blank, and his body felt foreign. He was reduced to a mere fragment of a larger existence within a body that had once been his. Rias frantically searched for any sign of life in Issei's still form, which lay motionless in the water, not even breathing. She shook him, hoping for a reaction, but there was none. Silence enveloped her as the waves lapped against his unmoving body, as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder, but when she turned, there was no one there. A voice echoed in her mind, urging her to follow its guidance. When she looked back at Issei, she noticed a chain binding him, adorned with two locks. One lock was brown, featuring a crimson heart, with a key dangling from it. The other was golden, marked by a broken crimson heart, also with a key attached. Rias was taken aback, realizing she faced a significant choice, one that would determine which version of Issei she wanted to free. As she reached for the key to the brown lock, images flooded her mind: a young Issei, crying, hurt, and shackled, while she and her Issei shared joyful moments together. The realization made her heart ache. It was sickening to think she might have to make such a choice without considering the potential consequences. She longed for her Issei, but the visions continued, this time showing a more troubling scenario: Issei, filled with anger towards her, and Tiamat engulfing the underworld in flames, mourning the loss of her son, with other dragons joining in her grief. She also saw her friends, disappointment etched on their faces. She wanted him back, but she understood that Issei sought peace, even if it meant letting go. She laughed softly at the irony of her situation, only for it to dissolve into sobs. A familiar draconic voice broke through her despair, urging her to make the right choice and take him home to see his mother. Rias turned to see Drake standing before her, radiating pride and sorrow as he gazed at the hatchling Issei. He expressed his belief that Issei deserved peace after experiencing more in less than 2 years than most supernatural beings would in a lifetime. Rias was astonished to see Drake, who she thought was still dormant in his new host. He laughed heartily, lowering his head to meet her gaze, assuring her that he could always find a way, whether asleep or awake. He was the heavenly dragon of domination, Drake, and his laughter created waves around them. Rias stood in shock, realizing he had just arrived, meaning he had nearly missed Issei. Drake reminded her that Issei was already gone, waiting for Great Red to take him to his own heaven. He had known all along that Issei would never fully inhabit his reincarnated body, he would always be just a part of it. Drake encouraged Rias to let go and find someone new, as that was the only chain holding Issei back. Stunned by his words, Rias looked back at Issei's body. The golden lock seemed to be the right choice, and she was determined to find out what lay behind it. With a decisive click, she took a step forward. In the familiar forest outside Tiiamat's cave, a swirling wall of smoke, sand, and dust lingered, appearing weaker than before. Great Red and Ophis stood nearby, observing the scene, while Lilith had turned her attention to Asia, who was grateful for the distraction from the overwhelming events that had unfolded. The girls who had interacted with him were all feeling exhausted from the emotional toll of the situation. Sirzex, Graphia, and Team Valley were fully aware of the circumstances, having gathered information from the 4 girls who had been inside Issei's mind. Meanwhile, Nene, Kaniko's queen, was tending to Tiiamat, who remained unconscious after sustaining a blow from Rius. Tiamat's condition had begun to stabilize, her breathing becoming more relaxed, yet the lingering worry and fear surrounding her could be felt by those nearby. Nene, being a Nikomata, was particularly sensitive to these emotions, making it difficult for her to provide comfort. Biko, sitting with a puzzled expression, sought clarification from the girls about their experiences within Issei's mind. As they nodded in agreement, except for Asia, who was preoccupied with playing, he expressed his confusion. He had assumed that Issei was aware of his own memories, not that he was living within someone else's consciousness. Just as he voiced this thought, Zenovia's sword was suddenly at his neck, her anger evident. Biko raised his hands in a gesture of peace, noting the anger on the faces of the other girls. He decided to uphold his reputation and asked if he was mistaken. The girls confirmed his error, prompting Zenovia to lower her sword slowly. She began to articulate that the Issei they had been seeing was merely a memory within a new body. As realization dawned on her, tears streamed down her cheeks, the weight of her words sinking in. The other girls looked at her with concern, having never witnessed such a breakdown since Issei's passing. Akone and Kaniko placed comforting hands on her shoulders, while Biko, shocked and slightly confused, realized he might have unintentionally triggered her distress. He attempted to apologize, but Zenovia raised a hand to silence him, her voice tinged with defeat as she acknowledged the truth of her statement. The confusion among the other girls deepened as they struggled to comprehend her feelings. Biko glanced at Valley and Author, hoping for assistance, but it was Sirzex who stepped in to clarify. He approached Zenovia and explained that the Issei they had encountered in the new Issei's mind was nothing more than a spirit trapped in a new body. He emphasized that their efforts to unlock his memories had instead been directed at a hatchling, not the Issei they had known. As Sirzex elaborated on his theory, the group's attention shifted entirely to him. He pointed out that Issei had never spoken to them as he once did, instead communicating as if he were gaining knowledge from a different perspective. The realization struck the girls. They had convinced themselves that if he regained Issei's memories, he would become the Issei they remembered. Zenovia's defeated question hung in the air, reflecting their collective disbelief. The 3 girls were left in a state of shock, grappling with the harsh reality that they had never truly lost Issei, and now, faced with the possibility of his return, their minds had led them to believe they could revert to the past. Sirzex's words resonated deeply. This was not a fairy tale where heroes returned from the dead. He stood up and walked away, heading toward Tiiamat, leaving the girls in turmoil. As they pondered their next steps, a new concern emerged: Asia. How was she coping with the revelations? They turned in unison to find her in tears, with Lilith attempting to comfort her by gently patting her shoulder. Lilith, unaware of the depth of Asia's emotions, innocently inquired about the reason for her tears, prompting Asia to sniffle as she struggled to contain her sorrow. Asia looked up at Lilith, her expression causing surprise among the gathered onlookers. She was not crying out of sadness or despair over Issei's fate. Instead, her tears were a manifestation of happiness. Her kind and brilliant smile illuminated her face, making her emotions clear. She expressed her relief that Issei did not have to return to life, acknowledging the suffering he had endured for her and others. The thought of him facing such pain again was unbearable for her. Akone observed Asia with confusion, struggling to comprehend how Asia could wish for Issei to remain at peace rather than return. They all needed him, and without him, they felt incomplete. Memories flooded Akone's mind, recalling the countless times Issei had come to their rescue, sacrificing himself for their sake. It dawned on her that, aside from Asia, none of them had truly recognized the extent of Issei's suffering. He had always taken the lead in their battles, returning from each encounter more injured than the rest. The realization that it had taken her so long to notice this fundamental truth weighed heavily on Akone. She felt a deep sense of guilt for wanting Issei to return to a life where he would continue to give everything for them, not knowing how they could ever repay him for his sacrifices. The lost limbs, battle scars, trauma, and grief he had endured for their sake were overwhelming. She felt terrible for having overlooked this and for believing that her love alone could sustain him. As the younger members of their group attempted to comfort the four girls, Rias and Sirzex stood with Nene, observing Tiiamat closely. They had hoped she would awaken hours earlier, but she remained unconscious. Nene expressed concern, suggesting that Rius might have exerted herself too much in their earlier confrontation. She proposed that they seek a healer with greater expertise than Asia. Sirzex acknowledged her concern, feeling a mix of pride and sadness over Rias's capabilities. He reflected on the day's overwhelming revelations and considered taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Before he could finish, a deep growl emanated from Tiiamat as she began to stir. Nene's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden awakening, while Sirzex and Rias, though surprised, were somewhat accustomed to Issei's remarkable recovery feats. Nene quickly composed herself, offering to help Tiiamat rise from the ground. However, Tiiamat brushed her off with surprising strength, turning onto all fours. Her long blue hair cascaded around her, almost obscuring her form. In an instant, her energy surged, creating a wave that pushed back those who were unprepared. Sirzex and Rias braced themselves against the wave but remained standing. Sirzex attempted to approach Tiiamat to calm her, but Vale warned him to be cautious, noting that Tiiamat might be disoriented and could react aggressively. Heeding the warning, Sirzex paused, respecting the judgment of the dragon. Tiiamat began to glow with a brilliant blue light, which expanded, prompting Nene, Sirzex, and Rias to step back. As the glow faded, Tiiamat transformed into her true form, a massive blue western dragon. Sirzex hesitated, unsure whether to speak or wait, but Albian broke the silence, urging Tiiamat to take it easy after her prolonged unconsciousness. Tiiamat scanned the area, her gaze eventually landing on Sirzex. She lowered her head slightly, enough for him to maintain eye contact, her chaotic eyes glaring at him with anger. Her voice, laced with wrath, demanded to know the whereabouts of someone important to her. Sirzex felt a similar intensity rise within him, recognizing the threat in her tone. He defensively questioned what she would do if she found the person she sought. Sirzex knew that he and Serafal were particularly protective when it came to their younger sister. Rias intervened, assuring Tiiamat that her son was safe, which shocked Sirzex and intensified Tiamat's fury. She roared, demanding to know where Issei was, slamming her front legs into the ground and causing tremors that affected the surrounding area. As cracks appeared beneath her, the rising tension shifted the focus of the two dragon gods toward the chaos around them, while Rias and Sirzex stood their ground, determined to maintain order amidst the turmoil. They urged Tiiamat to calm down, assuring her that her son was indeed all right. Rias expressed her concern about Rius being in danger, revealing a small fear that lingered within her, yet she remained steadfast. Tiamat scrutinized Graphia's features, searching for any signs of deceit. A low growl escaped Tiamat as she raised her neck and surveyed the area, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of her mountain reduced to rubble and dust. As her upper body began to rise, preparing to unleash her fury on the ground, Great Red intervened, urging her to calm down and not take her anger out on the devils, explaining that her hatchling was responsible for the destruction of her cave. Tiamat, still reeling from the revelation, questioned how her powerful red gem could have caused such devastation. Great Red informed her that he believed the hatchling thought she had been killed or severely injured by the red-haired devil girl. Shock and anger flickered across Tiamat's face, but she managed to regain her composure. She approached the wall of smoke and dust, sensing the presence of her hatchling within it. The others followed her movements with cautious gazes, and Great Red remained by her side, showing no signs of worry. As Tiamat reached the wall, Ophis stood at the forefront, waiting alongside Great Red. Together, they watched and waited for the return of the two figures hidden within the obscurity. Inside the forgotten dreamscape, Rias cradled the young body of Issei in her arms, filled with guilt and sorrow. His once tan skin had turned pale, and his hair had lost its color, resembling that of someone under immense stress. The most alarming aspect was his lack of breath, which filled Rias with unbearable shame. She felt responsible for his condition, believing it was always her fault that Issei got hurt. Tears streamed down her face, leaving clear trails on her cheeks, and her hair clung to her wet skin. Overwhelmed by despair, she lamented that Issei should never have met her. However, she quickly chastised herself for not being smarter or better, as she had promised him. Holding his cold and lifeless body tightly, she resolved to try harder than ever to honor her promise. Determined to escape this place, Rius knew she needed a plan. She began to sense for any teleportation or spatial magic, but all she found was ordinary magic, as if they had been transported to a forgotten dream. Recognizing the sky as that of the underworld, with its unique sun and purple hue, she pondered how they had ended up there without her noticing. The realization that Issei and Drake could be present filled her with confusion. Time was of the essence, and Rius realized she was wasting precious moments. She focused on preparing a teleportation circle, aiming for the medical wing of Gremmery territory, where Asia was in charge. Pushing aside her doubts, she concentrated on saving Issei. Just as she was about to complete the circle, she noticed a faint rise and fall of Issei's chest, indicating he was breathing, albeit weakly. A mix of relief and joy washed over her. With renewed determination, Rias finished the teleportation circle, hoping they would arrive safely in Gremmery territory. She stepped onto the circle with Issei in her arms, activating it while praying for success. Crimson light enveloped them as the circle began to ascend. Rias glanced at Issei, ensuring he was comfortable, and took one last look at the beach they had been on, knowing she might never return. With a final surge of hope, the circle vanished, taking them with it. In Gremmery territory, beneath the orange sun, a giant blue western dragoness lay in a vast garden, her gaze fixed on a room within the mansion owned by the Gremmery family. She had been there for a week, watching over the room while barely eating, yet she showed no signs of distress. Tears stained her eyes, remnants of sleepless nights spent crying herself to sleep. In the room lay a young boy with tan skin and blondish hair, appearing peaceful to anyone unaware of the truth. He had been in this state since being brought to the mansion a little over a week ago, remaining asleep ever since. The question lingered among the staff: why would Lady Rias bring a random boy to her home? And what was the great Lady Tiamat doing there as well? One of the maids caring for the boy voiced her curiosity to Graphia, the head maid of the Gremmery family and wife of Sirzex Lucifer. Graphia paused as her name was called, glancing at the group of maids who were gossiping about the unusual guest. She stepped into their circle, causing a few of them to stiffen, aware of her authority. She explained that the boy's name was Issei and that he was Tiamat's hatchling or child. They were staying there because Lady Rias had a special attachment to Issei. The maids nodded and giggled at the thought of the Duchess caring for such a cute boy, speculating about her possible longing for a child. They reminisced about Milikas, who had been adorable in his youth, and one maid suggested that perhaps Lady Rias owed Tiamat a favor and offered to help when her son fell ill. Grafia decided to leave the gossiping maids behind, knowing their imaginations would run wild if she engaged further. She walked down the hallway toward the garden doors, turning a corner and taking a few steps before reaching the entrance. Stepping outside, she inhaled the fresh fragrance of the flowers and plants surrounding her. She made her way to an outdoor table and chair she had set up for her conversations with Tiamat during the past few nights. Before sitting down, she bowed to Tiamat, greeting her with a warm acknowledgement of the afternoon. Tiamat looked up at Grafia, her only source of comfort in her current state. She replied that her day had been like all the others, empty without her beloved red gem to brighten it. Grafia felt a sense of relief at Tiamat's slightly happier tone, hoping it indicated a shift in her well-being. She suggested that Tiamat take a walk around the garden, noting how lovely it was this time of year, hoping to distract her from the heavy thoughts that plagued her. Grafia understood the importance of maintaining her own health as well, fearing the consequences of emotional turmoil. She was uncertain if Tiamat could contract a rare and dangerous illness from her distress, but she did not want to take any chances. Tiamat admitted she had walked around the garden briefly and remarked on its beauty, claiming it might even have more color than her own eyes. Grafia noticed the more relaxed tone in Tiamat's voice, which brought her comfort. Tiamat felt at peace with Grafia's presence, perhaps because they shared the bond of motherhood, or maybe because Grafia had experienced a similar situation with her own son after a fierce battle. Regardless of the reason, Tiamat was grateful not to feel alone. Rias and the other girls visited daily, and she had even met the peerage that Issei had been a part of. They had commented on how much he resembled the old Issei, a remark that stirred feelings of fear within her, fear of being forgotten by her precious red gem. Grafia attempted to lighten the mood by joking about the garden's colors, suggesting it might need a new name, something like even more colorful than Tiamat's eyes. Tiamat responded playfully, teasing that Grafia was trying to show off and wondering what would happen if a poor devil child ventured out to see for themselves. Grafia chuckled, realizing that Tiamat's humor was always a bit sharper than her own. They shared a light-hearted moment, though. Grafia's smile faded as she noticed Tiamat's gaze drifting back to Issei, reminding her of the limitations of their conversations. Grafia reassured Tiamat that Issei would wake up soon, expressing her determination. Tiamat looked at her, surprised by the conviction in her voice. Tears welled in her eyes as she considered the kindness of someone she had known for just over a week, someone who was trying to help her through this difficult time. She turned her gaze back to Issei, hoping with all her heart that Grafia was right. A week had passed, and Issei remained in a coma, or at least that was what everyone told those who inquired. They referred to him simply as Tiamat's son, avoiding his name altogether. Sirzex was determined to keep the possibility of Issei being alive from reaching the ears of the old Devil Council, as he was uncertain of their intentions to maintain their power. The harsh truth was that most devil nobles who had encountered Issei understood he had been a significant contributor to the power the Maos had once wielded. When Issei died, the old Devil Council wasted no time in erasing his memory, transforming his singular identity into a collective one. They credited easily controlled and weaker nobles with his minor accomplishments while attributing his more significant feats to the more powerful nobles. They even claimed that the Gremry family had fabricated the figure of Issei to bolster the Maos and manipulate public opinion. This narrative had taken hold frighteningly well. After 5 years, most of the common population had either forgotten about him or regarded him as a mere folk tale. In reality, Issei was very much alive in the underworld, being cared for by the Gremry household. At that moment, he lay in a deep sleep, creating challenges for a few specific individuals, particularly Rius Gremry, the owner and ruler of the territory. She sat in a small, simple chair, dressed in a crimson-red Victorian gown, poring over some paperwork. Instead of working in her office, she chose to be by Issei's side. As she observed him sleeping peacefully, she could hear the wind outside and the faint sound of Tiamat's breathing, which often made her worry about whether Issei was still alive. Rias had visited him several times, sitting by his bedside and keeping watch while completing some lighter tasks. She sighed as she set down the last of her work for the day on the small bedside table, gazing at Issei's serene face, which seemed so peaceful while the world around him was anything but. Rius reflected on Issei's nature, acknowledging that even in his current state, he was still a troublemaker. She mused about what she should do with him, lightly giggling as she reached out to slide his hair, which had regained its vibrant blonde color. She found herself wondering how he could look so good with blonde hair, or if it was simply because he was still a child. Looking out of the room, she noticed the sun was obscured by Tiiamat's sleeping form. Rias felt a sense of relief that Tiiamat had begun to rest more, although she wished for a more comfortable position for her. A sudden thought struck her, bringing a wave of remorse. She recalled having struck a woman whom Issei had seen as his mother, and she questioned what kind of woman she was. Before she could dwell too deeply on her guilt, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Rias sighed and composed herself, inviting the visitor in. The door opened to reveal Grafia and Tiiamat, who had transformed into her human form after waking. Rias felt a sense of relief at their presence and welcomed them. Grafia giggled slightly, which puzzled Rias until she realized that she had unconsciously turned Issei's hospital room into a second office. Embarrassment washed over her as she noticed the paperwork scattered on the small table in front of her. The two older women shared a laugh at Rias's expense, prompting her to hide her face in her hands, pleading for them to stop. Grafia eventually calmed down, assuring Rias that they would cease their teasing for the moment. Tiiamat, with a kind, motherly smile, approached Issei's side, taking a chair and holding one of his hands in her own. She asked if anything had changed that day, her tone more relaxed than it had been in previous days, a sign that her friendship with Grafia had brought her some comfort. Rias responded with a hint of happiness, noting that Issei's breathing had become slightly louder over the past hour or two, indicating that he was improving. Tiiamat expressed her joy, referring to Issei as her little red gem, and gently held his hand against her forehead, a gesture of affection. Suddenly, a weak and raspy voice broke the silence, calling out for his mother. All three women turned their attention to Issei, who seemed to be attempting to speak. Tiiamat lovingly caressed his cheek, assuring him that she was right there with him. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt the connection between them. Rias and Grafia watched in silence, unsure of what to do but choosing to observe this miraculous moment. Rias felt a strong longing to hold him too, but she feared that her presence might disrupt this fragile miracle. Issei did not speak again that day, but he slept with a small smile on his face after Tiiamat had held him, a sign of hope for the days to come. Tiiamat chose to remain in the room after Rias and Grafia left, wanting to stay by his side. She hoped that if anything else were to happen, she would be the first to know. Throughout the night she stayed awake, wishing he would call out to her again. In a serene park 2 weeks prior, a young man with brown hair sat on a nearby bench, gazing at the well-maintained surroundings. The park featured neatly trimmed bushes and a wide fountain, and he smiled solemnly as he took in the beauty of the flowers and plants. His attention shifted when he noticed a red-haired man standing beside him, looking bored as he leaned against a streetlight pole. The younger man closed his eyes and turned back to the fountain, allowing a smile to brighten his expression. The red-haired man commented on the return of Rias and Issei, prompting a light laugh from the other. The red-haired man looked at him with confusion, curious about what was amusing. Issei explained that it was funny to hear his name used for someone else who shared it. Great Red, the other man, sighed, unable to relate since no one ever used his name in such a way. He acknowledged that it made sense, earning another chuckle from Issei. They stood together, watching the fountain, until Great Red turned to Issei again, inquiring about Trihexa's fate. Issei felt a moment of surprise at Great Red's insight but soon relaxed, knowing it no longer mattered. He confirmed that Trihexa was truly gone, revealing that Trihexa had never wanted to be part of the conflict. He had only sought freedom. Great Red smirked, feeling a sense of pride knowing that no one stronger than him remained. With a sense of finality, Great Red stated that the only thing left was to grant Issei a peaceful eternal dream within his essence. He moved to a more open space and began to weave a form of magic that Issei had never witnessed before, creating a strangely comforting rift in space. Issei expressed curiosity about whether this would be his new home, noting its brightness. Great Red explained that within the rift, Issei would see and feel only what he treasured most in life, as long as Great Red existed. They turned to face each other, and Issei extended his hand toward the dragon god. After a moment, Great Red reached out to meet him. Issei expressed gratitude for the effort Great Red had put into this, acknowledging that it must have been a challenge to do so for just one person. Great Red chuckled, sharing that living with Ophis and Lilith and acting as a father to someone else's child was far more difficult, though it was also enjoyable. They released each other's hands, and Issei turned toward the rift. His legs trembled as he hesitated, not wanting to leave this place, but he understood that staying would only lead to more suffering. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the rift, feeling a rush of sensations as he fully entered. His mind became clouded with sights, sounds, and feelings, and then he spotted a door at the end of a familiar hallway. He sprinted toward it, opening the door with all his strength, revealing the thing he had missed most, waiting for him inside. In a world filled with dragons and supernatural beings, the story unfolded with unexpected twists and turns. The protagonist, Issei, found himself at the center of a brewing conflict, one that would test his strength and resolve. As tensions escalated, he grappled with the weight of his responsibilities, feeling the pressure of the impending challenges ahead. Rias, a powerful figure in this realm, faced her own struggles. Instead of succumbing to madness, she remained steadfast, determined to protect those she cared about. The narrative shifted between Issei's internal battles and Rias's unwavering commitment to her allies, creating a dynamic interplay of emotions and motivations. As the plot progressed, the characters encountered various obstacles that forced them to confront their fears and insecurities. Issei's journey was marked by moments of self-discovery, where he learned the true meaning of courage and friendship. Meanwhile, Rias's leadership was put to the test as she navigated the complexities of her role, striving to unite her group against the looming threat. The story built towards a climactic confrontation, where the stakes were higher than ever. The characters had to rely on their strengths and the bonds they had forged throughout their journey. With each chapter, the tension mounted, leading to a dramatic showdown that would determine the fate of their world. As the narrative approached its conclusion, the anticipation grew. Readers were left eager to see how the characters would overcome the challenges before them and what sacrifices they would make for the greater good. The tale of dragons, bravery, and camaraderie was far from over, promising an exhilarating finale that would resonate with fans long after the last word was written. In the Gremory territory, colder winds swept through the main garden of the Gremory family estate, marking the arrival of fall with its vibrant hues of orange, yellow, and red. The tall bush walls, once lush, now stood bare, their branches clinging to the few remaining leaves. Each gust of wind sent more leaves fluttering away, leaving the bushes looking almost naked. Despite this, the scene was appealing even to the nearly immortal beings who resided in the estate, particularly to the dragoness who lay outside. She positioned herself to rest against the garden, observing its gradual decay and the beauty of its hibernation. Her other side faced the estate, allowing her to gaze into a single room. Inside, a medical bed occupied the space, accompanied by a bedside table and a few chairs. On the bed slept a blonde-haired boy, his left hand clutching something, a woman's hand. Next to him, in one of the chairs, sat the owner of the estate, holding his hand gently. This boy was not human, but he possessed a human soul and memories. These were among the reasons he lay in the bed, sleeping peacefully, or rather, in a peaceful coma. His mother, the blue dragoness outside, had been waiting for what felt like months. She was filled with worry, sadness, and fear about who he would be upon awakening. Thankfully, with the support of a friend and fellow mother, she regained her composure and managed to navigate her days with less anxiety. The woman inside, holding the boy's hand, experienced similar emotions but felt unable to express them publicly, believing she had no right to do so. Yet, she found solace in this small gesture of holding his hand a little longer. In these moments, she felt the weight of her many titles and her family name, which felt like a curse. The crimson rose of the Gremrys was her appealing flower, but one could not touch it without being pricked by its thorns. As the Princess of Ruin, she felt she brought destruction to nearly everything and everyone who drew near, especially those she loved. This realization filled her with despair, as her once great pride became the source of her cursed private life. What did it mean to be a princess without a prince? What significance did it hold to be a appealing crimson rose if even the one she loved could not touch her? She looked up, feeling a slight pressure in her right hand. The little boy, whether sensing her worries or not, tightened his grip on her hand. This brought her a moment of happiness, though it did little to stop her tears from falling. However, these tears were not of self-hatred but rather of gratitude for this small gesture of support from the little dragon. Eventually, she had to leave, as duties awaited her. Despite her longing to remain, she needed to ensure that when he awakened, he would not bear the same burdens that her former lover had endured. Time passed, and Asia stood in the middle of Rias's office, sharing her thoughts. She believed the boy should awaken soon, perhaps today or tomorrow, though it remained uncertain. This conclusion stemmed from Kuroka and Kaniko's life energy experiment the day before. Rias sat in her chair, her hands resting under her chin as she contemplated this information. To her left stood Akone, the raven-haired beauty, smiling happily, while Grafia, the head maid, maintained her composure, hoping to share the news with Tiiamat. Rias raised her head to meet Asia's gaze, expressing her appreciation for the information. She requested that Asia invite Kuroka and Kaniko to her office in the future, wanting to thank them personally for their efforts. Even if the news was not entirely certain, it offered a glimmer of hope. Tiiamat and Issei could potentially reunite as a family, and Rias pondered what that could mean for her. Grafia then sought permission to leave, which Rias granted, asking her to convey her happiness for Tiiamat. Grafia nodded, bowed, and exited the office, heading toward the gardens. Akone chuckled at the sight of Grafia, as it was rare to see her display such emotions. It reminded Akone of a child struggling to express herself. Rias playfully teased Akone about her laughter, warning her that it might lead to more lessons in queenly duties. Akone shuddered at the thought of returning to that classroom, where she had been taught by both Venelina and Grafia without mercy. The memories of those lessons left her feeling scarred. As Akone expressed her reluctance to return to those lessons, Rias's tone shifted from sweet to smug, teasing her queen further. Akone's response came in a comically weak voice, prompting Rias to giggle. She acknowledged Akone's efforts but found joy in teasing her, especially as a form of revenge for past grievances. The atmosphere in the room shifted as they all carried the weight of their shared memories of a recent loss. It had been less than 2 months since they had said goodbye, and learning to live without him was challenging. Just as hope began to flicker, it felt as if it had been extinguished. Rias recognized her mistake in bringing up the topic and was about to stand when Asia turned back, her expression calm and composed. She did not appear sad or tearful, yet the weight of their shared memories lingered in the air. She appeared uncomfortable with Rias's joke but managed to maintain her composure better than she usually would. Asia expressed her thoughts, suggesting that the person in question might not have minded the teasing, but then fell silent. Rias and Akone exchanged surprised glances at Asia's unexpectedly mature reaction. However, the moment was somewhat overshadowed when Asia abruptly left the room, searching for a quiet place to collect herself. Rias and Akone shared a knowing smile, recognizing how well Asia was coping with the situation. Meanwhile, Akone, Zenovia, and Kaniko were also grappling with their feelings, occasionally entertaining thoughts of what if. Asia and Rias, however, were processing their emotions in distinctly different ways. Asia tried to act normally around others, though she struggled whenever someone mentioned the person they were all concerned about or when she found herself alone for too long. Rias, on the other hand, felt ashamed of her own coping mechanisms. She too was plagued by what-if thoughts, wondering what might have happened if she had made different choices. These reflections often led her to seek solace in alcohol, and she found herself holding Issei's hand while he slept, finding comfort in the small gesture. Akone remarked on Asia's sadness, noting that she was the second person most affected by the situation, aside from Rias. Akone's comment briefly pulled Rias from her thoughts, prompting her to ask for clarification. Akone, sensing that repeating herself would not improve the mood, dismissed it as a silly joke. Rias shrugged it off and suggested they return to their work, acknowledging the mountain of paperwork still awaiting their attention. In the Gremmery main garden, Tiamat lay on the patchy grass, feeling the chill of the autumn breeze. She observed the garden as it transitioned into a tapestry of browns, greens, and oranges, a appealing display of colors. Shapes formed in the piles of leaves, some resembling Trihexa and Albian, though she couldn't quite understand why. Perhaps it was the sight of two squirrels fighting over an acorn that sparked the association. Tiamat also noticed a shape reminiscent of Ophis, an almost perfect infinity symbol. This little game of hers was surprisingly entertaining, even if it felt childish. She found herself amused by the odd mix of Trihexa and a cow in the leaves. She spoke softly to herself, expressing a wish to show Issei many new things when he woke up. Despite his comatose state, she could see subtle movements that brought her both worry and relief, the dual emotions of a parent always anxious yet comforted by the sight of their child at rest. Footsteps approached, and Tiamat turned to see Kaneko and her queen, Nene, bowing before her. Normally, she would return the gesture, but her current mood prevented her from doing so. Kaneko delivered good news, explaining that she and her sister had conducted a ritual to determine when Issei might awaken. Tiamat's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly transformed into her human form, rushing over to Kaneko and gripping her shoulders with surprising strength. When Tiamat asked when Issei would wake up, her sudden intensity startled both Kaneko and Nene. Realizing her reaction, Tiamat stepped back, apologizing for her outburst. She expressed her deep worry about Issei's condition, acknowledging that she had become overwhelmed. Kaneko reassured her, revealing that Issei was likely to wake up either later that day or the following day. This news brought a smile to Tiamat's face, as she had feared it might take much longer. In a burst of excitement, Tiamat enveloped Kaneko in a tight hug, her gratitude overflowing. Kaneko struggled to breathe, feeling the pressure on her ribs, while Nene watched, unsure whether to intervene or simply observe. Tiamat released Kaneko when another voice broke the moment, advising her to be gentle. Grafia approached, holding a bottle of wine, and Tiamat's smile remained bright as she walked over to her. Grafia returned the smile, and they exchanged warm greetings, acknowledging the good news that had just been shared. Tiamat expressed her deep gratitude and perhaps even her blessing, whispering softly enough that only a dragon or Nikomata could hear. The two Nikomata present felt a rush of embarrassment and excitement, one blushing at the compliment and the other feeling happy for her friend. Grafia noted the moment and commented that Tiamat had a promising daughter-in-law, suggesting they not tease her too much to avoid making Lady Gremmery jealous. She proposed waiting until Issei woke up. Tiamat felt a wave of happiness and relief wash over her, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. However, a troubling thought surfaced in her mind, questioning whether Issei would belong to her or to someone else. This thought caused her to tremble at the possibility of losing her son, not in body but in spirit. Grafia, along with the two younger women, sensed the shift in Tiamat's mood and felt a wave of apprehension emanating from her. Tiamat's aura, usually chaotic, now appeared controlled yet fraught with worry, indicating her mental turmoil. Tiamat requested a walk through the gardens, needing to escape the presence of others. Without waiting for a response, she headed toward the grand garden's archway. Grafia hesitated for a moment, exchanging confused glances with the younger women before reassuring them with a nod and following Tiamat in silence. As they walked, they passed flower beds that were devoid of blooms, filled instead with hardened dirt and withered plants. Grafia kept a close watch on Tiamat, whose aura remained visible, neither worsening nor improving. Tiamat eventually stopped in front of a special spot in the garden, a small grow bed surrounded by smooth stones, featuring a cherry tree. Although its leaves had long since fallen, it still held a certain beauty. The significance of this grow bed was marked by a sign bearing 3 names and a poignant message. Tiamat knelt to examine it closely. Grafia, sensing the sensitivity of the moment, refrained from interrupting. Tiamat's gaze shifted from the sign to the tree, noting its unusual form with two main branches extending from a sturdy trunk. Tiamat inquired about the place, prompting Grafia to feel anxious about her response. This location held deep meaning for many devils in service to the Gremmery family. Grafia approached Tiamat, who remained fixated on the tree, and explained that it was a grave for Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu, as well as the residents of Katown. Tiamat, confused, asked why it was there and what it had to do with the Gremmerys. Grafia struggled to answer, her hands clenched tightly as painful memories resurfaced. The weight of Tiamat's name, which hinted at karma, felt all too real. Tiamat read the inscription aloud, which detailed the tragic loss of Issei's parents and the town, and Grafia fought back tears. Tiamat's aura intensified, causing nearby leaves to scatter. She turned slowly to Grafia, who avoided her gaze, feeling the pressure of Tiamat's anger. Tiamat demanded to know what Rius and the others had done. As her aura shifted to a chaotic display of colors, she began to rise, overwhelming the area with her presence. Fortunately, the garden was empty, leaving only the dragoness and the ice queen. Grafia felt the effects of Tiamat's aura, struggling for breath but managing to maintain her composure. She countered with her own aura, not strong enough to overpower Tiamat's but sufficient to allow her to breathe normally. As her breathing steadied, Grafia contemplated how to calm Tiamat and realized she had no choice but to explain the events that had transpired, despite the risk of Tiamat misunderstanding and seeking revenge against Rius for actions she did not commit. After a brief pause, Grafia began recounting the most terrible nights of her life, knowing that Tiamat's reaction would be intense. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on both of them, and Tiamat's shock quickly turned to fury as she absorbed the details of the tragedy, understanding the true nature of the Cow's Brigade and the depths of their cruelty. Zenovia and Trihexa had already lost the moment Issei died, having used all his life energy to defeat Trihexa, which inadvertently resulted in the destruction of most of the remaining members of the Cow's Brigade. However, the true demons behind this tragedy had created a curse-like being from Issei, reminiscent of the one Loki had conjured during his attack. This being was given a simple yet devastating goal, leading to far greater destruction than anyone had anticipated. Instead of merely targeting Issei's parents and their home, it obliterated the entire town of Ku. The curse itself did not cause this final devastation, it was the ones who had come to rescue Issei's family and the town. Rias and her peerage had rushed in with all their power, desperately trying to protect the last remnants of Issei's memory, even as they grieved. Their inner turmoil made it difficult for them to fight effectively, and Rias, in particular, struggled the most. At one point, she lost all sense of control and went on a rampage throughout Ku, destroying everything in her path. The cursed being had deceived Issei's parents into believing that Rias and her group were responsible for Issei's death. It had spun a web of lies, claiming that Issei had been a SLV to Rias all along, and tragically, they believed it. When Rias arrived to help, Issei's parents rejected her, belittled her, and disowned her as their daughter-in-law. Despite her attempts to convince them of the truth, they remained unconvinced. In a moment of rage, the curse-like Issei killed them, leaving Rias with a profound sense of loss. The words they had spoken, filled with hatred, echoed in her mind, creating a deep wound in her already shattered heart. In that instant, Rias unleashed a tremendous amount of power, rivaling that of her brother. Within minutes, she had laid waste to the entire town of Ku, resulting in the deaths of everyone and everything. When she finally ceased her destruction, Rias found herself overwhelmed with grief, crying and lamenting the chaos she had wrought. This event nearly shattered her mentally, driving her into hiding for an extended period. Eventually, she emerged from her self-imposed exile, realizing that Issei would not have wanted her to wallow in self-blame. Instead, she resolved to dedicate her efforts to ensuring that such a tragedy would never occur again. The Cow's Brigade was largely blamed for the devastation, as no one dared to hold Sirzex's sister accountable during his own time of mourning. Despite her attempts to appear unaffected, the events had a lasting impact on Rias. One notable instance occurred when she confronted Tiamat after discovering Issei. Tiamat had nearly forgotten her own grief, as Grafia had shared her struggles and those of the Gremmery peerage. Tiamat felt guilty for thinking that they were solely interested in retrieving Issei for selfish reasons, believing they wanted to take her red gem away. In truth, they sought forgiveness from his parents and redemption for their actions that night. Seeing Graphia's pained expression, Tiamat reached out to comfort her, momentarily consumed by her fears of losing Issei and the memories they had shared. She felt selfish for her concerns but justified in her fears, believing that the girls might share similar feelings. They had, in their own desires, believed they could bring Issei back and that he would forgive them, envisioning a future where he would live with them as they had always wanted. Both sides found themselves in a precarious situation, uncertain of what would happen when Issei awakened and whether he would belong to Tiamat or to them. In Rias's office, she methodically placed the final piece of paper atop one of the 3 towering stacks of work. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as relief washed over her, soon followed by a wave of worry. She felt uneasy about Akone, who had been standing silently in the corner for quite some time. Their conversations had dwindled since Asia's departure a few hours earlier, mostly revolving around work-related matters. The reason for their focus on work was simple: both felt uncomfortable discussing Issei. If Asia's words held any truth, they would soon have to confront him. Like Tiamat, they were engulfed in worry and doubt about who would awaken. Would it be their Issei, the one they loved and sought forgiveness from for their past mistakes? Or would it be Tiamat's son, the one they had come to know as a friend? Akone longed for Issei's return, hoping they could build a life together, just as she had envisioned during her visit into his mind. Yet, she began to feel that such desires were selfish. She had also formed a connection with the new Issei, as she sometimes referred to him. It was not a romantic connection, as she found that notion strange and self-serving, particularly given his young age. She desired friendship and perhaps a familial bond, recalling how he had affectionately called her and the others Wanisen before Rius had interrupted. The endearing term made her feel guilty about her own selfish wishes. Akone felt a mix of emotions as she considered the possibility that Rius might have developed feelings for Issei. She hesitated to bring it up, fearing a confrontation about their differing views. Akone believed that Rius would only love Issei as the person he used to be, not as the new version of himself that might emerge when he woke up again. Rius approached Akone, who was lost in her thoughts, calling out to her, but Akone remained oblivious to the world around her. Rius expressed her concern, wondering why Akone was so quiet. She attempted to shake Akone from her trance, but it was futile. With a sigh, Rius decided to step away and clear her mind. She walked to the window, feeling the weight of her thoughts. Although she wanted to discuss her feelings with Akone, the setting sun provided a moment of solace. As Rius opened the large glass doors and stepped outside, the sunlight warmed her skin, casting a soft glow on her dark red dress. She settled into a chair on the balcony, allowing herself to enjoy the view of the sunset and her territory. However, her tranquility was disrupted when she noticed 2 figures near the gravestone in Ku. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as Graphia and Tiamat. A wave of fear washed over her as she recalled the significance of that location, one of her greatest regrets. Rias's mind raced with questions about what Tiamat might know and how it could impact her relationship with Issei. The thought of Tiamat's judgment weighed heavily on her, as she feared it could jeopardize any chance she had with Issei. She struggled with her feelings, acknowledging that they were complicated and perhaps misguided. Despite this, she found herself drawn to the new Issei, who exhibited many of the same traits that had attracted her to the old version. Rias felt a sense of hopelessness, realizing that Tiamat would likely disapprove of Issei being close to her or her peerage. She understood why. Who would want her as a daughter-in-law? The one person she desired to be with now seemed out of reach. Overwhelmed, Rias leaned against the railing, feeling herself teetering on the edge of despair. Just then she felt a hand pull her back from the brink. Akone had come to her aid, guiding her back to the chair as Rias struggled to catch her breath, still in shock from the close call. Akone, concerned for her friend, embraced Rias, who began to sob into her shoulder. Confused by Rias's tears, Akone wondered what could have caused such a reaction. When Rias finally managed to speak, her voice trembled as she revealed that Tiamat was aware of their past actions. Akone froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Rias expressed her fear that Tiiamat would never allow them near Issei again, her voice laced with defeat. Akone felt the weight of Rias's despair but remembered an important aspect of their predicament. She urged Rias to look at her, locking eyes with her friend. Akone believed that the outcome would depend on Issei's choices, whether he wanted to maintain a relationship with his mother or forge a new path with them. Although Akone struggled to believe her own words, she recalled Issei's lesson about the power of belief. They remained in silence for a few moments, oblivious to the cooling air as the sun dipped below the horizon. Akone sensed that Rias had calmed, her sobs subsiding. She felt a sense of relief that she had been able to comfort her friend. Rias expressed her gratitude, acknowledging Akone's unwavering support and friendship. Rias acknowledged the situation with a sense of maturity, despite the sadness that lingered in her tone. The next day, in Issei's room, everyone who had been involved in the events surrounding him had gathered, anticipating his awakening. Tiiamat sat in a chair on his left, holding his hand gently, while Grafia stood beside her, offering support as a good friend. Rias occupied a semi-office corner to the left of Issei's bed, hesitant to hold his hand after Akone had advised against it earlier. The tension between her and Tiiamat was palpable, as Rias was unsure of their current relationship and whether Tiiamat viewed her as a friend or a rival. Rias's peerage was present as well, standing behind her, with Akone at her side. Sirzex and Team Valley stood at the front of the room, their expressions filled with a hopeful glint that Grafia found amusing. It was a quiet atmosphere, with only Issei's light snores breaking the silence. The group held their breaths, almost as if afraid to disturb the moment. Suddenly, Issei let out a slight groan, prompting Tiiamat to grip his hand tighter, her eyes fixed on him in anticipation. As Issei began to stir, he raised his left arm slightly, attempting to push himself up. Tiiamat instinctively supported him, her other hand resting on his back. The room remained silent, as if they were all part of a shared dream. Tiiamat leaned closer, still holding his hand, tears forming in her eyes as she watched him struggle to sit up. When he finally managed to open his eyes, they squinted against the light, but soon he focused on the comforting presence beside him. His golden eyes sparkled as they met Tiamat's tear-filled blue ones. He spoke her name, his voice weak from weeks of sleep. Tiamat's tears flowed freely as she nodded, overwhelmed with joy and relief at seeing her son awake. She embraced him tightly, pouring all her love into the hug, nearly crushing him but unable to stop herself. The joy they both felt overshadowed any discomfort. The rest of the group shared in the emotional moment, tears of happiness flowing as they witnessed the reunion of mother and son. Tiiamat and Issei remained locked in their embrace, oblivious to the passage of time, lost in their shared relief and love. The soft sobs from the two resonated in the room, while Rias sat nearby, a smile on her face that didn't quite reach her eyes. She struggled to mask her sadness, knowing that Issei would not return to her as he once was. Akone, noticing her distress, placed a comforting hand on Rias's shoulder, offering silent support. Rias appreciated the gesture, placing her hand over Akone's in a wordless exchange of gratitude. She hoped that perhaps Issei would still consider them friends, even as she grappled with the bittersweet reality of the situation. As she watched the joyful scene unfold before her, she held on to that hope, even if it felt like a distant dream. Issei faced a pivotal choice. He could distance himself from Rias and her family forever, shattering their belief that every story concludes with a happy ending, regardless of the sacrifices made. Alternatively, he could embrace friendship with them, navigating his life with the newfound knowledge and power he had acquired through his experiences. In a quiet room, the sounds of gentle sobbing and soft expressions of gratitude filled the air. Tiiamat, a striking woman with long dark blue hair and captivating aquatic blue eyes, held her son Issei tightly in his bed. Issei, with his spiky golden blonde hair and matching golden eyes, found solace in his mother's embrace. For the past half hour, they had shared this moment, allowing their worries to fade away. The room was mostly empty, occupied only by the mother and son. Grafia, Sirzex, and Rius remained, each with their own reasons for being there. Grafia felt joy for her friend who had reunited with her son, but she also harbored concerns about the implications of their recent conversation. Sirzex, on the other hand, sought Issei's forgiveness for his past failures, feeling he had let his brother down as both a leader and a sibling. He recognized that Issei would likely forgive him, but the Issei before him felt like a mere shadow of the boy he once knew. Rias longed for Issei to return to her, yet she understood that the boy in front of her was different. He possessed many qualities that reminded her of Issei Heidu, the boy she had once cherished, but he was not the same. Tiamat's knowledge of Rias's past mistakes weighed heavily on her, leaving Rias feeling that she had no chance to speak with Issei. As silence enveloped the room, the sobs gradually subsided, replaced by the soft sounds of breathing. Tiamat settled back into her chair, still holding Issei's hand. Her face bore the marks of dried tears, yet her radiant smile illuminated the room. Issei's face, too, was streaked with tears, but his golden smile shone brightly, overshadowing the remnants of his sorrow. As the silence lingered, Issei's gaze shifted to the first person he recognized, a appealing woman with long silver hair standing behind his mother. Though he had never met her, he felt a connection through memories that were not truly his. Next, he turned his attention to a tall man with long red hair and striking blue eyes, reminiscent of his mother's fiery breath. He knew this man's name and had some memories of him, even if they felt distant. Finally, his gaze landed on Rias. She was undeniably appealing, with her flowing red hair and captivating blue eyes. Issei had memories of her too, most of which were not his own. Yet one particular memory filled him with conflicting emotions. While he felt anger towards her for her past actions against his mother and newfound friends, he also sensed a strange, unfamiliar feeling towards her. Issei found himself in a bewildering situation. He did not truly know these people, yet they felt like family. His life had taken a drastic turn since meeting Kaneko and engaging with her peerage. Each new encounter brought confusion, as he grappled with the memories and identities that intertwined within him. He was aware that his mother disapproved of the person he had been in his past life, yet he also recognized the other part of himself, Issei Heidu. This name was unfamiliar to him, yet he now understood his life story as if it were his own, even though he wished to retain his individuality. Issei pondered which version of himself he wanted to embrace, the one raised by Tiamat, learning to navigate life as a dragon, or the other Issei, the one with a past intertwined with the people around him. The choice weighed heavily on his heart as he contemplated the future that lay ahead. Issei found himself overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, grappling with thoughts that felt far too heavy for someone his age. He buried his head against his mother's chest, seeking solace from the tumult of grief, trauma, fear, and anger that swirled within him. He longed for the simple joys he had once shared with Rias, dreams of adventures that had been painted in the vibrant colors of his childhood stories. Yet, beneath that yearning lay a darker longing for vengeance against the fallen angel who had brought so much pain into his life. He wished to summon Drake, the heavenly dragon, to unleash his fury. At the same time, Issei wished to escape the weight of his memories, to forget the pain that clung to him like a shadow. He wanted to erase the existence of Issei Heidu from his mind, to run from the anguish that lay buried deep within. As his heart raced and his body began to heat up, Tiamat sensed his distress and grew concerned, fearing he might faint again if she did not intervene. She reassured him, trying to maintain a calm demeanor as she held him close, but her efforts seemed futile as he continued to grow warmer. Issei's voice came out weakly, and he struggled to breathe, expressing his longing to forget everything that tormented him. Tears welled in his eyes, only to evaporate into steam as his body temperature soared. The others, including Sirzex, Rius, and Grafia, felt a pang of sorrow at his words, understanding that Issei had not chosen this path. As Issei's warmth intensified, Tiamat's panic grew. His tears transformed into steam, obscuring his eyes, which now glowed with a fierce light. The atmosphere became stifling, reminiscent of being trapped in the sun's embrace. Tiamat realized that her son was awakening to his true power, but the manner in which he was doing so was deeply troubling. Unlike the traditional path of training and growth, Issei was gaining his strength through unimaginable pain and overwhelming negative emotions. Tiamat spoke softly, attempting to comfort him despite her own heartache. She reassured him that she was there, holding him tightly even as the heat radiated from him. In a moment of desperation, she unfurled her large dark blue dragon wings, using them to shield both herself and Issei from the unbearable heat. The oppressive warmth dissipated, leaving only a gentle heat in the room as she contained the intensity of his power. Despite her efforts, Issei continued to sob, the pain of his transformation evident. Through a small gap in Tiamat's wings, the others caught glimpses of a golden light emanating from within, a sign of the power surging through him. When Tiamat finally opened her wings again, a wave of warmth washed over the room, revealing Issei's hair no longer aflame but still glowing with a sun-like radiance. To everyone's astonishment, a pair of crimson-curled horns adorned his head, streaked with lines of gold that contrasted sharply with his appearance. Issei looked at his mother, confusion etched on his face as he processed the changes that had occurred. He felt a pang of guilt as he realized he had caused her harm in the process of awakening his power. Tiamat reassured him, her voice soothing as she explained that he was simply too powerful for her to handle. She held him close, her relieved smile reflecting her joy that he was safe, even amidst her worries. In that moment, Tiamat pushed aside her concerns, focusing solely on her son and his newfound strength. Issei shed a few more tears before exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep, his awakening having drained him completely. Tiamat, along with Rius, Sirzex, and Grafia, quietly left the room to join the others who had gathered to discuss the next steps for when Issei would awaken. As they entered the new room, Grafia opened the door, allowing Rias and Sirzex to take their seats beside family members. Tiamat lingered in the doorway for a moment, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. Taking a deep breath, she finally settled onto a sofa, somewhat apart from the others, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She sat quietly for a moment, feeling the warmth of the stars surrounding her, until she sensed a hand on her shoulder. Turning her gaze, she saw Grafia sitting beside her, offering a supportive smile. Tiamat glanced back at the gathering of people, recognizing familiar faces among them. The former Lord and Lady Gremory were present, along with their grandson Milicus, Sirzex, and Rius. Rius's peerage occupied a mix of chairs and a single sofa nearby, including Kiba, Gasper, Zenovia, Asia, Kaneko, Akone, and Roswius. Valley and his group were positioned on the opposite side of the older devils. Taking a deep breath, Tiamat bowed her head, surprising most of the assembled crowd. She introduced herself as Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King, and expressed her gratitude, stating that she owed them much for saving her son. However, as she raised her head, her expression revealed a lack of true gratitude. She felt resentment, as their actions had led to her son's current state. She pointedly addressed Rias Gremory, indicating that it was their interference that had put her son into a coma. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had begun as a moment of joy turned serious. Tiamat made it clear that she did not view their actions as helpful. She acknowledged her role in the situation but insisted that she never intended for things to end this way. She had hoped that the connection between her son and Kaneko would strengthen him, but instead, it had resulted in his illness, nearly consuming him with Draig's juggernaut. Overcome with emotion, she paused as tears began to fall. Tiamat resolved to take action. She commanded the attention of everyone in the room, her presence demanding respect. As she stood, her long hair cascaded to the floor, and her wings unfurled, giving her an ethereal, angelic appearance. She declared that when her son awoke, she would take him home and ensure that no one would come near him again. As she began to levitate, a magical aura surrounded her, forming flames that flickered in response to her emotions. Her intent was clear. She wanted to protect her son from any further harm. Rias stood slowly, her head bowed in humility. Tiamat regarded her with a stoic expression, her chromatic eyes piercing through the tension. Rias approached, unimpeded by the others who were wary of the Dragon Mother's anger. She wished to express her remorse and seek forgiveness, but she also had a question to ask. Despite her guilt, She felt compelled to know if Tiamat's actions were a result of her own mistakes. Tiamat acknowledged Rias's question, confirming that her actions were indeed influenced by Rias's past decisions. Anger bubbled within Rias as she realized that her greatest mistake was the barrier preventing her from being with someone she cared for deeply. Just as she began to respond, the sound of doors opening interrupted her. Everyone turned to see three figures in the doorway. One was a tall, tan man with red hair and a golden horn-nose ring. Beside him stood a young girl dressed in black, her long hair framing her emotionless face. The last figure was Issei, who had not been seen in his current state by most present. His curly crimson hair and golden horns gave him a striking appearance, and his sun-golden eyes shone brightly. He wore only shorts and a t-shirt, looking surprisingly cute despite the seriousness of the moment. Tiamat's instinct was to rush to her son and lift him into her arms, but she was halted by Great Red, the red-haired man. She demanded to be let go, desperate to take her son away from the gathering. Great Red, however, insisted that they all listen to what Issei had to say, as he was the one whose future Tiamat sought to control. Reluctantly, Tiamat backed down, recognizing the authority in Great Red's voice. He maintained a firm grip on her, ensuring she would not act impulsively. With a sigh, Tiamat turned her attention to Issei, noticing the calmness in his eyes. Though they still flickered with flames, there was a newfound peace within them. She addressed him with warmth, trying to convey her love despite the tears threatening to spill. Only her son and the dragon gods could see the depth of her emotions in that moment. Issei stepped forward, positioning himself slightly ahead of the two dragon gods. He felt uneasy under their intense scrutiny but understood that he needed to express his thoughts, otherwise he would regret remaining silent. Earlier, Issei had awakened from a brief slumber, more of a quick nap than anything substantial. Upon opening his eyes, he had hoped to see his mother but was instead greeted by the presence of Ophis and Great Red, the dragon gods. A blush crept across his face as he felt unworthy of their attention, surprised that they cared enough to visit him. The two gods exchanged confused glances, unsure of his reaction. Great Red remarked on Issei's demeanor, questioning why a boy who had been in a coma for some time would blush at the sight of them. Ophis, with her usual stoic expression, teased that he must have realized she was the most appealing dragon he had ever seen. Great Red countered, suggesting that Ophis should use her older form instead of relying on a trope that might give people the wrong impression. Ophis, slightly taken aback, acknowledged his point before turning her attention back to Issei, who was patiently observing them. Ophis introduced herself as the Ouroboros dragon god of infinity and introduced Great Red as the true dragon god emperor. They had come to deliver a gift from Issei, the other part of him who had succumbed to the forgotten dragon juggernaut drive. Issei felt a wave of confusion wash over him, unable to recall leaving himself a gift. He then remembered that the other Issei was the owner of all his new memories. Curious, he inquired about the gift. Ophis and Great Red exchanged glances before extending their arms toward him, each naming the gift differently, hope and love. Issei looked at them, puzzled, until he noticed a green gem forming above their hands. As a young dragon, new and intriguing things captivated him, especially treasures. The gem began to shine, radiating a vibrant light that filled the room with shades of green, creating a mesmerizing display. Issei's eyes sparkled with wonder as he took in the beauty, trying to memorize every detail, fearing he might forget it. He marveled at the gem, questioning whether it represented hope or love, but the gods remained silent, as they too were uncertain. As the light intensified, new and unfamiliar shades of green emerged, causing a stir within the two gods, though they maintained their composure to avoid alarming the young hatchling. An unknown voice then spoke, asking Issei what he desired. The three dragons looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice, which laughed softly at their confusion, revealing itself to be the gem. Issei crawled closer to the gem, still adjusting to his new form. He asked who was speaking, and the voice responded, identifying itself as longing, specifically his unknown longing. The voice shifted in tone, revealing no specific gender. The two gods chose to remain silent, sensing that this was a significant moment for Issei. Longing explained that it represented a longing Issei had yet to recognize. This was why the gods had struggled to articulate its true name, as longing often lay at the heart of many emotions. It conveyed that it had been summoned by a boy driven by longing to assist Issei with his own. Issei felt a mix of confusion and realization, recalling that the other Issei was known for his unabashed nature regarding his desires. Issei found himself reflecting on his desires, questioning what he truly wanted. He realized that beneath the surface, he longed to be free from the painful memories that haunted him and to return to a simpler version of himself. A voice, embodying the concept of longing, assured him that everyone had desires, and they did not always have to be inappropriate or malicious. It encouraged him to recognize his own desires, which included a yearning for love and hope. As he gazed at the shimmering gem representing longing, Issei was taken aback by its insight. It revealed that he desired a familial love, a perfect life with his mother where he could protect her and ensure her happiness. This innocent wish, though childlike, felt noble to him. The voice continued, pointing out that he also wished to reconnect with his old friends, despite the pain they had caused him. Even though they had hurt him, a flicker of hope remained within him to mend those relationships. Issei grappled with the conflicting emotions of wanting companionship while also feeling resentment towards those who had betrayed him. He yearned for a sense of belonging, a family that extended beyond just him and his mother. Yet, he was also aware of the hurt they had inflicted upon him, complicating his feelings further. The voice of longing urged him to accept these conflicting emotions and to embrace those people as they were, encouraging him to forge friendships and protect them for the sake of his own desires. As the gem began to dim, Issei felt a sense of urgency. He pleaded for guidance, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of his past actions. But before he could receive further counsel, the gem and the embodiment of longing vanished, leaving him alone with Ophis and Great Red. He lowered his head, believing he had already failed before even attempting to act on his desires. Ophis, with a gentle smile, reassured him that enduring pain was part of the journey. Issei, confused by her words, sought clarification, but Great Red chimed in with a somewhat embarrassing admission about being fine with being foolish. This only added to Issei's bewilderment, prompting Ophis to draw closer and explain that these were words he had once spoken when faced with difficult choices. She encouraged him to learn from them, as they held wisdom. Issei pondered the meaning behind those words, trying to decipher their significance. He began to understand that perhaps it meant living authentically, disregarding the obstacles in his path, and accepting that he did not always have to be right. This realization resonated with him. It was simple yet profound. He felt a deeper understanding of Issei Haidu, recognizing that he was not merely a foolish individual but someone who openly embraced his desires, unafraid of the pain they might bring. He acknowledged his flaws and, in doing so, found the potential for growth and improvement. Issei found himself contemplating the significance of his words. He understood that taking action, regardless of the outcome, was essential to discovering his true self. As he stood before the two dragon gods, a glow emanated from his eyes, hair, and horns, signaling to them that he had grasped their message. Great Red inquired if he was ready, and Issei, filled with determination, affirmed his readiness to pursue his desires. For a brief moment, his hair and eyes flickered with flames, showcasing his resolve. In the present, Issei stood in a living room filled with a large group, including the two dragon gods and his mother, who was being restrained by Great Red. Although fear and nervousness coursed through him, a fierce determination burned in his gaze. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and when he opened them again, they glowed like two suns. The golden light radiating from his eyes was overwhelming for the devils present, but they chose to remain silent. Issei began to express something important to everyone in the room, his voice trembling slightly as he faced their scrutiny. After another deep breath, he declared his longing to be friends with them all. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he realized how vulnerable he felt sharing this wish. Though his words were simple, they resonated deeply, especially with the women present, who found the young boy's request for friendship endearing. They felt a longing to accept him, not merely because he was the reincarnation of Issei Haidu, but because they sensed he could fill the void left by the original Issei and create his own place among them. However, two obstacles stood in the way of this budding friendship: Tiiamat and Rias. Tiiamat had previously expressed her longing for Issei to distance himself from them, citing the harm some had caused him in pursuit of their own selfish desires. Rius, on the other hand, was in a state of confusion after having attacked Tiiamat and attempted to claim Issei for herself. While Issei felt a flicker of anger towards Rius, he was determined to move past it. Despite his maturity for his age, Issei was still a child, and this was evident in his choices. Tiiamat, concerned for his safety, urged him to forget about the others and return home. She wanted to protect him, believing that staying away from them was the best course of action. Turning to his mother, Issei saw her smile, thinking he would heed her words. However, that smile faded when he expressed his true feelings. He did not want to forget. He wanted to be friends with them, perhaps even form a family with one of them. His last words were barely a whisper, but those with keen hearing caught them. Tiiamat was left stunned, while Kuruko and Kaneko blushed at his innocent declaration. Vale remained indifferent but recognized the similarities between Issei's behavior and that of Issei Hai. Tiiamat stared at Issei in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his longing for such connections at such a young age, especially with older women. Rias observed the scene, confused by the reactions of Kaneko and her sister, as well as Tiamat's stunned expression. She wondered what Issei had said, only for Asia to clarify that he had expressed a wish to have a family with one of them. As Tiiamat regained her composure, a wave of fear washed over her at the thought of Issei leaving her for them or being placed in a position similar to that of Hayu. In a moment of panic, she exclaimed that he could not marry any of them. Issei felt a mix of sadness and embarrassment. He had not intended to create such a stir but felt compelled to express his desires. Tears welled up in Issei's eyes as he looked at Tiiamat, his expression a mixture of sorrow and determination. He expressed his longing for companionship and a larger family, fearing the loneliness that might come when she eventually departed. His tears rolled down his cheeks, and Tiiamat felt her own eyes moisten in response to his heartfelt words. She recalled a time long ago when she had shared a comforting but misleading explanation about what happens when a dragon dies. In a flashback to 5 years earlier, Issei, still a young dragon, had only been able to communicate with Tiiamat through a mental connection. He had asked her a question that many ponder at some point in their lives, seeking understanding about mortality. Tiiamat had been preoccupied but turned her long neck to face him, her tone lighthearted as she teased him about his curiosity. Issei clarified that he wanted to know specifically about the fate of dragons. Tiiamat, sensing the sadness in his voice, moved closer and enveloped him in her wings. She reassured him that he need not worry about such matters for a long time. She painted a picture of a paradise where dragons go after death, a place where their every wish is fulfilled. Issei's eyes lit up at the thought of being reunited with her in this paradise, unaware of the protective lies she had woven for him. As she tucked him in for the night, Tiiamat reminded him to rest so he would be strong enough for the future. They curled up together, her body forming a protective circle around him. Returning to the present, the others around them struggled to comprehend the weight of Issei's words, but they could see Tiamat's reaction as tears streamed down her face. She attempted to reassure him that she would not leave just yet, but her voice faltered as she broke down. Issei's innocent longing for a family, even after her departure, resonated deeply with those present, revealing his fear of losing her and the loneliness that would follow. The realization struck everyone hard. Issei was terrified of being left alone in a world he might not fully understand. Tiiamat felt the weight of his words even more acutely. She recognized that if she took him away and then passed on, he would be left to grapple with the pain of her absence, potentially leading to his own despair. Silence enveloped the group as they absorbed Issei's poignant admission. Tiiamat felt like the worst mother, despite Issei's unwavering love for her. It was difficult to see the truth of their bond when confronted with the possibility of losing him. The atmosphere was heavy, filled with the deep breaths of those witnessing a young child confront the concept of death, a moment far more profound than they had ever anticipated. The atmosphere was heavy with emotion as Tiamat quietly lamented her perceived failures as a mother, believing herself to be the worst. The soft sound of her sobs drew attention, but it was the gentle footsteps of Rius that truly captured the gaze of those present. She approached Issei slowly, and no one attempted to intervene. Unsure of how to navigate the shift from discussing Issei's awakening to the deeper issue of his longing for a family after the loss of his mother. As Rius reached Issei, she knelt beside him, her arms hanging at her sides, clearly yearning to offer him comfort. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her arms around him, and he welcomed her embrace, gripping her arm tightly as his tears flowed freely. Great Red released Tiamat, who sank to her knees, silently watching her son find solace in another's arms. Overwhelmed with guilt, she felt a gentle nudge on her shoulder. It was Grafia, who offered a supportive smile as she crouched beside Tiamat. She reassured her friend that it was natural to fear change, but emphasized that Issei needed his mother now more than ever. As Issei continued to cling to Rius, he suddenly felt the familiar warmth of another pair of arms joining the embrace. Tiamat had joined them, intensifying his tears. She softly reassured him that he would not be alone, as Rius and the new family they had formed would be there for him. Rius was taken aback by Tiamat's request for her support, feeling unworthy after their troubled past. Yet, Issei's tear-filled gaze held a glimmer of hope as he asked Rius if she would stand by him. To their surprise, he seemed to have chosen to move past any previous animosity, taking a step toward friendship and perhaps even family. Rius, filled with gratitude, promised to always be there for him, tightening the embrace in a moment of shared happiness. The rest of the group, excluding Valle and his team, joined in the comforting hug, pledging to look after Issei when Tiamat would eventually depart. The two dragon gods had slipped away unnoticed, but the focus remained on welcoming these new bonds of family. 100 years later, in the Gremory territory, Rias Gremory sat on her crimson throne in a grand throne room, smaller than her brother's but still impressive. Her throne was elevated on a small set of stairs, each step adorned with chairs for her peerage and kings in service to her. Rias occupied the 9th step, the most significant position, followed by Akone, Rosweiss, Kaneko, Gasper, Asia, Zenovia, and Kiba. The gathering was not without purpose. 2 important guests were expected. One was a mystery, having persistently sought an audience with Rius, while the other was none other than Issei, now the new heavenly dragon of sunlight. For the past decade, Issei had traveled to various factions to demonstrate that he posed no threat and to establish his legitimacy. Now, he returned to his second home, having created a new life after the loss of his mother over 20 years ago. Rius and the others had kept their promise to support him through that difficult time, solidifying the bonds of their family. The doors swung open, revealing a grand throne room that was soon overshadowed by a massive figure. A crimson dragon, easily 60 to 70 meters long and 30 meters tall, stepped forward. Its head was adorned with 2 crimson horns lined with gold, and its eyes radiated a brilliant light reminiscent of the sun. Each step it took caused the hall to tremble. As the dragon entered the throne room, it gazed upon its family, bound by ties deeper than blood. Issei had returned, and his dragonic ego remained intact despite his travels. Preferring to present himself in his dragon form, he believed it commanded more respect. Rias, a figure akin to a younger sister, shook her head at his antics before standing and bowing in respect, acknowledging his status as a heavenly dragon. Rias raised her head to meet his gaze and welcomed him home with a smile, joined by the others. Issei responded warmly, expressing his joy at being back. As he spoke, his body began to glow with a bright golden light, transforming into his human form. When the light faded, a tall young man stood in his place. Despite being over 100 years old, he appeared to be in his early 20s, a benefit of his supernatural heritage. Curious about the happenings during his absence, Issei opened his arms wide for a group hug, which his family eagerly provided, nearly overwhelming him. Once the embrace ended, Rias attempted to regain her composure. She teased him about the beardage of his first niece, which left Issei wide-eyed and anticipating Grafia's reaction. Issei inquired about the baby's name, feeling a surge of happiness at the thought of expanding his family. Rius revealed that she was named Tia Gremery Lucifuge, after Issei's mother. He smiled at the memory of her, hoping Tia would grow to embody her qualities. Akone chimed in, humorously noting that Tia had little in common with her namesake, describing her as rude and messy, which reminded Issei of his own younger self. As the conversation shifted, Issei recalled that important guests were expected that day. Rias confirmed the arrival of one guest, warning him not to engage in a particular behavior. Issei's expression faltered, and he approached her with pleading eyes, but Rias remained firm in her refusal. Half an hour later, Rias found herself seated atop Issei's head, unable to resist his charm. Issei had long ago discovered that his head made a perfect throne, and he often persuaded Rias to sit there. This power move amused him, while it embarrassed her, especially as her crimson attire blended well with his horns. Issei defended his actions, suggesting that having her seated on his head commanded respect from others. Unbeknownst to him, the true reason for their compliance was their fear of the dragon. Rias thought to herself how little he understood the real dynamics at play. Just then, the oversized double doors opened once more. A young woman entered, her long blue hair cascading down her back and her violet eyes sparkling with intrigue. She wore a long black trench coat over a white button-up shirt, paired with black breathes and leather shoes. However, what truly caught Issei's attention was the familiar red gauntlet adorned with golden spikes and dragon-like claws. He whispered to Rias, recognizing her as the Red Dragon Empress Azazel had mentioned, and she nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the news he had heard. The woman paused just a few feet from the first steps leading to Rias's throne. She stood there for a moment, her expression transforming into an overly eager smile upon seeing Issei. She introduced herself as Jolena Gladius, the current generation Red Dragon Empress, and boldly declared that she was Issei's future wife. Her announcement left everyone in stunned silence, and Issei's shocked reaction echoed through the room, expressing his disbelief at her claim.